twirl latte in the first hit. They said that's what gets it going. Twirl latte. The parents, follow your girl President on Instagram, hit me in the DM, and we might play what you want to hear. They even gave out beats last night for those that had some requests.
Well, good morning from the track at New Balance here in Boston for day 4 of the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. This is the fastest party on the planet. My name is Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm joined this morning by Olympic gold medalist and former world record holder Dan O'Brien. We have had absolutely thrilling performances across the field and the track over the last 3 days. Several national records and multitude of meet records established. We're looking to add to that tally, and we're going to be kicking things off with day 4's action with the boys' shuttle hurdle relays. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. A couple of days of college track and field for me, and we kind of get back to not really where we started. These kids are a little more elite than where we started our track careers, but high school track is what set it off for me, and it wasn't until the 11th grade that I grew a little bit, and I had a good season of training, and I got in great shape, and I knew track and field was going to be the sport that I would pursue into college and into my career.
Well, and it's served you very well, and of course we're all very grateful to have you with us this morning. It was 3 great days at the Reggie Lewis Center, of course, that historic track just down the street from where we are today, as this facility played host to the NCAA Indoor Championships, but we're so happy to be back at this beautiful, bright facility for Sunday's action. And as we said, you can see the shuttle hurdle relays being set up on the infield here. We're going to have 11 heats of our boys' 4x55 meter shuttle hurdle championship relays. They will be going based on time from slowest to fastest by section. And this is such a fun event, Dan. It's one that you don't see run at every meet, and it's just such fast, constant, dynamic movement. It's hard to keep track of exactly what's happening. We're going to do our best to take that sort of thought process, the hard work out of making sense of all of this on track. But of course, you have athletes running in both directions, back and forth continually, about 30 seconds of action on track at a time. It goes quick, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, and Kate, you look at the hurdles, and you see the red obviously means not this direction. You don't want to approach the hurdle from that side, but that is for the benefit of the athletes. But this, yeah, like you said, I ran this race a couple of times in high school and once or twice in college, but not a race you see very often, sometimes at the Penn relays. But this is an event that they still run to this day at the Iowa State High School track meets. So real fun to talk to Mike J about. They do a lot of things in Iowa. They don't do a lot of different places.
It's a little different in Iowa, as they say. Well, we'll be kicking things off here momentarily with Heat 1. 2 teams taking to the track for this opening section. That's going to be the Island Express and the RFH Dogs Track Club. Again, the fun thing, so many of these athletes competing, of course, for their schools, but also for their club. Wearing sometimes a different kit, and there's that real team element going on here, particularly in these relays. We saw some great action on track last night, high drama with the 4x200 meter relay finals, and several of those athletes returning for these high hurdle relays this morning.
And oh, the days of the 39-inch hurdles. Brings back great memories, and then you get to college and they bump them up 3 inches and they become a real challenge.
Whole different ball game.
I think one of the hardest things in this shuttle hurdle, though, is if you're if you're in second, third, or fourth leg, waiting for that athlete to get to you and not jumping early, and they're off.
So again, that is RFH Dogs in the white kit with the advantage heading into the first exchange, but it is close with Island Express making up great moves here. Sort of a hitch kick over that hurdle, and the exchange clean there. So the advantage now to Island Express in that black kit at the top of your screen. And into that last exchange, it remains Island Express. And they're going to take this first section. 32:04 for the quartet of the Island Express, 32:91 for the RFH Dogs. And those are the early times to beat. Again, these times are expected to get faster as we progress through each of these 11 timed finals.
Well, I think one of the real challenges, whether it's high school or college, is you usually don't find more than just a couple of really good high hurdlers per team. And now you've got to round up a fourth, and usually they're pulling somebody from an intermediate hurdle intermediate hurdles, 400 to 300 hurdles over to the highs, and so it's a little bit different. Or if, somebody just an all-around athlete, good pole vaulter, good high jumper said, this week you're going to learn the hurdles because we need a fourth guy.
Just find a way to get over them. So section 2 set in their blocks now. This is going to be Franklin Track Club, the DC Cadets, the SE Hawks, and Seneca Track Club. And as we saw yesterday, of course, no baton used in these relays, but high drama in those 4x2s with just finding a way to get the stick around the track 4 times. And in this case, it really is just staying on your feet and getting over those hurdles cleanly.
Well, and running the high hurdles is an exercise in concentrating on your lane and your lane only, but it's so much more important in a relay like this.
So great start there on the top of the screen by Franklin Track. That's Jarrett Smith taking out the lead. A little bit of a stumble there by the DC Cadets, so Franklin Track Club still in the lead by a pretty large margin, although tracks being made now by the Cadets. Robert Stewart making up some great moves there with Matt Mitchell. Their final runner trip over that hurdle, regains his composure, able to stay on his feet and hold on for the win in that section. 32.56 unofficially for the DC Cadets.
Well, and you have got to have a fast hurdle crew out there as well, because athletes could be knocking hurdles down in one direction and they could bounce into the other lane. So see all those folks out there in those green T-shirts, they're the ones putting the hurdles up. But a nice comeback there in lane 4 by the DC Cadets. And again, it's just a matter, can you find 4 people on the team that can really three-stride efficiently?
Well, you see, again, those officials in the green shirts going up to clean up the hurdles. You have to be an athlete just to be part of the hurdle crew here as well. And again, our appreciation to all the folks working hard behind the scenes to make all of this magic happen. Section 3 now, we have Valley Project in 2, North Brunswick Track Club in 4, Patriot TC will go in 6, and the Red Devils Track Club in 8.
In 4, North Brunswick TC. In 6, Patriot Track Club.
It's been a fun weekend of track and field here in Boston. At the hotel I'm staying at, there's a number of parents and their kids who are participating at the New Balance Nationals. I had a chance. First question out of your mouth is, where are you from? And people would come from all the way from the West Coast, from Washington, D.C. A lot of people from Philadelphia.
Well, we made mention of that yesterday, some really gutsy performances with athletes putting themselves in positions to run, jump, and throw better than they ever have. And we said, if you've come from somewhere like California, you've got to take advantage of the opportunity coming all the way across the country. Clean start across the board. Slight advantage there to Patriots in the lane 6. And they're striding away with this thing at the first exchange. Clean running out of lane 6 by Patriot. Good move on the right of screen there by Valley Project. And it is those two neck and neck with the orange Patriot TC kit with a slight edge into the final leg. Quick running by the athlete from Valley Project, but it is not going to be enough. Patriot Track Club holds on for the win with Henry Osby maintaining that lead for the Patriots, and he's psyched.
Well, that was a good start for the Patriot Track Club as well. Wathan Montgomery got him going. Nicholas Daly was that second leg, and they looked like they top-loaded that relay squad and got them out to a real nice lead.
And that's such interesting tactics, too, in such a short race like this, is where do you put your best runners? Like you said, sometimes you're pulling an athlete who doesn't have much hurdle experience, but perhaps, that is your best anchor, because if you can get enough of a margin of advantage over the rest of the field, the last runner just has to get their body across the line. There you see 31.96 for Patriot. and Osby is pumped about that. Our first sub-32 second performance of the day. Looks like we have 3 teams on track now, perhaps a scratch. So this is Youth Nation, Nauset Narhals, Soma Cougars, and the Stars Track Club. And a quick look over at our weight throw. Again, we've got lots of exciting field action happening throughout this weekend as well, throughout this beautiful facility, the track at New Balance. So we'll do our best to bring you some check-ins and results here too, with our field eventers. Some good support in stadium for them too. So good start there in lane 8 for the DF3 Stars. But it is lane 2, Youth Nation now with the advantage. Really high arm carriage there for the athlete for Youth Nation. I believe that's Owen Hamnet, and he's handing off to Beckham Borquez. Great hurdling for him, and a little trip in the line. It doesn't matter. He gets across cleanly. And now the powerful close by Miles Paris. Youth National takes it from gun to tape, 30-33 unofficially.
There's a squad that's got some good high hurdling on it. Yet Youth National team on the inside there. And with the tactic there was interesting. Miles Paris didn't use blocks on the final leg. Watch him. He just goes from a standing start, which is a lot of times what you do in practice each and every day. So that's something very familiar to these guys. And he hammered that second hurdle. We call that chopping wood in the hurdles.
Chopping wood, chopping shins. It's all the same.
They're plastic, but we can call them chopping. We can say chopping wood.
And a quick check in there that part of the reason that the Patriot Track Club was so psyched following their finish is that was actually a meet record set at 30-33. So, and I apologize, that's Youth National with the 30-33. Time to beat. So going into section 5, still 6 sections to go here. We have Tsunami Track Club, the Lancers, Glassboro, and IMG Academy. And they have been put on notice. Meet record already down in section 4. Really good start out of lane 6 there. That's Glassboro, and that is Desmond Vassell. Now moving well on the inside. In lane 8, it's IMG, but throw a blanket over these top 3. IMG starting to pull away now. A little stutter over that hurdle. Chopping wood, as you say, Dan, but clean, smooth hurdling here. Nice and low over the barriers for the third leg. And it's going to be IMG with the advantage into the final leg here. IMG is going to take it 31-19 unofficially. That was beautiful hurdling there by Sean Messina, the third leg for IMG.
Well, and IMG Academy just continues to produce great track and field athletes. You get a chance to see them at some of the bigger meets across the country, Drake relays, Penn relays. Down there in Bradenton, Florida, coached by Mark Napier.
And they've been on great display this weekend as well. I know that they had a bit of a disappointment yesterday in the relays, but making up for it here with our opening of day 4 of competition. As you mentioned, one of the preeminent sprint groups in the country. So top mark remains that Youth National meet record of 30-33. Set out of section 4. We move now on to section 6 on track. This is going to be the UD Royals. De Harbor will be in 4. Woburn Track Club and Irish Elite. And we have a late scratch in lane 4. So it is a 3-team race. Another clean start, great start there by Woburn in the orange and white kit, and they are moving very fast. That is Nicholas Kramer, and he's going to be in the lead, handing off to second leg now. Good move on the top of screen by the Royals. Royals start pulling away now, courtesy of Gabriel Oliani. Now it is Gabriel Sayo, tall athlete, just clipping a couple of the barriers there. That's going to cost him a couple of seconds. Abdullahi Sangari is now going to close for them. Not the smoothest hurdling, but they get the job done. 31.58 will take the win for the UD Royals in Section 6.
Again, check out number 3, UD Royals. But UD National still have time to be
31.57, enough for third overall in the standings so far. And again, Dan, you know, not necessarily as I mentioned, the smoothest hurdling, but a tall athlete and still looking like he's getting his legs under him. Quick movement between the hurdles, though.
Well, and what happens when you get those extremely tall athletes, they have to cut that stride down in between the hurdles, and that slows them down, and they have to get a little bit lower to the hurdles. They want to sail over the top. So sometimes it's a disadvantage to have a really super long stride.
Such a good point. And, you know, I was talking earlier off camera with Stadium PA announcer Dave Milner about how the time difference isn't great between the girls and the boys in these relays because of the difference in the hurdle height and how quickly you need to move between them. So heading into section number 7 now, we have West Springfield Track Club in 2, Raiders Track Club in 4. DeMatha Catholic will go in 6, and it will be St. Peter's Prep in lane 8.
Hey DJ, I just got the confirmation you're allowed to play music during the race. So let's keep this crowd turned up on Daylight Stadium.
And away quickly in 6, that's DeMatha, now moving well on the inside in lane 8, St. Peter's, and it will be those two at the exchange, but now it is lane 2, West Springfield, moving very quickly. They'll have the advantage into leg 3. West Springfield's Donovan Fleming tried to maintain the lead for his team, and it will be Brendan Talbot trying to take things home cleanly here for West Springfield. 30.66. So we've seen our second sub-31 clocking of the day, just a whisper shy of that 30.33 meet record set by Youth National. But look at how pumped these guys are. What a performance.
Well, and they came in with a seed time of 31.84, so they just crushed that seed time by over a second. A celebration warranted.
And look at how far ahead this team is. Great focus by the close there. West Springfield, Brendan Talbot, eyes on the prize, striding strong towards that finish line, and his smile says it all right at the line. Congratulated immediately by his teammates. Hands on the head. We all remember those moments where you just do something that you didn't think you could do, and you're just as surprised as an athlete as we are in the booth and in the audience.
And I'm a professional lip reader, and that guy said, "Let's go, baby."
Let's go indeed. All the sweeter, too, when you have a celebration with your teammates as part of a relay.
No, I'm really not a professional lip reader, by the way.
We're going to put you to the test later on that one. Away now with section number 8. So Warriors Track Club, Brockton, Hopkinton, and Eagles. And it is Brockton in that orange and black kit, moving very quickly, making quick work of these hurdles in our second leg, moving into our third leg for Hopkinton. Sorry, for Brockton. And Brockton will be closed out here by James McCarthy. And 28.81, is this to be believed?
Well, I saw a yellow flag on that second exchange. There was an official. Yep, there is a yellow flag down there on the track. So I think one of those I think that second leg for that squad left a little bit early.
And if that is true, that would be a shame, because that is actually corrected to 31.8, and that would be another meet record. Looking at this exchange now, again, the athlete has to cross the line before the next athlete takes off, and I'm not certain that happened. We saw that yellow flag go up by the official, so we'll await to see if there is a correction to these results or a protest. But if that time stands, that would be far and away the fastest time, not only of the day, but of the meet history. Brockton Track Club on the results right now at 30.18. So 3 teams under 31 following 8 sections. And only now is it that we have a team with a seed under 31. That belongs to Paladins with a 30.93 clocking coming into this meet. They will start in lane 2. Walpole Track in lane 4, Barrington in 6, and Deptford will start in 8. Really quick start there by Deptford. The gold kit to the left of screen. It's being pursued now in 6 by Barrington. And Paladins trying to get themselves in the conversation as well, but Deptford maintaining the lead into the third leg. And a tough fall there for the Paladins. Not sure if they'll stay in it, but it is Deptford and Barrington neck and neck. Barrington with a slight edge in the black kit. Middle of screen there, he is pulling away, and that is Barrington taking the win, 31.08, courtesy of Ryan Martin as their closer.
That was a fun heat, neck and neck all the way through. It was Ryan Sanchez, Larry Norman, and Kama Singh and Kamari Brown for Deptford. They kept it close, but it was Ryan Martin there. He sit on the outside and the inside for Barrington.
You see here again, a tough fall there at the line.
Sacrifices his body, though, to get across the line so his outgoing runner can get started.
You got to learn how to slide well if you're going to be falling at an exchange like that. That might just have cost them the win, but a valiant effort nonetheless for the quartet out of Deptford. So still 3 teams sub 31 as we head into our 10th, our penultimate section of these boys shuttle hurdle championship relays.
When you do hit the deck at a national meet, though, those are scars of honor.
Yes, you wear those proudly. I felt that way about getting spiked in really tight mid-distance races.
Oh, and yesterday, Parker Valby had gigantic gashes all over her leg, and she said that she spikes herself.
Ooh.
She like brushes the insides of her legs with her spikes. And
when you're running that fast, I guess that's part of the danger.
What a meet she had. Wow.
Absolutely. It was a thrilling weekend of action for our high school athletes and then, of course, for the college as well. Section 10 now, Hoover Elite in 2, Union Catholic in 4, Piscataway in 6, and Ann Arbor in 8. Really quick running there out of 8 with the Ann Arbor youth. They are neck and neck with Hoover in 2. So the outside and the inside making moves now in lane 4. Union Catholic trying to put themselves in the conversation, but it is Ann Arbor youth with a very quick third leg, cleanly over those barriers, and it is Hoover and Ann Arbor. Hoover now with the advantage in lane 2. That's Denver Cash, one of the best names of the meet, 29.69 unofficially, corrected to 29.71. And that is an enormous meet record for the 3rd time, and our first sub 30 clocking in the history of our championship records.
Well, in Hoover Elite, they put together a nice squad here. Clean running out there. It's the inside lane 1, outside from our position there. But that was quick.
Well, you can see the strain on the face of the Hoover anchor, and then the unleashing, the furious roar at the finish line. 29.71. That is a new meet record and a national lead. National record belongs to Orange High School back in 2017. That was 28.62. So We're still just over a second away from that, but a new national lead, a new meet record once again, and we are moving into our final and on paper fastest section of the day.
For your event, the long jumpers, boys girls championship, check in 20 minutes before coming in field for your event. All right.
So introducing our teams in our 11th and final section here of our boys championship shuttle hurdle relays.
Here we go. Section 2. Revolution Track Club.
So in lane 2, it's going to be Revolution Track Club. This is out of Acton, Massachusetts. Christopher Osselman-Chai, Noah Stiegmeyer, Ivan Yan, and William Hurlbut-Lesk. In lane 4 will be North Track Club out of Toms River North High School in New Jersey. That's going to be Cameron Thomas, Jael Hester, Mordecai Ford, and Mamadi Diawara. In lane 6 is Washington Township Elite. That's Yeshaya Brown, Nico DiGiamaco, and Aiden Ellis with Zach Cotel as their anchor. And rounding out this field will be Lexington Elite Track Club, another team out of Massachusetts. That's Simon Tandy, Aiden Ranney, Ryan Zhang, and Jacob Pan. And Yeshaya Brown is the only athlete of this bunch who has qualified for the final of the boys' 60-meter hurdles. So he'll be one to watch, and he's leading things off here in lane 6 for Washington Township. Pressure's on here, Dan. These athletes know what they have to run in order to get that victory and, of course, secure another meet record in the process. And away cleanly. That's a great start for Yeshaya Brown. But now a little stumble, and it's going to be North Track with the advantage. North Track, this is Jael Hester. And a little trip by him, and a tough start there by their third leg. So neck and neck, it's North Track and Revolution. And Revolution with the edge heading into the final exchange. This is going to be William Holbert-Lesk. Can he hold on? A fast charge now in lane 6. And lane 6 is going to take it Washington Township Prep. High Drama comes back unofficially for the win there. 30-85 for Washington Township.
Well, you mentioned Yeshaya Brown off the top saying he was qualified in the open hurdles, but he didn't have a very good run at all, and it was Zach Cattell who had to bring him all the way back at the end to take the heat win.
So Hoover Elite are going to be your national champions. Again, as you said, after that great close there by Washington Township, it is not enough. A beautifully clean run out of section number 10 and a new national record, 30-85 for Washington Township. North Track, 30-93. Solid performances out of our section 11, but look what it means to this quartet. Hoover Elite can call themselves New Balance National Indoor 2024 champions, meet record holders, and national leaders. And that's why they run the races and don't assign the medals ahead of time. So we're just having some conversation on track about a possible rerun. And you see the DC cadets there getting their blocks set in lane 3 and 4, it looks like, in the middle of the track. So the cadets looking as though they're going to have a solo rerun. And Dan, that's a tough thing to have to do.
Well, but the one, you don't have to worry about anybody else on the track, nobody getting in your lane or distracting you. This is a time trial, but we saw them clear back in the second heat. What happens is sometimes these hurdles get hit, knocked down, and then bounce into other competitors' lanes.
So as you mentioned, no competition but themselves, and all eyes on the cadets. DC cadets moving very well here. We'll have to keep an eye on the clock. Again, no competition to contend with. But clean hurdling here, and you can see the determination on the faces of these athletes. They know they need to get the job done one at a time. They're cheering each other on. Good support in stadium for this solo performance. And again, a clean run thus far into our final seconds of this race. It won't be a new meet record or win, but a 31.75, very solid performance there by this group who had to do a rerun all by themselves. And we applaud them for that effort. And I can imagine that happened to you once or twice in your career, where it wasn't the body of the competitor that was the impediment, but rather the equipment.
NCAA championships, I was one of the leaders in the 55-meter hurdles, and somebody crashed in the lane next to me, took me out, and there was nothing I could do about it. So, yeah, and it happens in some of the biggest meets of your life. Absolutely.
Well, a big meet of their life for the Hoover Elite there. We saw 4 meet records in succession go down, but it is Hoover that takes the win with a 29.71. Fantastic performances all the way down to 20th place, 31.84. And we saw several sub-31 clockings. In fact, 8 in total, of course, with Hoover as the sole team breaking 30 seconds and really setting the mark for future teams years to come. Great start to our day 4 of action here at the track at New Balance. And now we check in with our boys weight throw, our championship weight throw taking place just in part of the facility behind the track here.
Oh, and it's a lovely room down there. We saw the men's and women's shot put at the NCAA championships contested in this room. I called it a throwing theater. There's a great seating area over there, but the boys' weight throw is led by Lucas DiCrescenzo of Wallingford. He's got a throw out there, 18 meters 27, 59 feet 11 and a quarter, and he's got about a half a meter lead just about halfway through the first round.
And that was Heckle out of Hillsdale Academy with a mighty heave.
And the indoor weight throw is a great introduction to these athletes who may want to go to college and throw the hammer. There's the hammer throw and the weight throw. They don't participate in a lot of different states, but I know Boston is, or Massachusetts is one of those states that does have it at the high school level.
And I love that we can get a little bit of the audio of these heaves. I'm wondering if they're still just doing some warm-up throws here. This is the second flight set to take to the circuit, so they are just doing some of their final warm-up throws. But again, as I mentioned, you can really hear the thunk with which it hits the field. Again, this is 2 flights of the boys' championship weight throw. There will be top 8 to the final. And we'll continue checking in with our field events throughout the day, making sure we don't miss any of their action either. But back to the track. After an excellent start in our boys' shuttle hurdle relays. That is a tough thing to say. That's one of those tongue twisters. Shuttle hurdle relays. I've really got to think about my enunciation each time I say it. We are moving on to the girls' version of that event. We're set to have 9 time sections on track here. And national record belongs to, we mentioned IMG Academy earlier, of course. They have such a history of developing fantastic athletes in the sprint program. So too, Bullis High School, a name that is on many people's lips throughout this weekend. Bullis holds the national record in this event at 30:44. They also hold the national lead currently at 32:09, and that was set back in early January at the Virginia Showcase. Meet record set 2 years ago by Motor City Track Club at 31:99. And we would expect with how things have gone so far, that could be under threat over the next 40 minutes or so.
Well, we'll see the Bullis School out of Maryland in the 9th heat, as well as last year's winner, Union Catholic. And these heats get increasingly quicker as you go down the list. We've got those heats 8 and 9, some tremendous times.
Well, and as you mentioned, with Union Catholic and Bullis in the same section, that's what you expect to see. And these athletes, it's so fun, you know, they go head to head, and you really get the sense that, of course, there's rivalry, but it's often pretty friendly. Lots of good congratulations and support. And again, many of these athletes going on to their collegiate careers next year, sometimes, you know, coming from competing programs at the development level, going on to become teammates throughout the collegiate program. So it will be, again, the story will continue to be written for many of these athletes over the following years.
And this is interesting. This is the ladies here, the girls 55-meter shuttle hurdles, because the hurdle distances are different than the men's. You see them staggered, and in a lot of ways, this is a little bit easier, because when the boys ran up to the hurdle coming back the other direction is at the same location, but here they're staggered just a little bit. I think you can get in your tunnel and your lane, just concentrate just a little bit easier, but also a little bit. It can provide for sometimes a little bit of carnage. Just when you hit a hurdle, it can go in the other competitor's lane.
Such a good point, and I would also wonder, you know, just visually with having them be offset, if there's any sort of optical illusion that happens. Again, I think that's why you see the difference in the red backing of one hurdle and the white of the other. You know exactly what you're aiming for with that lead leg. But such a good point, Dan, about the staggered hurdles there. So we're going to take one quick look back now before we get started on track with our weight throw action. So this is Jack Horman out of North Kingstown, and into the net, unfortunately, so that will be a foul on his attempt here.
Logan Alfandari is up. Gannon on deck. Daniel.
So Logan Alfandari up next. He's out of Amherst, so a local thrower here in Massachusetts. Sure, he'll have some good support in stadium here today. Again, top 8 out of these flights will make it to the final. And a clean heave for him.
Nice toss. $17 from the
This is Gannon Traymore next on deck.
Traymore is up. Gannon Lee on deck. Nathan Weber.
Traymore out of Pleasantville in New York. And just losing his momentum there. So he'll reset and have another shot at this. Much better on second attempt. Should mention that was a good opening throw for Logan Alfandari. That was 17:03. And now for Gannon Traymore, we'll wait on
15 meters.
confirmation of that mark.
Well, the elite athletes, college and above, throw the 35-pound weight, but here in high school, they throw the 25-pound weight.
And that's a big difference.
It certainly is, and it's just based on the shot put weights as well.
Daniel Yee with a good heave there.
There you go.
Another athlete out of New York, and that looked good.
$18 43 for Daniel. Nathan Weber is up.
So waiting that mark for Daniel Yee. That is good enough to put him into second. 18:43 on his first attempt. That is 65 3/4. With Nathan Weber of Northern Lights Club taking it to the sector now. The junior. What looks to be a solid opening throw. And these athletes will have
16 meters.
opening throws each, and that's good enough for 12th for Weber. 16.87, that's 55, 4 1/4. Christopher Chambers now out of Baldwin, New York. That looks like it's going to be just inside. Not quite as far, it looks, as some of our previous throws.
Well, it's such a tough event, the hammer throw and the weight throw. It's all about the footwork. And I did 10 events in the sport of track and field, the decathlon, but I never messed around with the hammer. So difficult, and you have to just separate your upper body from your lower body. But look at the feet turning, and that's what makes this event so difficult. There's two different ways you can rotate. You can rotate from heel to toe, starting on your heel, or you can stay on the ball of your foot. 3-turn, 4-turn. As you get into the event a little bit more and get more experience, you'll use 4 turns.
Well, and a great throw there for Jacob Costco of Parish Community High School. That puts him into the lead with 18.89. That is 61.11 3/4. So that is well into the top of this group now. That is the throw to beat, and surely that is enough to get him into the top 8 final. Graydon Heischberger, good New York representation here in the weight throw. That was a 15th position throw for him, 16.80, that's 55 1.5. Now Brandon Walfender of Pilgrim High in Rhode Island. I'm sorry, that was actually Aiden Kaizi of Mount Pleasant, but we are going to step back to the track, continue checking in with our weight throw and our other field events throughout the day, but set now for section 1 of 9 of our girls 55-meter shuttle hurdle championship relay. 3 teams on deck. In lane 1, it's going to be Westwood track. In 3 is Corning, and in 5 is the Thunderbolts. So again, meet record 31.99 back from 2022. Good start in the middle there by Corning Track Club. That's Claire Devlin. And she's off to a very speedy start. Low and fast over those hurdles. A little dip at the line as she hands off to Maddie Johnston. But moving on the top of your screen now is Caitlin Tenier. That's for Westford, and now it is, Westwood into the lead with Karen Lee. Again, these are the relay cards that were given to us. Orders may have changed, but nonetheless, that team well ahead as they power all by themselves towards the line. They're going to easily take section number 1, 34.75 for the quartet from Westwood. And a nice improvement for them, Dan. They came in with a 36.96 season's best, so that is a significant improvement.
Nice celebration there, but saw high fives before the race started by Ruby Coddington and Caitlin Tignor. And you'll see a couple of different stride patterns here with high school girls. Not everybody can 3-step. So they learn how to alternate left leg lead, right leg lead. So they'll 4-step in there. And one of the most difficult things, I get a lot of parents ask me, can you help my kid learn the 3-step? And it's just as a matter of understanding it, but trusting what has to take place between the hurdles isn't always power. People want to power stride in between the hurdles. It's just speed. You have to understand that it's a sprint, and the faster you go, the more ground you're going to cover.
Such a great point, and alternating leads to me as a non-hurdler just sounds like patting my head and rubbing my stomach at the same time.
I'll tell you what, though, some people can do it. I was a right leg lead my whole entire career. I couldn't hurdle with my left leg if you paid me. But some of these young girls, they alternate with ease.
Section 2 on track now in lane 1. It's going to be Sachem Track Club in 3, Lexington Elite, and Franklin Track Club in 5. Great start there by Franklin in those red shorts towards your left of screen. They are running away with this thing. Nice clean exchange there. Making moves though at the top of track. That's Sachem in the orange. Franklin maintains their lead now into their third leg. This is Sarah Dumas. Getting high over those hurdles. And now to close things out for Franklin, Sabrina Tierney. But look at lane 1. Great movement here by Sachem. That's going to be Ella Dizzle. 35-40. She's going to take the win for her team. So Sachem to the win there, 35-41 out of Middleborough.
Well, and that was a nice close heat. Franklin Track Club was in control of this thing all the way through. And it just depends on how you set your team up. Your fastest runner can go first, last. And for the Sachem Track Club, that last leg was smoking by Ella Dizzle. Look at that. Look at her on the outside there. Her trail arms up and a little bit wild, but there's nobody on her left, so there's no harm in that. And running all the way through the line.
So Sachem 35-41, Franklin 36-53, and Lexington rounds out Section 2 with 38-21. And there you see those fireworks. We're just testing out the sparks on track today. Of course, we'll be seeing those fireworks on the home stretch for several of our championship events throughout the rest of the day. That is such a special thing as an athlete, to be able to power into a home stretch of a hard championship race and have literal fire going on beside you. So Section 3 on track now. We have Woodbridge Barons in 1, Livingston in 3, Patriot Track Club in 5, and the LB Bruins will start in 7. Really good start in both 1 and 3. That's Patriot now in lane 6 in that all-black kit. That is Ashley Bowman, and she will give the lead to teammate Zendaya Hendershot. Hendershot really leaning forward over those hurdles, maintaining that advantage now to Kiera Garcia, but moving well too is Livingston in 3. And now a tight race into our 4th leg. Don't count out in 1 Woodbridge. That is Tatiana Camillo, and she is going neck and neck with Sophia Wang of Livingston, but tight at the line, 35-13, and it is given the nod to Woodbridge Barons by 0.04 of a second. The Barons look very happy with that, coming home with a win in section number 3.
And you gotta love a photo finish. We've seen some runaways here in the shuttle hurdles, but Woodbridge came from way back. They were in 3rd position almost this entire race.
Really was all the work of that anchor leg.
Well, I was going to say the last 2 runners for the Courageous Track Club, from Team STL, they were alternating 4 strides in between, and that's the biggest difference. You're gonna just run faster if you can accomplish the 3-step.
So a great close there by the Barons, neck and neck with Livingston. Nod goes to the Barons, 35-16. So with 3 sections completed, the top mark still belonging to Westwood Track Club out of our opening section. That is a 34.77, the only sub-35 clocking thus far of the day. Just some conversation on track there with our officials. Again, big thanks to all of those behind the scenes who make this event run smoothly, safely, and make it the fastest party on the planet. You know, I think about how great it would have been as a high schooler myself to have had a facility like this to compete in, and what a level of professionalism is brought to this meet, because there you have the opportunity, these young athletes, to compete not only against the best of their peers across the country and across the world, but also in front of, really knowledgeable, excited fans in really what is the cream of the crop of facilities here in the U.S.
Well, and that's saying it very nicely, but I can just say I'm jealous. I never got to experience things like this. And, I grew up in the state of Oregon, and now all the kids, no matter what division you're in, your state championships are at the University of Oregon. And imagine being a high school student high school athlete and getting to run at the newly designed Hayward Field. I was at Mount Hood Community College, and it's like, oh, these kids are just spoiled to death. But then they come to the New Balance, the track at New Balance. This is just spectacular.
So section 4 next to take to the track. And it looks as though we may have a scratch. 3 teams awaiting the start here, and they are set to be Hopkinton in lane 1, Courageous Track Club in 3. And then it looks like Team STL may be a scratch. And then Coniquot in 7. So a really fast start there in lane 3. And continuing to power in 3, that is Courageous Track Club. Big advantage for them as they hand off to the 3rd leg, and a little bit of a slower run here, and that's a shame because I think there might have been a hurdle missed there. That opens the door for our other teams to come through, but as I say that, Coniquot goes down, so does Hopkinton, the only team that's managed to stay on their feet and clear all the hurdles, and they will take the win here. 35-73 for Hopkinton. And that has been corrected to 35-80. 37-19 for Courageous and 37-95 for Coniquot, but that was a tough run for those 2 teams. Take another quick look at it here, Dan, and just a trip there.
Yep, you catch a toe, you catch a knee, and one thing we tell kids coming into the hurdles, at some point you're going to hit the deck. You just don't want it to happen at a national championship.
Well, a really solid close there by the Hopkinton runner. Again, I love just, these close-up looks of determination on their face as they're just striding, fully focused towards that finish line, getting over the hurdle, but eyes are always up slightly on what is to come. So at the conclusion of 4 sections, that is still Westwood with the nod. But for teams now in section number 5, they are going to be Windsor Track in 1, Woburn in 3, Paladins in 5, and the Golden Eagles will be in lane 7. And Queen starts across the board. Nice running there by Paladins. So too on the outside Windsor Track. And it looks as though Windsor with a slight lead here in lane 1. But as I say that, they go down. So Windsor trying to maintain the lead here as Paladins is having a hard time getting over the hurdles. (35-17), and it's Woburn.
Well, that Windsor Track Club, they got disqualified there on the 2nd leg. Their second runner, she put her hand on the top of that hurdle, and so I think because the yellow flag went up, we didn't see the anchor leg for Windsor Track Club, who had the lead at that point, but they were sure to get disqualified.
Well, and it was just strange to me because wearing hip number 1 there is Windsor Track, but they ended up in lane 3, so I'm not certain how that happened. It was as if by halfway through they were running in the wrong set of hurdles. So we'll just take another quick look here. Again, they are wearing hip number 1, but you see them in middle of track. with Woburn to the top of track
There you
with,
go. Yep.
with hip number 3. So I think there was some confusion about which lane these runners needed to stay in.
Yeah, but there you see Woburn at the top of the track. Yeah, the hip numbers were just incorrect, and nothing will confuse an announcer or a PA announcer than having the wrong hip numbers in the wrong lane. That's why they wear hip numbers.
That's right. The one thing that could keep it easy for us. Well, again, it looks like might have been a DQ there for Windsor, so that means that Woburn is the top team from that section. But again, this is why they run the races, because on paper these heats should be getting faster, and yet the top time of the day so far still coming out of section number 1, that Westwood Quartet. So the excitement continues with 4 sections remaining of this Girls' Championship Shuttle Hurdle Relay. Section 6 on track now. This is going to be Washington Township Elite in 1. Legacy will go in 3. Port City will go in 5. And then Youth National, we saw such strong performances from their boys, will start in lane 7. Really good start in lane 6 by Youth National in that all-pink kit. So too in lane 1, Washington moving really well, and now Legacy getting into the conversation. It is those 3, throw a blanket over them into the second leg. Now pulling away, Washington in that purple kit at top of screen, looking very strong over the hurdles. Little yell by them as they hand off, but Youth National now surging to the lead. That is Farron Kelly running away with this thing. And closing it out will be Sophia Martinez, at least on paper. Again, these orders might have changed, but she looks incredibly strong and focused. What a run. 33.84 for the quartet of Youth National. That was absolutely sensational running. Youth National clapping their hands, looking pretty happy with the work they made of that.
Well, a really solid quartet from Youth National there. You see them starting. You got to thank these teams that wear bright colors. Makes it easier for us announcers to spot. But on the anchor leg for Youth National, Sophia Martinez, real nice technical hurdling. She didn't hit a single one, and they always say in hurdling, clean is fast.
Clean is fast, and I believe that was actually Emerson Chasko. Again, we're going off of our initial start list that were provided, but Chasko taking things home there, and that was a beautiful set of hurdles for her. So now 1:34 clocking, 1:33 clocking, with 3 sections left. And it looks as though perhaps a scratch by Rahway here in 5. Meaning that section 7 will have 3 teams contesting. So Rancosas Valley will go in 1, Chargers in 3, and then the Borough Panthers rounding things out in 7. Cleanly away, and that's the Chargers moving very well. So too at bottom of screen, Borough Panthers. They're running evenly strided right now. Slight advantage to Rancosas. The tall athlete wearing hip number 1 pulling away here. A couple meters of advantage to them as their third leg powers towards the line. Little clip of the hurdle there in lane 8 by the Panthers, but this is Rancosas Valley. Smooth and fast, getting high over those hurdles, but with enough margin of advantage that they are going to take the win here in section number 7, 34.70, and immediate celebration for the Rancosas athletes, 34.75.
Solid running there in lane 1. top of the track. Nice celebration.
Love those smiles.
And they get an on-field interview, but there you see the heat-winning squad. You just step up. On the day of competition, you figure out a way to go fast, and it is that competition that brings out the best in all of us. It's a great experience here to get these kids started on their track and field journeys.
And this, again, these are the memories that these athletes are going to take away from not only, as we mentioned, this fantastic facility and environment, but just the smiles, the hugs, even the tears. You know, it's all just part of the ever-evolving journey for these athletes, and it starts young and it stays with you, these indelible memories that last a lifetime. So very exciting to see that continuing here as we move into our penultimate section. Our 8th of 9 on track now will be Norseman Track Club in 1. Motor City will go in 3. The Dozo Judges go in 5. And the DF3 Stars will start in lane 7. Again, Motor City, it is a different quartet, but they are the meet record holders. Oh, and a false start. And unfortunately, that was the judges. And you know, Dan, she knew it right away.
But we're getting a green flag.
So maybe just some noise in stadium.
Yes.
She looks awfully relieved. And you know, I love to see that. Again, they're high school athletes. They're really just getting the experience.
Yes.
They're learning how to do this the right way.
And you came all this way. You don't want to. You want everybody to get an opportunity to run.
Absolutely. So they'll reset.
But this is a 3-ring circus of indoor track and field. You got pole vaulting on one side, long jumping on the other. Lots of noise.
And cleanly away at the second time of asking. Great start there in lane 8 by the Stars. But now moving well is Motor City. Again, they are the meet record holders. And very quick work being made of this second leg by Motor City. What an incredible run there. They're continuing their lead, although being challenged to the outside by Dozo Judges. It is the Judges and Motor City into the final leg. 2 tall athletes going stride for stride here. Nod to the Judges, and now being threatened, the DF3 Stars come through to take it in the very last closing meters of that race. That was Hayes. What a run by Morgan Hayes. Hands go on the head, and 33-36 is going to be a new championship lead here. Just some conversation between the runners, I think, waiting for confirmation that they actually did do it. And yes, you can breathe easy, Morgan Hayes. What a run.
Well, that was, we saw all the fast running on the inside for those first couple of athletes. But yeah, Morgan Hayes, she really picked things up, dipped at the line, ran all the way through.
And that is such a clinic in just running your own race and staying focused, not getting freaked out by the fact that you're, you know, behind by 2 other teams when you get the proverbial baton. And the arms go up in a sigh of relief, but again, just really making sure that you aren't distracted by what's happening around you, focused on getting the job done and staying patient and controlled throughout the entirety of that race.
Well, that really is the main exercise in hurdles, is just being in your own little bubble, staying in your lane, not worrying about what goes on around you, being calm with a lot of activity. And that's what I love. There's so many things about the sport of track and field that you have to be present. You have to be in the moment and just worrying about yourself.
Absolutely. And we should mention there, you see on screen the results, and the judges, after all of that work, although they were beat at the line, still come away with the second fastest time of the day so far at 33:49. So excellent running by that 8th heat of 9. And we move now to our final section, section number 9. And again, this is going to be, again, at least on paper, a very fast, thrilling race. We have Union Catholic in 1, Bullis in 3, Franklin in 5, and WETC will go in lane 7. It's going to be Gould. Looks like she may be the third leg there. Again, Bullis holds the national record and the national lead. Meet record belongs to Motor City from 2022. And last year's winners are Union Catholic, so it's the defending champions against the national leaders.
Well, when I first was introduced to the Bullis School at the pin relays, they're always in the fastest section, but just a powerhouse track and field team out of Maryland. But today they go with Kennedy Flynn, Cassidy Hopkins, Soleil Russell, and Gabby White. And again, these spoiled high school kids, they got bib numbers with their names on them. I wore like number 3279 at the Olympics. It's like I didn't even get my name at the Olympic Games.
Well, and often I was writing mine on with Sharpie because I was given the wrong bib. Oh, those kids don't know how good they have it. We sound like those old fogies sitting on our front porches. We promise we'll tone it down. We are, again, we're just jealous, and it is such an exciting thing to see the advances in technology and in performances, and the development is just continuing at such an extreme level. So the Warriors there looking pretty focused in those pink kits. That is the Franklin Track Club Warriors. And again, these teams in this last section have the advantage of knowing what they need to do to secure the win here at these 2024 New Balance National Indoor Championships. Time to beat 33:36. 4 teams sub 34 so far. Union Catholic in 1, Bullis in 3. Franklin Warriors go in 5, WETC in 7. And very good start there by the Warriors in the pink kits in 5. They are taking this field to task, and what an opening leg it is for the Warriors in the pink, but now moving well Union Catholic, and now Bullis in that yellow kit. All in the space of 1 leg have put a big lead on this field. As we move towards our final exchange, Bullis, the clear leaders here by a couple of hurdle lengths. Bullis trying to hold on to this lead as they come across the line. It's going to be a win, and it's going to be a 32.94. That is the first and likely only sub 33 clocking. 32.94. It is not enough for a new meet record, but another win by this phenomenal program, the Bullis Track Club. Great opening leg there for the Warriors, but Bullis over the following legs able to make up such a deficit.
Well, and they seem like they put their fastest runners in the middle of this lineup, but outstanding runs there by the Bullis School. Cassidy Hopkins on that second leg really got things going. It was Gabby White that brought him home, alternating right leg, left leg leads, and she did it very efficiently.
So another very exciting set of championship races here. Bullis 32.95 officially, Franklin 33.38. And that is enough to get them 3rd overall. Those DF3 stars out of section number 8 hold on for 2nd. So Bullis takes the win. DF3 stars in 2nd, Franklin in 3rd. The judges 33.49 in 4th, Motor City 33.70 in 5th, and Youth National 33.83 in 6th. All top 6 times under 34 seconds. What a way to kick off this 4th day of action here at New Balance National Indoors. So another check back at our weight throw as we have a short break on track.
4 flights total. This is, we're seeing just warm-ups here for the third flight. The second flight is finished up, but our leader after 2 full flights, it's Daniel Yee. We've got a chance to see his farthest throw, 63 feet 6 inches from Horace Greeley High School. Christopher Chambers from New York Baldwin in second position right now, 19 meters 16, 62 feet 10 and a half inches. But when we kick things off into the third flight, it'll be Grayson Golden from Bethel, but still a lot of throwers left to go. But so much fun for these athletes to step onto the same facility that saw Tariq Cohen Robinson from Ole Miss battle it out in the shot put. Maya Lesnar from Colorado State, she won a national championship just last night in that very same arena in front of a big crowd. Some of these athletes, I'm sure some of these athletes got a chance to come out and see some of the action at the NCAA championships. Then here they are, they find themselves in the throwing theater that they're hoping will produce good throws. But after a little look at the internet, the Google net, I saw that the city of Rhode Island, or the state of Rhode Island, excuse me, is the only state that they throw the high school hammer in, but the weight is allowed in all states. Not always participated in, but this weight throw. So this gives these young high school athletes an opportunity to get a taste of what that outdoor hammer is going to feel like. With a 25-pound weight throw. Only thrown here in the United States. Did not see it at the World Championships. Is not contested overseas. And in the United States as well, the 200 meters indoors is contested. They don't do that at the international level. But the United States has produced some outstanding weight throwers that would go on to represent the United States at the Olympic Games. Lance Steele, an outstanding hammer and weight thrower. And the Olympic dream really starts at this level.
It sure does, and I remember, again, not having had this level of competition, but certainly, setting those dreams, late middle school, early high school, and always having that in the back of my mind as something to build towards, whether or not I thought it could actually happen. Those are the dreams you have to get to the next level.
All right, as we bump over to the boys' pole vault, the bar is up to 4 meters 35, 14.3 1/4. A lot of athletes in the competition. That's Van Carter. Gary Curry, or Kendrick Curry, Springer's Track Club. He's over on a second attempt, and they're using the 5 alive. Means 5 athletes in the competition at one point. Athlete gets a make, then they pull another athlete from the list up into the 5.
And a quick look back at the track as we did with our boys sections. We're going to have one rerun here for the girls shuttle hurdle relays. This is Washington Township. So again, some interference with these athletes during the race proper, and they will have an opportunity to try it again. Solo on track, all eyes on them. It's Howell as their leadoff leg. Washington Township was in the 6th section, so haven't had a whole lot of time to recover here. They look pretty relaxed, smiles on the faces of these young ladies, and that's good to see. Washington came in with a 35-55 season's best.
We are awaiting the results of a second protest. There will be one more rerun in the girls' shuttle hurdles before we transition the track up.
And they did in the results run just a hair faster than that, but again with the interference they'll have a shot at improving on that.
Boys Championship 1 mile run scheduled for 10:39. As a reminder, we can and will go up to 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled event. There will be one more rerun in the girls' shuttle hurdles.
Just shaking out those nerves, and sometimes that actually, you know, I think when you do a rerun, you've actually got some of the nerves out of your legs. So although you might have a tiny bit of fatigue in there, you can sometimes be running a bit more relaxed as we check back in with the boys' weight throw. And a tough release there.
No mark for Mr. Bowden.
Well, and that's not uncommon in the hammer and the weight throw, is that weight wants to pull you out of position. This 25-pound weight, you get it moving very quickly. You lose your balance, you lose your footing. And you see these athletes are trying to set themselves, create an axis, turn on it. You have to have a lot of strength and power to hold yourself in the middle of those positions.
Well, and speed too, and I can imagine trying to combine those three elements is really where the magic happens, because, you know, you've got this weight really creating enormous centrifugal force, and you want that speed, but I'm sure it can have the opposite effect where it can actually take control of you.
Well, and it's funny, you talked about, you know, the rubbing your stomach and patting your head. You have to, it's two body parts. The lower body works independently as the upper body and guides the ball, but when the ball gets ahead of the lower body, that's when athletes have trouble. And see, he stayed in the ring, and so as he gets his name called, he has 60 seconds to attempt the throw.
Yeah, and he did well to regain control there as he felt that something just wasn't quite right.
Look how just technical that footwork is. And what happens in the throwing event, shot put, discus, especially hammer throw, you get out of rhythm. You know, sometimes you can get into a rhythm in your warm-ups and the competition is fine, but sometimes you get to competition and you never really find your groove, you never really find your rhythm, and then you really can struggle.
Well, and just as rhythm can go in the right direction, I imagine, like you're saying, that can really spiral in the wrong direction, as unfortunately this is not bowling, so you don't want to be hitting those pins on the side. Tough throw there for, I think that was Julian Vitucci, so he has his first foul of the day, as we now take a look at Anthony Colucci out of Coventry High in Rhode Island. Nice speed there for him and a good release.
Well, great posture as well. You can see he's pretty adept with handling the 25-pound weight. And we got the boys and girls, we got the boys pole vault going on, and then also the boys and girls long jump.
You called it a 3-ring circus, and this is exactly why. 4 rings at the moment, actually. A nice clearance there for Miller. So Liam Miller with a successful opening height of 450, that's 14.9. And into the net there, unfortunately, in the weight throw
Owen Allen is up, running
for Noah Shaw. Beautiful clearance there.
That's Cooper Miller from River Valley. He goes to the top of the leaderboard, and bars at 4 meters 50, 14 feet 9 inches, but a number of athletes down on that bottom of the list are going to pass. Wow, we'll see some of these athletes not come in till 4 meters 80, 15 feet 9.
And that was worthy with that beautiful body fold over the bar. And look at the amount of daylight he has between himself and that bar. I think that there are several inches yet to go for that young man. So back on track with this rerun. They are going to be joined, the Washington Township is wearing hip number 1 with Windsor Track Club. That team that I still think there was some confusion because they definitely started in their correct lane, and somewhere during the course of those 4 legs they ended up in the wrong lane. So it will be a 2-team rerun here. Washington Township versus Windsor Track Club.
Devin on deck, Merrick on hold.
Windsor Track was in section 5.
All right, folks, this is the rerun from Washington Township.
Nice toss from Mr. Del Sasso.
So Windsor, Karima McKenzie, Tamari Gillespie, Jordan Williams, and Layla Harris up against Micaiah Howell, Zariah Oliphant, Ella Johnson, and Dakota Jones.
Final 2 throws of round 1. Devin is up, Merrick on hold.
Away cleanly here. Tight running here. Windsor with a slight edge in lane 5. But a tight race now as Washington puts themselves back in it and slides to the lead here. It is Washington with the advantage into the 3rd leg, but a nice charge here by Windsor. It's been back and forth cat and mouse throughout this race as Windsor powers towards their final exchange. Windsor with the lead, Washington coming hard as Windsor hits that barrier, and it's going to be Washington Township 34-77 for them. So a nice improvement. Great composure, and now it sets in the time that they've run. Great job by this group to refocus. We'll have to do a rerun of this race and then come away with a personal best as a result.
Well, and that's what this sport really is all about. Trying to just push yourself, find a way to get a personal best, you're battling against yourself so often, and there's something always at stake in the sport of track and field.
Well, and look how far behind Washington was into that final leg, but a beautiful, clean set of hurdles here for their anchor, and that makes all the difference. And they come away, like we said, with a 34-77, so that will be good enough to move them up a few places, I believe, in the overall standings. We'll make certain of that and tune back in with you, but great work by these girls out of Washington. And a look there at this beautiful facility here at the track. As we mentioned, the first 3 days were at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. We thank them for playing host as this facility was taken over by the top collegiates in the country. But we're glad to be back here and checking back in with the boys' weight throw. And that is Nicholas Xavier of Hall Track Club. He had an opening throw of 17.08, and now a foul on his 2nd.
Well, and you saw that he just was a 2-turn, and that's where you start in these events. Learn the 2-turn, then you go to 3.
And a tough throw there for William Yang. So he had a foul on his first and now on his 2nd throw. And I'm just thinking about what you said about rhythm and trying to find that sense of it. And when you don't, it can, like we said, really kind of build in the wrong direction. And that looks to be taking place, unfortunately, on the pole vault runway as well, as this is Tanner Bolden of Philip Exeter in Delaware. Just outside the line.
Jack is up. Ryan on deck. Julian.
How do you change that mentality? How do you get that snowball going in the right direction when it's building momentum in a direction you don't want it to go?
Well, we got between 8 and 12 guys in a flight, and when it's not your turn, you got to come over to the side. You got to do shadow drills, go into the hallway. You know, you don't have to use the ball. You just work on your drills off to the side. And it's really, you you have to get in there. You have to mentally put yourself into that competition, and hopefully the drills on the side, having just a little bit different mindset when you go into the ring is gonna change you and get you on track.
Tough hit of the bar on the way up there. That was Luke Samples of Sky Vault Club. What a great name. And that is his second miss at 420. As Vitucci takes to the circuit. Is this the IMG Elite Athlete? Sorry, the SJB Elite Athlete. Different set of letters.
Anthony's in the circle.
The second foul for him.
Owen on roll.
This is part of what makes the field events so thrilling, is that, even at the highest level of competition, you see this happen where someone will either post a mark that is well beyond their capability or no mark for the first few attempts and then come away with something huge. And speaking of, what a clearance there.
Well, that was John Phelps from Elevate. But he's got a clear card right now, makes it 4:35, 14.3 1/4, make it 4:50, 14.9. And so 2 pole vault pits going on. One bar's at 4 meters 30, the other up to 4 meters 50.
They've sort of got a shuttle relay of their own going on here, opposite ends of this pole vault area.
It's Reed Yost from Seneca High School in Pennsylvania.
This will be Yost's second attempt at 4:35, 14.3 1/4.
Again, thanks everybody for joining us in Boston. This is the track newbalance.
And nice work of that.
This is the 2024 Nationals indoors.
That has to be so relieving, just to get a clearance in like that after no hiding on your first attempt. And he looks very happy, does Yost. Again, the Seneca High School athlete, just having a chat with the coach there, taking a look at the replay and doing some quick evaluation, a couple of quick adjustments. Another set of technology that many athletes didn't have years ago, the ability to look back at immediate replays of what just happened in competition and sort of make adjustments in real time.
Well, and in major championships as well, Olympic Games, World Championships, it's not so easy for those athletes just to get over to the side of the track and look at those replays. But it's interesting. You see this in different sports. It's just a different rule, and parents, coaches are not allowed to coach from the stands in the sport of tennis or golf. But here in track and field, it's nice to be able to go over and look at your attempt, see what you have to do and make immediate changes based on that input.
A tough attempt there for Davis. That was Mitchell Davis out of Saucon Valley. And unfortunately, that will conclude his day of competition with 3 failed attempts at 4:20, 13.9 1/4. As Novak, with a very focused look about him, takes to the runway. It's not to be.
Well, that's a first attempt for Novak at 4 meters 50 out of Phoenix, Arizona. It's my neck of the woods. A lot of pole vault clubs in the Phoenix area. Real prominent track and field schools as well. Chandler High School, Hamilton High School produces a lot of great sprinters. Distance runners that come from Desert Vista, certainly. Notably, she ran in Colorado. Now she's a professional. Danny Jones was a Desert Vista athlete. They pole vault very well down there at Desert Vista as well. Coach Guy.
Yeah.
And a great release there for Grayson Golda of Bethel.
His final attempt. Ethan is up, Nick on deck, William on hold.
And, pardon me, that was actually Ethan Charnley of the Hawks Track Club with a really big second throw there of 19.75. And another great toss.
Well, in this third flight's hot and cold flight, we got a lot of guys throwing them out of bounds, throwing them into the nets, and then a couple of boomers. Ethan Shanley there from the Hawks Track Club, he'll shoot up to the top of that leaderboard, and the goal here is get in the top 8 and get 3 more throws. And we're finishing, and we're into the third round of the third flight. There'll be one more flight after this. So we've got a number of athletes on the bubble. Aiden Kaizi from Pleasantville, New York. He's at 18.64. He's on the bubble right now at 61 feet 2 inches. So to get into the finals, you've got to throw over 61 feet.
I believe that was Nicholas Xavier we just saw, and that successful throw of 19.36, that's 63 6 1/4. That brings him up to second overall in the standings right now. As we take a look at William Yang. And it's got to feel good to get one in after 2 fouls in his first 2 attempts.
Well, we missed a jump there prior. Will Frederick had a huge boomer after his first attempt. Failed at 14.9, 4 meters 50. He boomed it. He's one of the favorites coming into these championships. He's been over 15.9 a number of times this season already. It just didn't look like there was enough pull there for Luke Samples. Excuse me, that was Lucas Brock.
Well, it looked like he had the height. He just got too close to that bar on the way up.
And you can see some of these athletes just bend the heck out of that pole, and it doesn't give them any support on the top, so they'll have to look at making a pole change or just try not to be so aggressive on his plane as we see the milers getting ready to go.
Well, again, one of the crowd favorites at any championship meet, the milers, but remaining focused on the pole vault, and what a nice clearance there for Jordan Frank.
They got some good pole vaulting going down in Atlanta as well. Good looking jump by Jordan Frank, almost stiff pulled it. That's where you start in the pole vault. You learn how to stiff pull it, and then you begin to bend the pole a little bit. Back to the boys' weight throw. Julian Bertucci, third attempt.
meters, 58 for Julian. Anthony Colucci is in the circle. Noah Shaw on deck.
And as we continue our action on the track, we are set for section 1 of 9 of our boys 1 mile championship run. These are going to be timed finals in order of seed time from slowest to fastest. So 15 boys set to take to the opening section of this 1 mile championship. The pace lights, which we'll talk about in a moment when we see them appear on screen, are going to be set for 4:19 tempo for this opening section. Times here ranging from 4:21 to 4:25. We expect to see many of these athletes very closely matched. But throughout the first 3 days of competition, what we have learned is that the seed times tend not to mean very much, because several of these athletes are absolutely obliterating their season's best and personal best. So anything can happen in the race.
I just love to see the different areas all these kids are from. I see Wisconsin, Tennessee, Ohio. They come from all over.
They do, and they bring their very best here to the track at Boston. Section number 1 of 9 will be Spencer Alf, Liam Hinman, Thomas Arender, Maxwell Hoffman, Joe Crown, Luke Cushing, Jack Wallace, Kipruto Koech, Seamus Larnard, Carson Place, Ethan Cope, Joseph Mayo, Gavin Engeltrackland, and Nick Dunn. And just a run out here. I think there was some excitement on the infield with our pole vault. In this opening section, again, chance for these guys to really shake the nerves out. I always found that I liked going in, section 2 or 3 or further down, because I got to watch my competitors kind of shake the nerves out for me. Being the first section can be a tall ask, especially for some of these guys. We have a couple of sophomores and even freshmen contesting these championship sections.
No mark for Mr. Faber on his final attempt. Final 3 throws, flight number 3.
Well, and more young men and boys are challenging that 4-minute mile every year. What's interesting at the collegiate level, so many guys, and the professional level, so many guys run under that 4-minute mile. It's still a magical number, and only a handful of high schoolers manage to do it every year. But I'm glad they're still running the mile. We run the 1,500 meters at major championships, both World Championships and Olympics. But in college, they still run the mile for the NCAA championships indoors. Such a significant number, or such a significant race.
Absolutely. Well, it's something that so many of these guys are going to be gunning for over the future months and years, but we are underway with section 1 of 9. Again, top seed here belonging to Spencer Alf, the junior, at 4:21, but less than 3.5 seconds separating the entirety of this field on paper. It should be a great race. You see those green pace lights just in the top left of your screen. And talk about technology we didn't have as younger athletes in our day. This is such a great addition for these runners to really get a sense and be able to turn their brain off a little bit and just really cue into this visual component of what they need to be running. So 4:19 is the time that those pace lights are set at. Of course, almost the entirety of our field ahead of that at the moment. And off to an early lead here is hip number 11. So that is Ethan Cope, the senior for the Knights. He comes in with a 4:21.5 seed. And that is a 64 flat opening lap. And you can tell that's fast because already quite a bit of separation with our top 3 to the rest of the pack.
That's Spencer Alf hanging out there in second position. Maxwell Holman from that Wellesley track club. They all came through in 64 and some change. And track and field is a lot like boxing. You might be a great boxer, but can you take the hits? And here in the sport of track and field, they say, what are you going to do when you get punched in the mouth? You come in here with a plan. You come in here and say, I'm going to run this pace. And all of a sudden, somebody else is running a faster pace. It's like, okay, what do I do? And this is just an opportunity to get some championship experience. Come to an unknown facility, lace them up, and challenge the best in the area.
Well, we've seen so much of that already throughout this weekend of competition, with athletes really taking things out like this bravely, knowing that they need to give themselves the best opportunity to take full advantage of the race at hand. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but it's a great point, Dan, that it's all just good learning opportunities. And Ethan Cope, happy to continue doing the work up front here. He's had a consistent opening few laps, 62 seconds for each of the first 4 laps. That's a 2:42 through just over 1,000 meters. Now you see those pace lights starting to catch up with our leaders. They've caught all but Cope up front. And he'll maybe just start to see them coming into his periphery, take a glance down at the inside of the track and have a sense that, okay, I'm right on PR pace. I've got to keep this thing rolling through the last couple of laps if I want a shot at that sub 420.
Well, and Ethan Cope, I'm sure he was a little bit nervous that he didn't see those pace lights, and now they have caught up to him but it's something that he can focus on. He can see it out of the left side of his vision, and he's run pretty tough so far, but the group is beginning to catch him.
Well, that's the hard thing when you're up running blind in the lead. You never know where the threat is coming from. And now that's Maxwell Hoffman of Wellesley. He'll get a boost as a local runner here. A bit of a grimace as he strides to the front, and he sees the line, and the bell will ring with 1 to go. He is being chased down by Liam Hinman. Hoffman to the lead, less than 200 meters. And now on the outside, I think that's Seamus Larnard, who strides to the front in the yellow and red kit.
And Ethan Cope comes back to the front. He looked like he was really in distress. Now he's making a little comeback and moved into second position.
And he's chasing down Larnard. It is the junior from the Eagles. And he's going to run away with section number 1, and a big PR for him, a sub 4:20 clocking. That is 4:18.79. Beautifully timed kick there for Seamus Larnard. And we have 2 athletes under 4:20 to open things up here in our first of 9 sections. 4:18.79 for Larnard. Ethan Cope holds on for 4:19.86.
Well, really nice race plan. Let somebody else do all the work up front and then make your move at about 400 meters. These athletes have to remember 200-meter track. I got to do it with 2 laps to go. But Seamus Larnard ran a nice last 200 meters to bring home the victory, and you could just see the smile on his face. You know, personal best here at the New Balance Nationals.
Ethan Cope, 4:19.86, and then Hinman, you just saw walk by and congratulate Larnard. Just a hair over 4:22. As we move into our second of 9 sections of this boys 1 mile championships. So progressively now for the next 7 sections, the pacing lights will be set to the fastest time of the previous section. So now 4:18 at the time to beat. We have Benjamin Daniels, Gabriel McLean, Colin Walsh, Bona Bradshaw, Connor Reed, Andrew Morello, Miles Westbrook, George Brennan, Josh Shriver, Nathan Lee, Logan Walsh, Ian Thompson, Brandon Haidade, and Jackson Wyatt rounding out this field.
Your early leader is Connor Reed.
And that is Connor Reed from Perry High School in Ohio with a very fast 31:66 opening lap. And I'm not seeing the pace lights here, so I'm wondering if we're just waiting for them to click back on. But nonetheless, strung out very early here. And, you know, this is part of the tactics of, you just mentioned, you know, remembering that it's 2 laps to go with 400 on the indoor track. The other thing you have to remember is these turns are tight. And when you have 15 or 16 bodies all trying to vie for that inside position, things can get pretty busy and trafficy out there.
Well, and you make up your mind, and you know when you're supposed to pass. You're not supposed to pass on the corner. You're supposed to pass on the straight. But the straights are so short here. By the time you get there, you're off the straight and already into the corner. But so many athletes aren't familiar with the indoor track, and so they want to run on the rail. They want to go inside. But a lot of the tactical racing here indoors needs to take place out there in lane 2 on the outside of lane 1.
It's such a good point. And, you know, I had a love-hate relationship with the indoor track because I'm 5'10", and as a woman who is often racing girls who are much, much shorter than me, sometimes a full foot shorter than me, finding that line and finding my space was always a challenge. But not a challenge up front for Connor Reed, who continues to make good work as our leader through just over 600 meters now. He's being stalked to his outside by the tall man, Jackson Wyatt, with the big ice singlet. Jackson Wyatt out of Eastside, South Carolina, and now a move to the lead as we go through the halfway mark. And I believe that was Andrew Morello of Wolfson High School in Florida, who's really opening things up here and putting the gears to the field. So some separation happening now. And I'm sorry, I believe that was actually Brandon Haidade up to the front. Now the pace lights click in, and these guys will be appreciative of that feedback as they move into 3 laps to go. They're 2:10.87 through 809 meters, so still on pace to get close to that 4 sub-20 clocking.
But they're right on pace. They would love to have come in just a second or two under that. You don't want to have to negative split your way to a heat win here.
Well, often we see that last lap really crank down, and I've got to say that was a 31.02 fifth lap, so good movement there as Paidade puts a little hand on the back of Morello, who swings wide around him. Again, so tough to defend your space here on these tight turns, but Morello now stretching things out up front, and it remains Wyatt in hot pursuit. Wyatt with a little bit of the effort starting to show on his face. But really good, fast, dynamic turnover up front by our leader, Morello, and he's going to be just over 3:51 on the clock.
And Miles Westbrook has moved up with that number 8 on his hip. He looks like he's got some energy over the last 100 meters here.
So Morello into the final turn, straining for home, but a big move on the outside now. A perfectly timed kick by Wyatt, who swings wide and uses that long stride to take the win in section number 2, 4:18.55. So just about 0.2 of a second faster than the winning time of Larnard out of section number 1. But well done there by Jackson Wyatt. Improvement for him as well by about 2.5 seconds.
Well, he looked like he was in quite a bit of distress with 2 laps to go, but he, sometimes these runners just hold back, and even somebody like in the college ranks, Nico Young, he never looks comfortable until he gets into his full stride.
Well, it's a little bit different in the mile. Often in the 800, they say it's not who can accelerate the most over the last 100 meters, who can die the least.
That's right.
And in this case, I think it was maybe just a tiny injection of pace. Wyatt found his stride in those closing meters, but well done for Jackson Wyatt. 4:18.55, the time to beat as we move into section number 3 of 9 now. Those pacing lights will be set once again to about the same tempo, 4:18 mid, and we have Nicholas Grace, Will Kozlowski, Owen Larson, Eli Julian, Ethan McCullough, Doug Cornfield Jr., Jack Willett, Caden Osborne, Stephen White, Weston Agnew, Parker Broderick, Alejandro Rosales, Julian Baker, Jack Gogerty, and Quinn Sullivan. Times here, again, all in the 4:19 to 4:20 range. But they are moving early on here with Rosales to the lead. 30:47 opening lap, and he is trying to put the rest of the field on notice. The only athlete to really go with him here early on is Weston Agnew of Valhalla. The 2 seniors leading the way up front, looking pretty comfortable and confident here. A look to the clock there as they come through the opening quarter mile in just about 65 seconds.
We got some fans out there watching us, saying we're doing a great job, but somebody asked me if I'd slept here last night because I was here so late for the NCAA championships. But no, we're just down the street. But that morning bell came pretty early, especially with the time change. Oh, brother, forget about it. An hour time change. I tried to go to bed before midnight, but actually it wasn't midnight.
I know.
It was after midnight.
That's demoralizing for sure. And I mean, thank goodness again for technology, but kudos to these athletes and their coaches for all getting here on time today. Keep those comments coming on the New Balance YouTube page as you tune into our coverage here of day 4 of our New Balance National Indoor Championships. And this continues to be Rosales up front, who's done all the work right from the gun. Looks like his stride is slowing ever so slightly now, but he's done a great job of extending his lead over the last several laps. 2:06 approximately through that 809 meters. So that is a great opening half mile for him. That puts him right around 4:14 pace. Agnew's still in second, but the rest of the pack working together behind him. And now you see a move to the outside, just atop of screen there. In the dark red kit, And that looks to be a move by Stephen White trying to get himself up into the pack. Or I apologize, that might be Eli Julian. We'll get confirmation here at the line. But Rosales, not much daylight now between him and the rest of the field, who sit just at the front of those pace lights. It is Rosales, Agnew, White, Baker, Julian at the last lap.
So still Rosales leads.
Well, and for those folks that are watching, if you want to see any of the past couple of days, you can find it on the YouTube, on the New Balance YouTube channel, on demand and live. We'll be with you for the entire day.
It's going to be a thrilling one for sure. Lots of finals to come. And some great contests now on track as our lead changes for the first time 3.5 minutes into this mile. And to the front now, that looks to be Caden Osborne. Just get confirmation of that. Looks like hip number 15, I apologize. So this is Quinn Sullivan. But Weston Agnew, having sat back and bided his time throughout the first 7 laps of this thing, is going to go to the arms in the closing lap. He's going to have some company, though. They're both just ahead of the pace lights. It's likely going to be a personal best for both of these athletes. Weston Agnew and Julian Baker. And right at the tape, 4:16:37 unofficially, just waiting on confirmation. It is Baker, Mount Zion High, the senior, who comes away with a sneak attack in just about the last meter or so of that race to take it.
Well, Weston Agnew, he thought he had the race wrapped up, and he looked to his left over his shoulder, but he didn't see Baker coming on the outside.
And that's why they say you run through the line.
Through the line.
Finish line is 10
it.
meters past the visual line. Here's another look at that final close.
But a real nice kick here. Weston Agnew, he really timed it nicely with 200 meters to go. He's dropping the hammer, and he doesn't feel anybody on his shoulder at that point because he run around the outside. He was just too far back, but when he looked to his left, he snuck in on the right. But you're absolutely right, Kate. You have got to just finish these races strong, and he'll be kicking himself if he loses this race by 2/100ths of a second.
Great time nonetheless. Another 3 athletes under the 4:20 barrier. We're going to keep these times ticking down. Those pace lights now set to 4:16:40, the time to beat. And on track in section number 4 of 9, we have a few late scratches. So that means that we have Alex Fisher, Nathan Blades, Gavin Rossi, Isaac Green, Colby Bornstein is a scratch, Andrew Brown, Rowan Gwynn, Ethan Schock, Cole Francis, Thomas Wazlowski, Tyler Umbridge, Seyfried is a scratch. So is Leibowitz. Then we have Christian Bachman and Devin Moreau. So times here all again within about a second of each other, 4:18 mid to 4:19 low. And you can see that it's going to be a tight race because these guys all queuing up around the outside, bunched up together. You know, David Melly was on the broadcast with me yesterday, and he used this great analogy of some of these mid-distance races, especially on an indoor track, being like an accordion, where they get stretched out and then brought back together, stretched out and brought back together. And they are certainly bunched up tightly together at the moment.
Pacing lines are set for 4:16 in this one. So that's
Well, there's no way to experience indoor racing like this, and just unless you get into these races. A lot of arm touching, shoving and pushing just a little bit. Feet can get tangled up. But these athletes, as much as looking ahead where they're going, they're looking down at the feet and making sure they have room to make the move and be ready for those counter moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the rule is elbows can be up, they can be sharp, you can defend your space. You just can't, of course, intentionally make contact with another competitor. And another sort of key takeaway from my career was anyone who says that mid-distance running is not a contact sport has never done it. As again, they're really bunched up now, approaching the half-mile mark. It's well behind the pace lights, so 2:10 approximately at 809 meters. That means that these guys are really going to have to start changing gears here. And as I say that, I believe that's Alex Fisher, who we saw with some really strong performances in the relays earlier during the weekend. And he is starting to string things out now with Bachmann on his heels. So at the 1K mark, it is Fisher, Bachmann, and then Nathan Blades of Portland Track Club. And that was a 31:24 for Fisher. So definitely an increase in tempo as they have about 500 meters remaining. And right now, sitting in second, Bachmann looks really good, just sort of taking his time, staying patient, letting Fisher do all the work up front. Fisher looking powerful and controlled with 2 laps to go.
Well, and he looks like he's got his eyes set on that light. He's really driving to get ahead of it, but it just is out of reach.
Well, again, it's such a boon for these leaders, these front runners, to be able to have that visual cue. And now he has gotten himself back on it and working his way to the front of those lights. They're going to come around the top of the track and see the finish line, and the bell will ring for them. They've really picked up the tempo here throughout, as they needed to stay on PR pace. 3:44 unofficially with 1 lap to go. That was another 31-second lap. So the last 3 have been 31 and change for Alex Fisher out of Connecticut, and now it's a 2-man race.
Well, it looked like both the athletes up front, they went to another gear, but those lights are just still 1 or 2 strides ahead of them. Come on.
See Fisher straining for that line. The head goes back, the arms drive, powerful upper body, and he creates separation over Bachmann. He's going to take the win and just tip into a new meet lead, 4:16.37. Talk about close. That is 0.03 of a second over the time set by Baker out of the previous heat. But really gutsy running there for Fisher, just a sophomore. And we've seen him run really bravely throughout this weekend, and he's got to be tired at this point, but continuing to show that courage and maturity of a runner much older than himself.
Hold on for the win. Is he going to outpace the lights? Yes, he does, and that's a big personal best for him by over 2 seconds.
So 4:16.41 now the time to beat. Unofficially it's been, or sorry, officially it's been changed there, so he is 1/100th of a second slower now than the time set by Baker. And again, not surprising if you look at the seed times of these athletes. They're all very closely matched. That's what happens at the highest level of competition at the end of the season here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships. Section 5 on track. Nick Steinfeld, Richard Plank, Henry Dixon, Logan Mullen, Jonathan Hess, Arthur Langley, Aidan Meeland, Vincent Gerasimo, Zachary Youngblood, Lucas Tam, Owen Morgan, Brian Burns, Jaden Merrick, and Ben Hyde. It looks as though Burns is a late scratch. So 13 athletes on track. Seed times here in the 4:17, 4:18 range. And you can see that these runners are all well ahead of the pace lights, which are just coming into your bottom of picture. This is Hess and Youngblood sharing the early lead here. I apologize, that looks as though it might be Morgan up at the lead. We'll get confirmation on that. Hip number 9 is Zachary Youngblood in that bright green kit.
That opening split, very fast indeed. 62.3, and that's 409 meters.
And that is a 62.3 opening quarter mile. So that is cranking things down, getting close to that 4:10 tempo. And these guys would be thrilled with that. As you mentioned, you know, Dan, that the 4-minute mile, the magical time of the 4-minute mile that is eclipsed only a few times in a season, a high school season. But there are all these barriers along the way that are, you know, the stepping stones to greater success. 4:20, 4:15, 4:10, these nice round marks that these athletes want to get under so that they can feel that 4-minute mark getting ever closer.
Well, there's so much information from training to recovery out there in the world right now. These athletes can train like world class or world class or collegiate athletes just from the things that they find online.
And so much of that information shared, like you said, online, but also back and forth through these runners. I remember just forming really great friendships and relationships with my competitors, and on the day I always wanted to beat them, but we weren't afraid to talk about what we were doing in training and recovery wise. And that's the point of competition, is it makes you bring out the best in yourself. So you want to beat the very best people around you. And the pace has slowed here as Youngblood continues to conduct this train, but now they're bunching up, and that's because they went from running 31 and 32 seconds to a 33 there. So a lead change as Nick Steinfeld of the Cougars takes charge of the tempo up front, 2:40 through 1,009 meters.
Well, that's smart running by Nick Steinfeld there. He felt that the pace was getting a little bit slower, and he said, you know what? I got to speed this thing up. It's not that I'm going faster, but the pace is getting slower, and boom, then the lights come on, and we know exactly where he's at. And I think it's a little surprising for some of these athletes as well to not see the lights for 4 or 5 laps, and then it pop up and go, oh my gosh, it's way up there. I got to make a move.
Absolutely, and well done by Richard Plank, who, no matter who the leader has been, has continued to sit in second. Take note to the right of screen there as well. We've got picture-on-picture action with our boys weight throw and pole vault taking place throughout this beautiful facility here in Boston. And now again to the lead, that green kit of Youngblood, who just in the space of the last half lap threw in a huge surge, and now he is taking off like a rocket at the front, 31.6 on that last lap, and he has become a whole new runner. Youngblood waking up, his kit matching the color of the lights, and now he is striding towards and past them. Youngblood comes in with a 4:18.47 best. The junior making his mark on this field, and what an impressive closing quarter mile. 4:15.19 for Zachary Youngblood, and that was a 29.64 final 200 meters to secure the win in section number 5.
A 3-second improvement on his season best. And what's interesting about you see young boys running at this level, and it looked like Zach Youngblood, he took the pace for a while and then he sat back, and I'm sure these athletes are tired, but to run that 4-minute mile, you've got to break through some barriers. It's a good opportunity to feel like, I'm tired, but I found the energy to run that last lap and a half, quicker than I ever have before, and that's what I think is what running is really about. I certainly felt that in my 400 meters and a lot of the training I did during my career. Not so much in my 1,500, but I had breakthrough 1,000 meters at one point. I ran 2:40 in the 1,000, and when I did that, then I knew I could run a better 1,500 meters.
Such a good point, and that means that you are the superior 1,000-meter runner. I've only run 2:41, so
I only did it
I'll
once.
take notes from you.
I only did it once. I'll just tell you that. I'm sure you were much more consistent.
Well, on to section number 6. Speaking of consistency, these times all within, again, about 2 seconds of each other here. Section number 6 of 9 on track. 2 scratches here, making this a 14-athlete race. We have Jacob Redmond, William Pardue, Roman Serpina, Race Morrill, Armand Chopra, Riley Nixon, Matthew Shelley, Kavi Gibson, Brody Woodcock, Eric Penkala, Charlie Butler, Christian Stamp, Caleb Prettyman, and Patrick Burgos. Another good mix here of sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And again, one of the differences this year is that in the past at New Balance Nationals, there have been the Rising Stars category, which we don't have this year. So that was an opportunity for some, developmental athletes to come in and have a bit of a softer landing. And now, more athletes than ever competing at this meet, but it means that with that Rising Star category gone, many of those athletes that might have been in that category now in the championship races. And I think there's something to be said for that, because you really have to work with those who are maybe faster than you, but you learn so much and gain so much experience from that in the process.
Well, and I think the goal is to get here and then the next goal is to get in the fast heat, and then the next goal after that is to, get in that get in the championship heat.
Well, this has been Butler leading for the last couple of laps out of Mount St. Joseph Track Club. And very consistent pacing by him, 31.6, 31.7, 31.6. And that is showing some very mature running when you can just lock into a pace and go. 2:07 unofficially at halfway. Butler happy to take over the pace-setting duties, just about 3 strides ahead of those pace lights. William Pardue, the senior behind him in the blue kit, taking close order.
He's a smooth runner. Pardue in second position there. Just look at nice, efficient arm swing, and he just looks fresher. That big ice uniform stands out, but he just looks like the more crisp runner right now, like he's got more in his legs.
Yeah, and it's such a pleasure watching the efficiency of some of these athletes, even as they're changing gears. A little shoulder check there by Pardue just to see where the threat is, and then he decides, all right, enough is enough. It is my turn to take charge of this thing. He wants to get himself back up on the front of those pace lights, which of course are now set to 4:15.22. Pardue here coming in with a 4:16.63 personal best, so he knows that this is well within his world of capability as they come up on 3 laps to go, and now it is Eric Penkala pulling into the slipstream.
Well, and in high school it's a little bit different, but so many athletes and coaches believe indoors you want to make one move. But here in high school, they're checking their pacing, and it's just, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. But if you're going to make a move, make it decisive and try to make it stick.
And a decisive move being made here with 1 lap to go. For the first time, this is Jacob Redmond into the lead out of Bedford Track Club. And he is turning over really quick. He is pulling Eric Penkala with him. Those 2 separation from the rest of the pack. Penkala looking still pretty composed, like he has another gear. And now around the top of the track, he swings wide. Redmond grimacing, but this is a whole new world for Penkala as he puts a big gap on the field, 4:15.07. And that is the fastest time of the day so far. 4:15.10 it gets rounded to. And about a 2-second personal best for Eric Penkala out of Southern Heights in Maryland.
Eric Penkala from Maryland gets the win, 4:15.10. That's the team's time to beat.
Well, these times have been awfully consistent. Again, 4:18, 4:18, 4:16, 4:16, 4:15, 4:15.
For that penultimate lap, he's in the lead.
Big move here by Penkala. Again, you can see him making the decision. This is when I'm going to throw down the hammer. And he goes wide and goes fast. No one able to answer the call.
And those track lights are such useful aids. You know exactly where you're at. You look down to the left and say, I need to, there's my opponent.
Your opponent is yourself and the others, but yes, those pace lights are the third member of that team really on track. As we continue clicking towards our fastest sections of the day, this is section 7 of 9. Grant Morgenfeld, Marshall Vernon, Ryan Smith, Basil Mathis, Parker Dewey, Rives Boltwood, Connor Clifford, Alex Pelov, Jude Alvarez, Jackson Witham, Charles Payne, Jamie Lano, Caleb Wolford, and Rami Dibb. Looks as though all 14 athletes on track as Charles Payne goes to the lead for Lakewood High in Ohio.
And personal best in this range from 4:13 all the way up to 4:18. So a lot of different ranges here, but the pace has certainly picked up. They know what they need to run. 4:15. They've got to run faster than 4:15. What was it? 4:15.1.
Yep, 4:15.10 set in the last heat.
Yep.
So again, certainly within the world of possibility for all of these athletes. And 62 opening quarter mile. That is good running. We've seen that from the other heats, and the question is now, can these guys keep the pedal to the metal and not let the middle of that race lag? And the mile, it's you have to divide it up this way. Indoors too, mentally it's a little harder because there are more laps, but outdoors it's easy. It's 4 quarters. There are 4 sections of this race, and it's usually that third quarter where you can kind of fall asleep and you see the pace fall off. And the athletes who can keep things rolling through that third quarter of a mile are often the ones that come away with the fastest times. Big move to the front here by Clifford in the purple from Brothers Track Club. And he has come in with a 4:15.69 seed, one of the fastest of the bunch, and he has really decided to take charge of this and try to take full advantage of those pacing lights.
Halfway, so looking at about a 4:12, 4:13 blocking right now. Alex Kellogg has moved up into...
So in second there, I believe that's Boltwood. He's got quite a bouncy stride, really dynamic arm carriage.
With 3 laps to go.
That is hip number 6, so that is indeed Boltwood, and he's making good moves on our leader right now. I said this yesterday in some of the distance races, but a good coaching cue that I always got was it's easier to keep up than it is to catch up. So as hard as that pace might feel up front, it is so much easier to go with it than to have to do the work when when you're dealing with a deficit. As I say that now, it looks as though Boltwood has latched right on to the back of Clifford.
Boltwood has moved up in the second.
And just wanting to get ahead before he gets into that turn, not running the longer distance around this 200-meter circuit.
Well, Kate, we all weren't born with a VO2 max like you either, so, keeping up is a little bit easier said than done.
Fair enough, and I will say I was definitely more of a sit and kick runner, so I'm not necessarily one to take my own advice. But a great turnover of speed here for Boltwood, who has pulled some other runners with him, and at the bell, 3:41 on the clock. A couple of 32-second laps there slowed things, but now a 31 flat for the penultimate circuit puts him in good position. He is right at the front of those pace lights. Boltwood, the senior, with a 4:15.60, now ahead of the lights for the first time in this race. The Virginia athlete driving for home. He sees that line. The lights are out of sight, and he is going to come away with a shiny new PR here. 4:12.08 unofficially for Boltwood. What a way for the senior to close out his indoor season. 4:12.11. And that was very brave running over the last 400, and he's happy with it.
Well, and you said he had a little pep in his step. He looked like he had some pop there with about 4 laps to go. Interesting little just arm swing. Love to see him drop those hands down a little bit, but really efficient up top and great turnover.
Well, and he pulled Ben Bradshaw along to a personal best as well. So a 4:14 out of him, and then a couple 4:15 performances in the forms of our next 3 runners. So again, we're getting ever closer to that 4:10 mark, and then of course our hopeful 4-minute barrier being broken by our last section. So section 8 of 9 now on track. This is our penultimate section, and times ranging here from 4:08 to 4:14. This is Braden Marshall, Colin Eckerman, Cameron Todd, Ethan Hogan, Connor Long, Benjamin Gableman, Avery Keith, Ryan Vandenberg, Nicholas Mazzeo, Will Venable, Peyton Shute, Diego Mendez, Sam Trumbull, and Sohib Disa. As we remind you, you can keep track of all of our field action in our split screen there on the right side. Boys pole vault, long jump, and weight throw taking place at the moment. But on track, Sam Trumbull to the early lead, and he is out of Tennessee. He runs for Montgomery Bell Academy. He's a senior, and now he's also listed in the 800, which is set to take place in about 1 hour's time. So that would be an awfully tough double. We'll see if he ends up doing it. But Trumbull taking strong order of this opening couple of laps. A 30:59 opening 200.
Well, just a highlight from the boys' long jump going on there. Quincy Isaac is your leader from Canton High School out of Michigan. 7 meters 18, 23.6 and a quarter. That is some outstanding jumping. We go over the girls' long jump. Alia Elliott, team STL, 5 meters 81, 19 feet a quarter inch. And the boys' pole vault in one of the sections, they're up to 4 meters 95, and we've got actually 4 meters 80. 495 is the next bar. 15.9. We've got 5 competitors over 15.9, and they're just into their second attempt. But 495 will be the next bar in that pit.
Thanks for that update, Dan. And again, we'll keep you apprised of all of the advancements in our field action throughout the day. It is now Peyton Shute on track, who has moved into the lead. And he has started to open things up a bit. 2:04 mid through that opening half mile. So again, these guys, some of them at 4:08 already this season, they're going to have to keep things moving here if they want to get under that 4:10 barrier. Shoot a 4:12 runner, and certainly looking to better that here today. That was a 31:59 lap for him of Herd Track and Field, and he is pulling Disa with him out of Newton High School, the junior. But they are strung out now as they approach 3 laps to go. Peyton Shute, again, seeing those pace lights just to his inside. He knows that they're set for 4:12. That is his PR. And Shute being challenged on the outside by Disa. Quarter mile to go. It is Eckerman now into the second position in the yellow kit. And he's using that back stretch to try to swing wide around Shute and take the lead. And he will do that with about 300 meters remaining. So it will be Eckerman at the bell. 3:38 on the clock. Eckerman's going to have to close hard if he wants to get under that 4:10 barrier. Eckerman, another athlete out of Tennessee. He's from the Webb School. He's going to Furman in the fall. And he's going to run away with this section. This will be a new PR for Colin Eckerman, 4:08.80, with a big close there, 30-second and change for each of his last 2 laps. He's going to be psyched about that. Eckerman came in with a 4:10.17 seed, so you know when you're within less than 0.2 of a second of that 4:10 mark, getting under it means a whole heck of a lot. Well done by the senior.
Well, that was a good job, because it looked like the top 3 guys, they weren't really working together to get up there and run fast. And Eckerman said, the heck with this, I got to do it myself. And he swings out to the side, finds his rhythm, finds his pattern, and closes hard in that last 200 meters and dips under 4:10. Outstanding.
So the lights are dimming here at the track, and that means one thing, which is we are into our fastest section of our championship race here for our boys mile, and these guys are going to not only have the benefit of the best competition of the day, but also some pretty snazzy intros here on track. They'll be going in reverse order in terms of hips. So wearing hip number 12, running for Edge Elite Track, is Marcus Riley. Wearing hip number 11, he runs for Wichita Trinity Academy. He's going to NAU in the fall. This is Clay Shively. Wearing hip number 10, he runs for Lubbock Coronado in Texas. He's an Oregon commit. This is Adam Burleson. He's had a great weekend so far, wearing hip number 9 from Bridgefield High School in Connecticut. This is Steven Hergenrother. Wearing hip number 8 from Benson High School in Illinois, Gavin Ganicio. He's going to the University of Tennessee in the fall. Another Tennessee athlete, Keegan Smith, will wear hip number 7, running for Knoxville Catholic and Cozy Elite. Wearing hip 6 out of Holiday High School in Texas is Noah Stroman. Only a sophomore is Noah. TJ Hansen will wear hip number 5. He is a junior out of Freeland High School in Michigan. He's run 4:05 this season and was second at the Millrose Games a few weeks ago. And hip number 4 is Martin Barco of Martinsville High School in Indiana. He'll be headed to Washington in the fall. Hip number 3 is worn by Trent Daniels of Gainesville High School in Virginia. Wearing hip number 2 will be Cameron Vigor of Plainsfield South, Illinois. Headed to New Mexico to start his collegiate career next year. So this is the cream of the crop of our boys championship mile. Only 6 boys have ever broken 4 minutes indoors, and we are likely to see 7 here. We have a pacer as well who is going to be taking the field through 800 meters in 2 minutes. The lights set to that magical 4-minute mile pace. So we are underway. National lead so far, 3:59.89. Meet record 4:02.25 set last year. And of course, national record, Mr. Hobbs Kessler, set 3 years ago at 3:57.66. This could be a very fast race. Marcus Riley comes in having run a 4:06 and a 1:51.800 so far this year. And several other guys knocking at the door of that 4-minute mark. So we have a pacer up front. He did a great job yesterday as well. This is so helpful, having a physical pacer in addition to the pace lights. This is Ben Marks, and he did a really fantastic job in the 5,000 meter last night as well.
Well, an impressive lineup here. The introductions, and every one of those schools that you mentioned is a prominent distance school. New Mexico, University of Oregon, Washington.
Well, they're all going to be very happy to be receiving incoming freshmen of the caliber such as this. And again, those pace lights set right to 4 minutes for the mile. So this is where the magic happens. All of these guys will have had this in their mind for the days, weeks, probably months leading up to the conclusion of their indoor season. Again, most of them seniors thinking this is my last chance to leave my mark on the New Balance National Indoor Circuit. Mark's doing a good job up front. He just wants to be ahead of those pace lights. And they are running 30 and change for each of these laps. They're going to have to keep that cracking, though. Again, they are hoping for 2 minutes flat through 809 meters, which would set them up for a sub 4-minute performance for the full mile. Mark's doing a good job taking them through. They're going to be just over, I think, 2 minutes through that opening half mile, I should say, 2:01. And now in the race proper, that is Clay Shively taking close order of our pacer. Shively looking pretty relaxed, and as our pacer steps off, Shively finds himself all alone. He's got to keep this thing cracking. Clay Shively out of Kansas. He has an outdoor mile PR of 4:01. He's run 4 minutes 0.7 this year, so he knows that he is capable of sub 4 minutes, but he's going to have to turn things over here if he wants to get the job done.
And that's Martin Barco right behind him out of Martinsville High School out of Indiana. He's gone 4:08. He was 5th at the New Balance National Outdoor Meet last year.
Well, most of these guys with, top marks at the indoor and outdoor New Balance Nationals in the past, but this is the one that matters. 2 laps to go here and just a whisper over 3 minutes. Of course, this math awfully easy to run a 4-minute mile. You've got to be 30 seconds on the button per 200, and they are just inching ever closer to that. Shively at 29.9 on that last lap, and this is really good running. His foot is just ahead of the top end of that set of pace lights, and he's going to come into the home stretch for the penultimate time. He'll see the finish line, hear the bell. He's going to be just over 3:30 on the clock. He's got to close in 29 or faster if he wants to dip under 4 minutes for the first time in his life. Clay Shively now ahead of the lights, powering down the backstretch. Shively knows what's on the line. 100 to go for Clay Shively, the senior. The lactic starting to set in, the grimace on the face, but he is striding for home under the light of the fireworks. It's going to be close and just outside, but a huge win for Shively. 4 minutes, 0.47, and he sees the clock now. He knew it was going to be close, but what a dominant performance for this young man. He gets the honor of holding the banner. Records are meant to be broken. And 4 minutes, 0.47. He had the help of the pacer, but he won by 5 seconds.
He looked like he was ahead of the lights here, and so I think he thought he was clear. It was a nice last 100 meters, last night's 50. I thought he was going to come in under, but think about the group that he's going to join at NAU. Oh my gosh, NCAA cross country championships 4 out of the last 5 years. Nico Young runs a tremendous mile at altitude. Colin Solomon, whew, you know, they got themselves a good one right here. The Lumberjacks will add him to that roster next season.
Well, and again, you know, he gets into just 1 or 2 college races with guys capable of running this or faster, and it's going to be, I think, fairly easy work. He did so much of that by himself. Again, big thanks to our pacer, Marks, but Clay Shively comes away as the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Champion in the boys mile in 4 minutes, 0.47. Barco second in 4:05.62, 4:06.12 for Marcus Riley, with all of our top 10 under 4:10. So we'll take a breath here as we move on to our girls' championship miles. Another set of very talented and capable young runners on track here. We have 9 sections again of our girls, with an opening section of only 9 athletes on track. So again, we'll be going from slowest to fastest on seed time, meaning that this section consists of athletes who have run in the 5:06 to 5:08 range. Laura Driscoll takes to the lead early on here in the opening lap, and she is not messing around, really stretching things out early on. Laura Driscoll has run 5:06.44. The rest of the field strung out single file behind her, and they are well ahead of those pace lights, which is set to 5:04. So that just gives you a sense of exactly how fast they're running. None of these girls have gone under 5:06 in the past, and the light's set to 5:04, and they're well ahead of that tempo, as now Driscoll gets some company in the form of Devin Jackson and Abigail Kowalchuk. So Devin Jackson now in the gray. She's only a sophomore. Runs for Nittany Track out of New York. Devin Jackson in second. Sorry, that's Devin Jackson in second, with Abigail Kowalchuk to the lead. And they're trailed by Mary Richmond You know, after such an exciting race out of that boys championship final, the next section on track really has to just, you know, compose themselves, take a breath, and run their own race and not get too caught up in all of the electricity in the stadium. So through the halfway mark there in 2:32. Again, that puts them right around that 5:04, 5:05 finish time, and the lights have caught up with them. And now moving into third there, that is Kendall Medine out of Real Training. All these athletes queuing up again. Again, the accordion has kind of shrunk back together. That third quarter of this mile. 3 laps to go now, and 3:12 on the clock for Walchuk, who continues her lead in this opening section.
Taking control of this race.
Should mention the national record set over a decade ago now by one Mary Kane at 4:28.25. And as we progress through these sections, there's a chance that that will be under threat today. Meet record held by Juliette Whitaker at 4:37.23.
All right, Kate, just some field events updates real quick. Shamrock Toon of Ocean State Hammerheads Rhode Island squad. Here he goes. He's in the fourth and final flight. And things are heating up over in the weight throw. He would move into 5th position there with a 21:06 meter throw, 69 feet 1. But Tahir Hines from Altoona, Georgia, he leads still 21:99, 72 feet 1 3/4 inches.
Fabulous work being made on the track and the field, and it is 1 lap to go now for our leader, Abigail Kwolchuk, who is continuing to extend that lead. She's done all this work up front, and she is going to be rewarded, I believe, in the form of a personal best here. 4:31 was the time with 200 meters to go. Walchuk has run 5:06. It's going to be awfully close to that. She's 4:56 on the clock now, working all by herself. She's had a very steady stride, and she might just be a hair outside of a PR, but powerful running by our leader of section number 1. 5:07.71 for her. So that sets the early mark here with 8 heats remaining. And we talked about how that record of the meet record of Juliette Whitaker might be under threat in this race, 4:37.23. Well, we should mention that she set another meet record yesterday at the NCAA championships in the women's 800 meter, running 1:59.53 for a shiny new PB and championship record.
Well, and she took down the favorite, Michaela Rose from LSU, but both of them dip under 2 flat. It was an amazing race. Juliette Whitaker just hitched her wagon with about 3 laps to go and then blasted by her. She just was the one that had a little bit more energy at the end, but that was one of the bigger upsets at the NCAA championships.
Gotta love a good upset when it counts at the championship. So Heat 2 underway now. A couple of scratches here makes this a 13-athlete field. Jaden Harbarts, Gail Bakutis, Sadaya Berkowitz, Anna Lester, Noelle Barlett, Maggie Kushman, Ella Kane, Suri Coates, Callista Garmer, Emma Tuxbury, Vivian Kelly, and Grace Fritzman. And we should mention that Berkowitz is just a freshman. She wears hip number 4. Comes in with a 5:05 best. All of these athletes, again, separated by just a second on paper, so that's why you're seeing so much bunching up happening early on in this opening couple laps of this race. But deciding to move to the front and get herself out of trouble is Emma Tuxbury. Duxbury, just a sophomore. She runs for the Wellesley Track Club. She'll have some good support here in stadium. And 72 for the opening quarter mile. Of course, that puts them right around 5-minute tempo, and that's exactly what they want to be running here today. Grace Fritzman in second. So our top 3 athletes right now are all sophomores. No better way to gain that experience than by doing it. You can't practice this. You have to put yourself in the event, in the atmosphere, get used to the travel, the nerves, the pre-race meal, the instructions from the officials.
Yeah, timing your workout, warming up, and look at this crowd. I think this was probably the thing that would have surprised me most as a high school athlete, showing up at a place like this, like, oh my gosh, the place is packed. But what happens here in this environment, though, when you go outside of your comfort zone, make a move, you get out front, you hear this crowd, they rise up behind you, and it can really lift your spirits and do a lot to your performance.
Absolutely. It's nerve management, but then also, like you said, really capitalizing on the energy of the environment. And if you can find that delicate balance, it can really create magic for yourself out there on track. So Callista Garmer now trying to feel the magic herself. She's out of Knoxville, Tennessee. She comes in with a 5:05.91 best. And she's putting in good work with Bartlett, the senior.
And in the sport of track and field, you got to be a little bit of a show off. You want to be able to step out and say, hey, you know, I did this individually. And I think nobody's a bigger show off than the pole vaulters. And that bar over there in the pole vault is 495. And 2 guys are over it. Still 11 competitors remain, but bar at 495, 16 feet 2 1/4 inches.
Thanks for that check-in, Dan. And again, we'll continue updating you as we go here. It is inside 500 meters to go for our leaders, and a look there at a beautiful clearance in the pole vault.
Oh, that was Cialan Harland. Out of Macon, Missouri. Looked like an easy clearance. Next bar will be 5:10. We had third attempt makes by Kendrick Curry, Will Frederick, and John Phelps.
And on track, Garmer trying to move away now from Bartlett, who's just keeping her in her sights. They're going to hear the bell with 4:25 on the clock. They've been running very consistent 38-39 second laps. And they're going to have to run that or faster if they want to come away today with a new personal best. Inside 100 meters now for Garmer. Chopping her stride a little bit. And you can see the turnover not quite as high as it was before. Arms are swinging wide a bit, but she is focused and moving quickly towards a new lifetime best, 5:03.49. Garmer will take it. And a really impressive result again for a sophomore. She'll have lots of years of running ahead of her should she want them. And this is a great step in the next direction for her. So we have 5 athletes under 5:10 in that second section of 9 of our girls' championship 1 mile.
So we'll get ready for section 3 now. And we'll set those pacing lines for 5:03.
And 5:03.49, right around the median seed time of our next section, section 3 of 9 on track next up. 14 runners in 2 boxes. That front outside box will run a bit blind for the first couple of turns before cutting in to lane 1. And some late scratches mean 12 runners on track. They are Rory Sullivan, Molly Weithman, Marissa Heil, Caitlin Reese, Emily Tomes, Aluna Coogan-Coyne, Sophie Spellman, Lily Bashirs, Emily McCann, Emma Brooke Levering, Sophia Squires, and Ella Christensen.
Joe Adams is up. Shan is on deck. Frank on board.
That's Caitlin Reese in the orange kit up front with that long, loping stride. She's a sophomore out of Avon Track Club. These runners queuing up behind her. And it's been interesting in most of these sections, not all of them, but most of them, we've seen a pretty decisive move to the front by 1 or 2 athletes. And that's obviously a combination of them knowing their specific skill set really well, and also some, really good coaching to give athletes the confidence to say, this is how you need to run this race. We want to go out and try to set a new PR. We want to go out and try to, make this our best event of the season, and this is going to be the way to do it. I was always impressed by front runners because that was not the way that I like to run a mid-distance race. I was a sit and kicker, but very impressed by these athletes, not only having the physical ability to do this from the lead, but the confidence at a young age to take charge and make the others work for it.
Well, you see the 4 box we got going here, the weight throw, the boys' weight throw down on the bottom right. We've had some movements. They're in the 4th round. They're into the finals. Dylan Morlock on his 4th attempt throw. He goes 21.70. He moved into his 2nd position, 71 feet, 2.5 inches. And brother Brant Morlock in the 4th round. He also is in the mix there. We haven't seen the top. We haven't seen any changes at the top. Tahir Hines from Altoona, he's still your leader. So about halfway through the 5th round, still the top guys with 2 attempts remaining.
Appreciate that, Dan. As on track, we have no change in leadership here through halfway. 2:27 for Caitlin Reese. And if anything, she is picking it up. Look at that turnover. She's really increasing the cadence. She's got a really beautiful stride. Nice high kickback, good knee drive. A very efficient runner, and she is running with all the self-possession of a very mature athlete.
And you talk about her form just a little bit. Great center of gravity, good posture, and that's 2 of the things that I really preach when it comes to running: posture and position. You got frontside mechanics, you got backside mechanics. You don't want to have any one be greater than the other.
Absolutely, and of course that adds up so much over the course of a longer race. It's important in any distance, but it really can affect you cumulatively over a longer period of time. And Reese doing a great job of maintaining that form through what I'm sure is mounting fatigue now as the pack begins to make moves on her. She asserted herself at the front and has been running solo throughout the entirety of this race. As we come up on a 1/4 mile to go, she's going to feel the breath on her neck of Marissa Heil out of Lancaster in Ohio, the junior. Just put down a 39.3 second lap to get much closer to Reese, although Reese seems to sense that. Just starts clicking things down a little bit more herself. There's threat from that pack of 4 behind as well.
Caitlin Reese has led every step of this race so far. Now she's standing at the bell. Can she hold on?
So Reese, hopefully invigorated by the sound of the bell as she hits 1 lap to go, 4:24, so slightly ahead of what we saw with a lap to go out of the previous section. A little bump there on the inside, and now a big move. I believe that's Coogan Coyne, who has completely come alive in the last 30 meters or so. That is actually Emily Tomes out of West Michigan, who's gone from being a miler to a 400-meter runner in the space of a couple seconds here. She is turning over with great fortitude towards this finish line. Arms forward, and she'll come across in a sub 5-minute performance, 4:58. 4:58.42 for the West Michigan Harrier senior. And that was an enormous final lap, 32.7 for her closing lap after running 38s and 36s consistently throughout this race. 2 athletes under 5 minutes there.
All right, moments ago we did get some movement at the top of the leaderboard here in the wade throw. This is Aiden Ifkovitz from New Paltz, New York. Tahir Hines has led this competition almost from the beginning. Literally, he put the pressure on the rest of the field. 21.99, 72.1. But this is Aiden Ifkovitz in the 5th round. He would send one out there, 22 meters 17, 72 feet 9 inches. Now he is your new leader with just 1 round to go.
Fantastic performance there. As we get set for our 4th section of girls' mile timed finals. Slight hold on the start line there as our officials wait for everyone to settle into the start line, and we will have 12 runners on track here. See times from 5 minutes to 5:02, and the 2 athletes in that last section dipping under the 5-minute mark. These girls know what they need to do to get themselves into some of the top positions of these cumulative times. So Evelyn Rogers, Lucinda Jones, Christina Allen, Caroline Collins, Jordan Banta, Liv Phillips, Addie Oversmith, Jessica Alessi, Claire Pedersen, Eliza Brand, Delana Ironhofer, Lucy Thomas, Macy Schreiner, Maggie McCormick, and Maggie Horn, with a few late scratches here.
Well, look at that first lap, 33 seconds. They've gone out really aggressively.
You know, I mentioned that they would probably be thinking about the fact that there have already been a couple of sub 5-minute performances. I'm not certain that this was what I was talking about when I thought about the inspiration to get moving here. That was 69 seconds on the clock for the opening quarter. That is spectacular running up front by Thomas. And she is a woman on a mission here, running very smooth down the backstretch in those bright green shorts. Thomas, again, another sophomore. Some of these gutsy sophomores really just not caring at all what the rest of the field does, saying, I'm going to take charge and you can come with me if you like. She runs for the Bulldogs and comes into the 5:02.68, so no doubt in her mind that she wants that sub 5-minute race today. We'll see if she's maybe gone out just a tad too hot here.
Well, one thing about being in this environment, it can inspire you, and you can push a little too hard, and those are harsh lessons to learn. Certainly, if you go out too fast and just go into oxygen debt, those last 2 laps are not fun.
And as you say that now, that enormous lead that she had over the first couple of laps has been eaten up as Evelyn Rogers starts to make contact with the back of our early leader, Lucy Thomas. So Rogers, the senior, and perhaps just showing a little bit more experience here, being patient over the opening couple of circuits and not getting swept up in the swift pace set up front. But it is Rogers and Thomas now working together into the 3rd quarter of this race. Rogers comes in with the fastest seed of the bunch, 5 minutes, .74. And just as it's true that it doesn't matter what it is under the barrier, it could be, 4:59.99. You're still a 4:59 runner. The same is true the other way. 5 minutes, 0.74 still means 5 minutes, so she knows what it feels like to get very close to that mark and want desperately to go under it. And Rogers now swings to the lead with 3 laps remaining.
All right, again, ladies, final reminder, if you have not done so, please come over and check in.
So Lucy Thomas in second there. That's for Baton Rouge High out of Louisiana. Their athlete who's had a good amount of travel to get here this weekend and wanting to make good work of it. Evelyn Rogers, though, with 2 laps to go, starting to really stretch things out up front.
All right, as the ladies make their final kicks here in the last 400 meters, the championship boys weight throw would wrap up, and that throw by Aiden Ifkovitz, in the 5th round, 72 feet 9 inches, would give him the win. Tahir Hines stepped up, and you could hear the crowd behind us here cheering. He put out a big one, 70 feet 11 3/4, but it was not enough to overtake Ifkovitz. Tahir Hines second. Aiden Ifkovitz will win the championship boys weight throw.
And a big final lap here on track. Evelyn Rogers, who took charge 2 laps ago, is trying desperately to hold on to this lead now. She ran 37.04 for her penultimate lap, but swinging wide, aiming towards redemption now. Here comes Lucy Thomas again, slingshotting around our other 2, and she is going to come away with the win, 4:56.86, and she can't believe it. Incredible running there by the sophomore. She is happy.
When we talk about breaking through barriers, doing things you haven't done before here on the big stage, but she looked like she was really tiring, went out too fast, but look at her clothes here.
Talk about finding another gear when it matters. That is such a hard thing to do, to convince yourself to push through that vein. But she takes off, and as she goes around those other 2, just gets a boost. And we get 4 athletes under 5 minutes out of that section. Thomas, Pedersen, Rogers, and Phillips all at 4:50 high and change. So that is the new mark to beat. And again, we've just seen so many of these younger runners performing really well, showing great maturity and confidence here at the track at New Balance. 4:56.86 by Thomas. The time to beat heading into our 5th of 9 sections. So we have Rena Johnson, Drew Muller, Natalie Venkataraman, Dana Lair, Gianna DePizzo, Meg Madison, Audrey Seeger, Mackenzie DeLille, Elena Figueroa, Sierra Evans is a scratch, Mia Torresilas, Kaylee Dalger, Elizabeth Healy, and Rowan Sack. So the majority of this field has already gone sub-5 this season. They've just watched a 4:56.5 from a sophomore. And if that doesn't get your motor revving, I don't know what will. Elena Figueroa, the early leader from Red Arrow. As Eliza Brand now into the lead. Sorry, that was our last section, my apologies. Elena Figueroa with Drew Muller of Grand Rapids. And that was a more sensible opening quarter. We saw a 69-second first 409 meters from Thomas in our last section, and 72.5 should be much more even running here.
Well, we see two boys pole vault pits going. The inside pit looked like they have just wrapped up at about 15.3, but the championship boys mile, which is closer to the track, the one on the track side, on the outside, on the oval track, that's Bryce Berkdal. He is the leader, but there's 4 jumpers over 495, 16.2. And 3 more will join them. Dyson Wicker, Will Frederick, Jordan Frank. So 7 jumpers at the next bar, 5 meters 10, 16.8 and 3/4. And it looks like Salem Harland from Macon, Missouri, he'll pass 5'10", and he'll take his next jump at 5 meters 20, 17 feet, 3/4 of an inch.
It is Figueroa, Muller, and Sack on a mission here. That trio has separated from the rest of the pack. And the pace lights just nipping at the heels of Sack towards the back of that group. But Figueroa is determined to remain ahead of them and ahead of her competitors. Comes in with 3 laps to go. She's been running very strong by herself up front. She's the hunted right now. As a group of solidly 5 with 1 to follow are trying their best to work together to chase her down. Inside 500 meters to go now. And this is where I always like to make my move with 500 to go. Sometimes, if you leave it too late, you run out of track to be able to catch anyone. And if you go too early, you end up blowing up. And 500 was sort of my sweet spot. But Figueroa has decided that she's just going to take it from the outset. She's got 400 meters to go now and has increased that lead significantly over the last lap.
Well, it's tough to do it by yourself, but she's got the lights with her. She's all alone. She's listening to the crowd.
Well, she's been 37-1, 37-8, 37-2, 37-7, 37-9, and if that's not consistent, I don't know what it is. I know that the lights help, but you still have to get it done as the person with the legs on the track. So Elena Figueroa is that person now. As she comes up, she'll hear the bell as we take another look at the pole vault.
Well, this is Will Frederick from Marietta, Georgia. He set some really good jumps. He'll have a great jump, and then he'll have a bad jump like that one. I would expect him to step back there, but it took him 3 attempts to get over 15.9 and 2 attempts to get over 495. But good-looking jumper there. He'll have 2 more attempts at that height.
Figueroa into the final turn here. She's been on these lights throughout the entirety of this race. 4:50 on the clock, and she's going to go sub-5 here, doing it the hard way. 4:56.23 unofficially, and that looks like it might be corrected to 4:56.66, which again is just a 1/10 of a second slower than what we saw out of Lucy Thompson from the previous section. But another courageous, gutsy performance there for Figueroa, who was all by herself and just kept cranking things down, kept the pressure on. And another 3 runners go sub-5 at the end of section 5 of 9 here.
And Kate, how tough is that to run that by yourself? It was that second half of that race, she was entirely alone.
Well, you just have to really break it down lap by lap. In my mind, you don't think about how much is left. You think about, I can do this for another 10 seconds. I can do this for another 10 seconds. And then, sooner or later, you're at the end if all goes to plan. But, she's obviously, she came in with a great plan. She and her coach would have decided that if things go out slow, you got to take it and make it your own race. And that's exactly what she did. Section 5 now on track. And another few scratches. Section 6 now on track. So it is a Bailey Espinoza, Kate Clark, Louisa Betts, Carrie Drake, Jordan Lieberman, Mary Catherine Malone, Samantha Moore, Neva Lipsky, Caden Justice, Caroline Barton, and Tess Sherry. And these athletes so closely matched by seed. 4:56, the fastest of these seeds, and that is, of course, the time that we've seen out of the last couple of sections. Easy job for the folks controlling the pace lights. Just leave it where it is. Try to get as many runners ahead of them as possible. So that is Espinoza with a 35:43 opening 200 meter.
All right, fast open. Set by Bailey Espinoza, 70.6. For the opening.
And Espinoza, another sophomore. I love seeing these young athletes come out here fearlessly and just take control of the race. Espinoza does have the luxury of the fastest seed of the bunch, so that's got to help her confidence for sure, but certainly not an easy thing to do. Turn up with runners a year or two older than yourself and just decide that you're going to be the one taking control.
But think back at that time in your life. You were fearless. You didn't know any better. It was harsh lessons to learn, but I look back and think the fastest races I ran were when I didn't know the pace. And I just was out there pushing it, and, you know, I ran to exhaustion, and you hit the finish line and you fall down. But it's only when you get a little bit older and you realize, this is what 5 minutes feels like. Oh, this is what 4:45 feels like.
It's such a good point, and sometimes having that naivete, if you will, can actually bode very well for some performances that you might not have been able to achieve had you had that fear in you. So that's a great point, and a point we would all do well to keep in touch with a little bit, is that fearless young runner version of ourselves. But it is Espinoza of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, who is unrelenting in her lead of this race. They've gone through halfway now. Very consistent with what the last two sections have done. 2:26.7. As now Tess Sherry, the junior, takes over pacing duties, followed in close order by Jordan Lieberman. And then Carrie Drake. So athletes starting to pass our early leader and crank things down. They're well ahead of those pace lights still. Sherry's a 5:04 athlete. She has the slowest seed of the bunch, so good to see her up there taking some chances and trying to make big dents into that PR in the close to her indoor season. Pace lights just catching up now, and again, it's almost it's almost expected that in that third quarter, this is where things tend to slow. You've just got to keep pressing, work together. There's a big group of them, and they do well just to help each other, encourage each other along, give themselves the best shot collectively to run close to that sort of 4:55 mark.
All right, real quick here, with just over 2 laps to go. Let's you see the boys long jump on the upper right, boys pole vault on the lower right, but the boys long jump, that lead has not changed the entire competition here. Walker Norris from Christian Academy out of North Riley, Carolina. 7:34, 24 feet 1 inch. And he is your leader there. And then the boys pole vault, the bar is up to 5 meters, 10, 16, 8 3/4. 4 competitors over. Will Frederick on a third attempt and Jordan Frank on a second attempt.
High drama on track now down the back stretch with only 100 meters to go. Tess Sherry not wanting to give up this lead. She is on a mission for a PR. She's come out here with that in mind and is on pace to do so. She's got company in Lieberman, but she is trying desperately to hold on to the victory here in section number 6. A late push there by Lieberman, but it will be Tess Sherry at 4:55 taking the win. 4:55.76 with a 36:10 closing lap. And that is almost a 10-second PR for her. And I'm so glad to see her rewarded after that hard, strong work up front. And does well, again, to hold on to the lead when under pressure in those closing meters. So 4:55.76, 4:55.81 for Lieberman. Lipsky 4:57 and 4:58 for Drake. So another 4 athletes go sub-5 with 3 laps remaining in the championship girls 1 mile
We'll get a trainer to the long jump,
finals.
please.
Well, Sherry
Trainer
would
to the long
run just
jump.
a little bit wide as well to take that victory. Lieberman was coming up on the outside, and there's nothing wrong with drifting into the second lane to hold off your competitor down the home straight.
Well, I can say I've been on both ends of that tactic in the past, and it's great when you're the one choosing to do it, and it's infuriating when you're not. But you're right, it's a smart way to get the job done for sure. So section 7 of 9 now. We have 11 athletes poised to take to the track for this
All right, we want to
section.
say,
Scout Storms,
newbalance
Mia
track
Prock,
welcome
Emma Wade,
to
Sophia
our
Lieberman,
latest
Addison
American
Moore,
record
Claire
holder,
White, Lily Jin,
American
Amy
Folk
Waybreg,
Guitar.
Kate
Sorry.
Loescher, Kaylee Norris,
There it
and
is.
Tessa Walter.
13:38 in the 5,000 meters last time.
And we have a couple of 4:52 seeds here.
National record set at this meet last year. An outstanding run by the man from Utah. Welcome, Daniel.
And this is Emma Wade out front early on.
Texas leading the way in section 7 of this girls' mile. We've got 2 more sections remaining. Getting faster as we go.
This is the junior from Vista Ridge High School in Texas. And it seems as though the textbook has been written with each successive section that an athlete will go out and just decide to make it a time trial at the front. Although this might be the biggest lead that we've seen so far. Wade's is one of those 4:52 clocking so far this season, so 4:50 now, the magical barrier that I'm certain she's shooting towards. 69 opening quarter mile for Emma Wade. She remains the only athlete on screen as the pack works to chase her down. She has left the pack and the wave lights in her wake.
Pacing lights are set for 4:55, so you can see how far ahead of that pacing
She's
curve.
got a good steady stride here. Looking like she might just be pulling back slightly after that very fast opening 2 laps of the track. 34, 34, and then a 37 through 609 meters. She'll approach halfway now at about 2:24.
4:47 pace.
So again, that puts her right around 4:50. Claire White, Mia Prock, Scout Storms, and Addie Waybrek in the chase pack. Again, they'll have the advantage of the bodies around them, the momentum, the energy of the pack as Wade runs blind up front. And those lights getting a little bit closer, but she's still got a significant lead over the pack and the lights. 3 laps to go here for Emma Wade. And this is tough solo running. Again, she'll get encouragement from the crowd. She'll get feedback from her coach, I'm sure. But she's having to dig deep and remain really focused all by herself.
Well, we talk about just hanging back and running behind somebody. It takes a lot more energy mentally to run by yourself than trailing somebody else. You're following somebody else. The body is kind of automatically doing it. But when you're up front, then you think about your stride pattern. You think about your arm swing. You're listening to your coach. You're looking at the time, even glancing up at the big screen to see how close that pack is behind you.
And that's a good point. This is the advantage that these athletes have here that we didn't have at the Reggie Lewis Center, is that they get some visual feedback should they want it with this big screen. And you're right, as a lead runner, that's a lot of information. It's a lot of feedback. So in some ways it could be distracting, but if it's a tool that you want to capitalize on, it's a really fantastic addition to your toolkit here as we come in to the closing stages of this race. And a very impressive, brave run by Emma Wade. She'll hear the bell, 4:20, and again, that's been so consistent. The last 3 sections have all been right around that 4:20 mark with 1 to go, and here comes the train behind her. They are chugging along down the track, about to close the gap on our leader. Can she hold on? She's done great work up front, But will it be enough? 100 to go now for Emma Wade as Walter, Waybrecht, Croc, and Storms try to overtake her.
But now coming hard on the outside, Tessa Walter.
And a big move now on the outside. That's Tessa Walter, and she will come away with another sub-5 clocking, 4:58.11. Waybrecht, 4:58.92, 4:59.25 for Wade, and 5 minutes .00 for Mia Proc. No one's going to believe that that's a real seed time moving forward. So a very close final lap there, as we have another 3 athletes going sub-5. But Walter timed that perfectly. See how close the finishes were. 58, 58, 59, 5 flat, 5 flat, 5:01. So 2 sections remain. It looks as though we'll have times ranging from about 4:46 to 4:52.
So your early leader is Carolina Earhart.
That's Carolina Earhart from
the Webb School in Knoxville, Tennessee.
The Webb School in Tennessee. She did very well at the Tennessee State Championships earlier this month, and she is also just a sophomore. It is the leads of the sophomores in these girls' championship miles. Charlotte Tuxbury of Wellesley, the junior, just a hair behind her, and then Biting of the Jets, with a bit of a separation back to the pack here. And a slower opening quarter, 71 high on the clock, so that's why you can see that, unlike our previous sections, the pace light's right at our leader. No one really wanting to take this on and challenge Earhart up front.
They see the split on the score of 71.9, best of 409 meters. Tuxbury leading that chase pack and advancing in third. Keeping an eye out for Stella Kermis from Clifton High School. She's part of the Cavaliers.
All right, we go over some of the field events. We've got one boy over 5 meters 20, 17 feet 3/4 of an inch, and that's Paul Migas from Lakes Community in Illinois. Still to jump, still 5 competitors remaining, but still to jump at this bar, Bryce Barkdale. And we'll see second attempts by Sam Abadi and Dyson Wicker. And Kaylin Harlan has decided to get over that bar as well. That was the first attempt made by him. He had passed the last bar. So we're seeing some really high heights. This is outstanding jumping for these high school kids in the championship boys pole vault.
So far we have 2 boys clear of that high.
Things have kicked into high gear on track as well as Earhart continues to lead. But the tempo has increased as they've gotten some feedback about the slowing pace. So the gap being made up now as Stella Kermes of the Carolina Cavaliers puts herself in contention here as well. Kermes now going wide around our leader, and Biting will will move into second for the first time in this race. That was a 36 mid for Kermes, so she will take the lead with less than 2 laps to go. O'Donnell leading the chase pack. O'Donnell of Emerging Elites, just a freshman, forcing some of these older athletes to follow her as they try to make their way towards our 2 leaders, but it continues to be Kermes of Carolina Cavaliers. Kermes, a 4:49.20 athlete. She's already gone sub 4:50. And inside 2 laps of this track, they've fallen off the pace lights. It's going to have to be something big and bold over the closing 300 meters to get close to that mark. So Earhart being joined now by the rest of the pack. Irma is still out front. She'll hear the bell. 4:18. That is the fastest time on clock with 1 lap to go thus far. What does she have to close with? The pack is coming. Charlotte Tuxbury striding towards the lead. 100 to go now, and 4:39 on the clock. You can see Tuxbury going to the arms. Earhart, who did all of that work, now swinging back. We saw this earlier in the boys' race, and here we see Earhart coming back for the win. 4:54.75. Well, just when we thought she was out of it, she pulls out a 34 mid final lap to take the win. In the fastest time of the day so far, 4:54.76 for the sophomore out of Tennessee. .454.7, 4:55.2 for Kermes, Tuxbury 4:55.80, 4:56 for Fox, and 4:56 for O'Donnell. Another 7 sub-5 minute finishes.
All right, folks. Next race of the time is going to be number 9.
But we're going to see some fireworks on the rail and on the track coming up next. As the lights dim, this is going to be an extraordinary race. So for our fastest and final section, wearing hip number 1, this is going to be Charlotte Bell. She's already had 2 wins under her belt this weekend, anchoring her team to relay victories. Can she add another title? Nikki Sutherland will wear hip number 2, headed to Notre Dame in the fall. She's out of Muncie, Indiana. Brooke Strauss from Glastonbury High School in Connecticut. The junior will wear number 3. Wearing number 4 is Isabel Walsh of Middleton High School in Delaware. She's headed to Villanova. Talk about a powerhouse distance team. Catherine Bolke wears hip number 5 out of Connecticut. She's headed to Virginia Tech. Emma Zawatsky will wear hip number 6 out of Freehold Township in New Jersey. She's headed to Colorado in the fall. Set a 4:45 mile PR right here in Boston at the Terrier Classic earlier this year. Hannah Hollins joins us all the way from Ontario, Canada, headed to Boston College in the fall. Runs for the Durham Dragon athletics team. Jessica Zawinski wears hip number 9. She's from Michigan. She's run 2:11 in the 800 this season. Logan St. John Kletter of Mount Lebanon High School in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, headed to UNC. She has run 4:43 this season. She wears hip 10. Bethany Michalak of the Air Academy High School in Colorado will be another North Carolina joinee, NC State in the fall. And then Ellie Shea, this is a name we know well here at the New Balance National Championships from right here in Massachusetts. She's a defending 2-mile champion from last year, but she is going to be up against the fastest woman in the country this year. This is Sadie Engelhardt out of Ventura Secondary School in California. She has the national lead at 4:34.35. She won the New Balance Indoor Grand Prix right here in January. She's the defending champion in this event. And we'll have all kinds of things to say about her once we get underway here in this final and fastest section of the Championship Girls 1 mile. Well, we mentioned Sadie Engelhardt. She is absolutely the athlete to beat. You see her going right to the lead of that outside pack. And let's talk for a minute about this young woman's capabilities. She has outdoor PRs of 2:05 in the 800, 4:11 in the 1500, 4:35 in the mile, and 9:50 in the 2 mile. And if those weren't impressive enough, let me remind you that those were set 2 years ago when she was a mere freshman. So Engelhardt, still just a junior, if you can believe it, and running with the ability and poise of a pro.
Well, those are fantastic times. I'd like to see where these other kids have, these other athletes have committed to. I'd like to see where Sadie Engelhardt has got her focus on. And so many of these young athletes want to go to North Carolina State because they've won cross-country national championships. But there were some great distance schools in there: Villanova, Colorado.
Absolutely.
Notre
and again,
Dame, yeah.
Those teams all very fortunate to have these athletes. Engelhardt will have another year of high school before she needs to decide where she's going. But in the meantime, she's going to be trying to stay with or ahead of the pace lights. They are set to 4:30. So just a reminder, the national record held by Mary Kane from back in 2013 is 4:28.25. Those pace lights set to 4:30, and Engelhardt is in front of them at the moment. Again, she holds the national lead at 4:34, and she knows what she needs to do to eclipse her own best, and she is running completely solo. I can imagine that the race is truly on for second at the moment as I see Charlotte Bell back there leading the chase pack. But this is the Sadie Engelhardt show. 1:42.53 through 609 meters. So that's a 34 opening lap followed by two 33-second laps. So again, 4:30 is the time that she is looking for. She's just in the middle of those pace lights right now, and as she approaches halfway, she's going to have to continue her focus in this solo effort. 2:16 through halfway, so just a hair outside of that 4:30 tempo. As we said, Mary Kane with a 4:28.25 is the national high school best. Alexa Ephraimson, though, 4:32.15, and so should that 4:28 or 4:30 fall out of reach, we could see Engelhardt assert herself near the top of this all-time list. See that focus on her face? She looks so relaxed, Dan, despite, I'm sure, what is a very high effort.
Well, and she's got great ability to just turn over, continue all of her momentum down the track. You know, the one thing that I'd want to see is, as a college coach, is can she shift gears? You know, because she's right now in that fourth gear position. Boom, 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 boom. She has great turnover. She wins a lot of races that way. But in college, you need to have great speed. You need to have great closing speed, 200 meters down.
And that's a great point, and we're seeing that right now because that fifth lap was the slowest so far. That was 35 flat. So that's opening the door for Charlotte Bell to start making some moves. And Bell has a look of absolute determination on her face. She has Engelhardt in her sights, and she has nothing to lose here. She has a significant margin of advantage over the chase pack behind her. So she is gunning for the front as Engelhardt continues her pursuit of a second New Balance indoor national title here. But Bell closing strong, and Engelhardt's going to have to keep pressing. Another 35-second lap for her. And she's going to hear the bell with 4:02 on the clock. If she can close in 30 flat, she would get the second fastest mark in U.S. high school history. Bell charging hard too, but Engelhardt with 100 to go, glancing up at that screen. What can she take home in that last 100 meters? Sadie Engelhardt, we know that she's a 2:05 800 runner. She's got the gears, she's got the fireworks, and she's going to come away with one of the fastest times in U.S. high school history, 4:36.34 for the win. Once again, here at the New Balance National Indoors at the track. What a run by Charlotte Bell to take second in 4:43, and Logan St. John Clutter comes through in 4:45.17. But Sadie Engelhardt, as if it were ever in doubt, 4:36.36, and that makes her the fourth fastest high schooler in U.S. mile history.
Well, and you could really tell that she had the meet record in her sights this entire run. And, you know, we talk about shifting gears. She does it with turnover, and she's a little deceptive, you know. And usually you want to see somebody pick their knees up and sprint, but she does a great job. And this is what great distance runners do. They create separation. They go faster without you seeing them change their pace and go faster.
That's right. Yeah, good point. It can be quite deceptive, but Engelhardt, I think, just maybe took a foot off the gas as she saw that the time she was aiming for was out of reach and the win was secured. But nonetheless, goes home with another shiny victory. 4:36.36, a new meet record for Sadie Engelhardt. Again, that belonged to Juliet Whitaker, who we just mentioned went on to set a meet record and win the NCAA 800-meter championship yesterday. So if that's a pattern that can be repeated, this young woman is in store for great things in the future.
And she's from California, and Juliet Whitaker is at Stanford. It's like, okay, you know, I see a pattern there maybe.
The story begins writing itself at some point.
All right, so now dropping it down to half the distance.
All right, let's get over to the boys pole vault here, the championship pole vault. Phew, that bar is 5 meters 30. We had third attempt made by Dyson Wicker at 17 feet 3/4 of an inch, 5:20. Bryce Barkdale, he gets over on a first attempt. Caitlin Harlan, he's over on a first attempt. Paul Migas as well. So 4 competitors remaining. This is Caitlin Harlan up for his first attempt, 17 feet 4.5 inches. Got a nice crowd over there by the pole vault. A lot of coaches just right there at that takeoff area.
So the bar goes ever higher in the pole vault, and our field drama continues. But so too does our middle distance action, and that is going to kick off here in our boys 800-meter timed finals. We'll have 10 total. And in this first section, we have 14 taking to the field. Pace light set at 1:55, times ranging from 1:56 to 2:01. And running about 4 wide at the cut-in. This is a lot of runners to have in an 800. Tyler Anderson gets to the lead early on here. 28:40 for the senior out of Missouri. Connor Brand sits in second. And Sam Trumbull, we should mention, just ran the second to fastest section of the championship boys mile. So Trumbull making this a quick double.
56.9 through halfway.
56.9 for Anderson with about 3 meters gap over the field. They're queuing up behind him. Out into lane 2 goes Jensen Lord, trying to find his position and slot into the inside of the track. And looks like Trumbull took a little tumble there, steps onto the infield for just a stride as he was bumped. And at the bell, it has been Anderson from gun to tape, 126.0. That was a 29.1 lap. He is just ahead of those pace lights, set to 1:55. So Anderson trying to hold off that building lactic and the surge from behind. Anderson, a 1:56.99 runner, and he will be just around that again. As now to the outside for the first time, it is Alaa-Adin Guattari, and he is going to take the lead, take the win in section number 1. The South Fayette athlete, 1:57.36. And he looks very happy with that. Talk about timing your kick perfectly.
Switcheroos in the last 150 yards.
So Alaa-Adin Guattari, 1:57.36 to the answer of 1:57.86 for Sean Caron, and Lucas Cohn, 1:58.04 rounds out your top 3 in section number 1.
155.
So as we've done with our other sections of mid-distance championship running, the pace lights will be set to whatever the time was whatever the previous section was 1 in. And that actually will start after this next section, as the lights will be set to 155 here once again.
All right, folks, we got 13 runners on the track. Only 2
So 11 runners in section number 2.
Expect some carnage.
These runners all in the 156 range, and again, the pace lights will be set to 155. Danny Torres, Jeremy Rowe, Will Madison, Tyler Young, Max Lau, Justin Banks, Brady Falcon, Jackson Rodriguez, Will Kiuchi, Cameron Bennett, and Ryan Power. That is Madison to the lead out of Salem High School in Ohio, a 27:14 opening 200 for him. Torres sits just in his slipstream for Washington Township. And a bit of a push there for Power as these athletes all feel the traffic of 12 guys packed tightly into a very small space trying to stay with those lights. It is Torres getting himself out of trouble up front. He's got about a 2-second gap on the rest of the field. Someone's going to have to make a move at the front of this pack if they want to get up into the orbit of our leader, Torres of Washington Township. He's got a very powerful stride. He's going to hit the bell at 127 low. A 29.9 third lap there for him. Ryan Power now, after that little bump, moves to the lead of the chase pack. And a big move now on the outside by Koichi. Will Koichi trying to get into the lead of the chasers. Around the top of the track, the Seaford High Junior in that colorful kit, powering away past Torres and to the win, but just slightly slow as there was a push to the outside there.
No, it was Will Kiuchi
in lane 3 by Cameron Bennett. So it's 157.58 for Koichi to Bennett of Humberview in Ontario, Canada, takes 157.86 for second, and then 157.87 for Max Lau in third. Our top 8 runners under 2 minutes in section number 2.
Well, and then we go back to the championship boys pole vault. This was just a little bit earlier. First attempt at 5 meters 30, 17.4.5. This is Dyson Wicker from the Texas Express Track Club. And look at that make. He wants a little crowd support. He's like, let me hear you, let me hear you. But he is the only athlete over 5 meters 30 at this time.
On track with section 3 of 10 of our boys championship 800s. We've seen 157 results from both of our opening sections, and I'm sure the guys in this field looking to better that. Field of only 9 after a few scratches. So they are Pierce Grimkowski, Jacob Montgomery, Alan Sutton, Nick McDonald, Tyler Medeiros, Jack Chapman, Kai Toothiker, Weston Carr, and Dayton Grogan.
Well, the 800 meters always sets up really nicely on a 200-meter track. They talk about the toughest part of the race is that third 200 meters. And when you're on this 200-meter track, it's really easy to figure out, hey, here's what I'm going to do on lap 1, here's what I'm going to do on lap 4, and now here's, figure out what you do in certainly in the middle. But still considered one of the toughest races in all of track and field, the 800.
I don't think anyone has figured out yet whether it's a long sprint or a short, fast, mid-distance race, but it certainly hurts like it's some combination of both.
Well, and And the conversation just continues. Is it the 800 meters, which is the toughest, or the 400-meter hurdles? And I've got to lean to the 800 meters.
Well, they're certainly almost identical energy systems, as we see Grimkowski starting to feel the effort of those fast opening laps. This is going to be Grogan and Carr working hard around him with 100 meters to go. Grogan, the DeMatha Catholic junior, and Carr, the senior out of the Braves Club. But striding for home now, this is Weston Carr, and he's going to come away with a 154.54 victory here. And that is a nice improvement for him after his 156.6 seed time. And it was Dayton Grogan who took second in 156.61, 156.65 for Nick McDonald. So now we're starting to crank down to the lower 150s.
All right, and before this next heat starts, Dyson Wicker, the only athlete to get over 17.4.5. 3 misses by Kalen Harlan. Paul Migas is out as well. But Bryce Barkdale of Andover, he has passed his last 2 attempts at 17.4.5. So 2 athletes will go to the next bar. Should be 5 meters 40.
Thanks for that, Dan, as we turn our attention back to the track. And section 4, there will be 10 runners contesting this section. And a big opening lead here. $25.7 for that opening 200 for Elijah Smith of the Upper Dublin High School. That is an enormous opening 200. And he looks pretty composed right now, but I can't help but think that he's going to start feeling that effort pretty soon. That is a almost 2-second advantage over the rest of the field with Hunter Bates of the Warrior Project and Clark Lalomia charging the chase pack. That is Bates and Wallace now tucked in behind him. 55.9 through halfway. So Smith still looking pretty smooth, but certainly with some lactic in his body at this point as Bates and Wallace work to hunt him down.
Still Smith, Bates, and Wallace.
Again, 156. The seed times for every one of these 10 runners. They're going to hit the bell, and Smith looks like he's found another burst of energy. He looked like he was fading there after that whopping 25.7 opening lap, but he is going to the arms and striding away once again from the field. You can see the lactic building. He's stiffening ever so slightly, but so too are the runners behind him. That's Hunter Bates. Hunter is in the hunt, and now he's going to go around Bates, driving for home, holding off the challenge on his outside by Padley, but it is Bates who takes the win, 154.75 with a 29 flat final lap. 28.9 final lap there for Padley, who did well to get himself into the conversation with a 155.02 finish time, 155.34 for Wallace, and Elijah Smith, after all that work, gets rewarded with a 155.38.
All right, Dyson wants a little help from y'all.
So Bates, another sophomore, doing so much of that early leading.
All right, no dice this time. We'll have 2 more cracks at 540. That's 17 feet, 8.5 inches. As we get ready for section number 5 of 10. These boys are hundreds.
So approaching our halfway mark as section 5 of 10 gets set on their start lines.
So pacing line set for
11 runners on track. They are Kadeen Salaria, Hugh Jacobsmeyer, Thomas Conklin, Cameron Williams, Jared Beckering, Benjamin Prestes, Nicholas Hoyer, Adam Dicken, Nathaniel Spears, Preston Reiger, and Matthew Sopchak. it is the tall man, Solaria, taking this field by storm. He's being chased by Conklin, junior of Wallingford. 27-2 and 27-4 opening splits there for these two. They're working well together, and Solaria looks really, really composed up front. Very smooth runner. Nice quick turnover, strong upper body, good kickback. He's pulling Conklin along, having to do it the hard way by himself. The pace lights about 3 meters back. And those lights set to 154.5. And now joining the trio up front, that's hip 11, Nathaniel Spears. The McNamara Mustangs, another team we've seen great success from this weekend. And he slides into the lead, and he is going to run away with this, it looks. Down the back stretch, staying just an inch ahead of those pace lights. Spears a 155.8 at his best. And I think he'll probably be right around that as he strides into the home stretch. 150 on the clock. It's going to be quick. 154.08. So a nice improvement on his season's best. And again, another really well-timed move. Distributing his energy very well throughout the entirety of that 4 laps. 154.08 for Spears, 155.83 for Solaria. Beckering, 156.33. Another shot of this beautiful facility here at the track at New Balance. The sun is shining outside, so we're getting some good light streaming in through these windows. That's the other thing about indoor tracks when we were younger. We had concrete blocks, I remember. We didn't have nearly as much glass on our facilities. It makes it feel very nice and light and airy in here.
Those are your competitors for flight 2 of the girls' weight throw championship.
So our last 3 sections all won in 154 and change. And once again for section 6, that is the median time on the seeds. Zachary Patel, Gabe Hooper, Blake Bernstad, Caden Leitner, Isaac Green, Christopher Manzo, Michael Card, Ty Parker, Silas Conlon Morris, Adam Petitjean, and Owen Martin.
And that inside group, they got tangled up a little bit in that first 50 meters. I thought somebody was going to go down, but nobody did. They managed to save it. But when they run with so many athletes on that inside section, that can certainly happen. All right, let's go to the pole vault. The bar's gone up to 5 meters 40, 17.8.5. Dyson Wicker with 2 misses. But Bryce Barkdole, he'll go out of the competition as he took 1 jump at 5:30 and missed. And then he passed his final 2 jumps to go up to 5 meters 40. He's had 2 misses there. But Dyson Wicker will win the championship boys pole vault, and he will have 1 more attempt at 5 meters 40, 17.8.5.
Thank you, Dan. And back on track, they've gone through the opening half of this race in 55.56. That's a 28.17 second lap. So this is very strong running up front by Zachary Patel. Also a very powerful stride by this young man, and he'll hit the bell with at 124.9 on the clock. So very consistent running for him, although a pass on the outside now by a very wide-eyed Colin Morse, who looks fixed on the finish line. He knows that he's got competition behind him. I believe that's Adam Petitjean, who doesn't want to let him go. These two battling stride for stride. And I believe that Colin Morse held on for the win there. He does, just barely. 154.51, 0.04 of a second ahead of Leitner, that was, with that big close. And he looks stoked.
Oh, and he would go under his all-time, or this season's best. Oh, here we go. All right, Dyson Wicker, final attempt, 5 meters 40. Oh! And it stayed up. That friendly bar stayed up for him. Had a nice clearance over 530 here. He squeaks over 540. What did I tell you? These pole vaulters are show-offs. They got a little X Games in them. They got a little showman entertainment, Cirque du Soleil. But look at this. He just touches it barely on the way up. But great hip height. He was definitely had the hip height. But that crossbar flipped completely over. I can't believe it stayed up. But he got to make.
Wow.
He got to make. Now he'll get a chance to select the next bar. They were going up by 10 centimeters. Now that he's the final competitor, if he wants to go up by 5 centimeters, he certainly can.
What a clearance. I love that bar height shot, that camera, because it just gives you a sense of how much movement. You're right, the bar completely flipped over and somehow managed to stay on the upright. Beautiful clearance there. And on to section number 7 of 10 of our championship boys 800s. William Mandel, Tayshawn Wilson, Nicholas Holschler, Patrick Coyle, Dawson Isbell, Tommy Hensley, Devin Jones, Caleb Colson, Nicholas Steed, Cole Boone, Evan Smith, and Jackson Fagerlin. So 13 down to 11, and another big opening lap there of 27.08 for Cole Boone. Cole Boone, another very efficient runner. Looks like he sort of just floats around the track. Powerful stride, very, very smooth, no wasted energy here, and 54 mid through that opening quarter mile, and he looks like one smooth operator down the backstretch. He's got about a second over the rest of the field with 300 meters to go, and he is showing no signs of slowing whatsoever. Good energy in the trio that are chasing him right now, but this is all Cole Boone. Cole Boone out of Virginia throwing down. And he hears the bell with 1:22.9 on the clock. That was a 28.1 for his third lap. So this has been sensational running for the sophomore out of Virginia. This is going to be a huge performance for him. Strong, consistent, focused. And he's going to come home with a big time. Keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be just a hair over 150. 151.13 for Cole Boone, and that is a big improvement on his lifetime best for the youngster. Wow.
Well, a performance like this can just tell you a lot about what to expect in the outdoor season, give you so much confidence. That is a huge breakthrough.
And to do it all by himself like that with, again, such composure and maturity. His stride didn't falter for a second of that race. And I think once he gets in with some closer competitors, that sub 150 is going to come very quickly.
But it's efforts like that that make you start to think, it's like, oh, you know what, if I just went out a little faster, I can eclipse that 150 mark. That's what I love about sport of track and field. Every day you see a little bit of improvement, every competition, a little more improvement. That's what brings you back. It's like that great golf swing. It's like I played 18 holes and I didn't score very well, but that one shot was the one that brought me back.
It's so true. And, you know, we talk about muscle memory, but it's the racing memory, too. There's something that is, you know, the mental embodied in the physical, and it's that sweet spot, that combination that you don't soon forget. So section 8 now on track. Daniel Coyne, LJ Nelson, Ty Zambati, Lucian Gleiser, Robert Poplo, Diego Mendez, Owen Patton, Kai Martin, Gabriel Cuffrey, and Jackson Hine. So 151.14 thrown down there by Boone out of the last section. That is the time to beat, and these guys are well ahead of that. The pace light set to that 151 tempo. Each of these athletes has a 153 siege coming in.
And a lot of bumping and pushing to try to get on the rail. Everybody wants to take the shortest distance around this track, but not at the, you know, I don't think you need to at the expense of slowing down, touching other competitors.
Yeah, there's something about that smoothness of, getting to the lead as smoothly and with as little wasted energy as possible. It's a big opening quarter there for Cuffey. And he is pulling Nelson with him. He's trying to get a sense of these competitors here. Wearing hip number 5, that is Robert Poplow, who now goes to the lead ahead of Cuffey. 1:23 on the clock with a lap remaining, and they are right in the middle of those pace lights. Poplow driving strong through that upper body. Nice forward movement, no wasted lateral at all, and he has not quite shaken Cuffey yet. Cuffey, can he find another gear as he swings around this final bend? It's going to be these two into the line. Cuffey moving very well, and he might just take it at the line. 151.27. And it was Cuffey. Rounded to 152.70. So a little off with our timing there. 152.70 for the win. 0.04 of a second ahead of Poplow.
Okay, let's go over to the men's pole vault, or the boys' pole vault. 5 meters 49, 18 feet on the money. And this would be a new Texas State record if he can get over this. Oh, and he could probably grab the biggest pole in his bag, because he is jumping at bars that he has never attempted before. And it's been a long competition for him. He came in at 4 meters 80. So let's see, he's up around his 12th jump of this competition. And these athletes, their sweet spot, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where they're probably the freshest. When you get up and start doubling that number, then fatigue begins to set in just a little bit. But one attempt miss at 5 meters 80, 99. 5 meters 49, 18 feet even.
Well, it's already been such an impressive series for him, and we'll certainly tune back in at his next attempt. But on track now, our penultimate section of our boys 800, section 9 of 10. And we have a full track here. You can see athletes swinging almost into lane 3, trying to position themselves. 26.9 through the opening 200. And this is Carter Smith of Mifflin County in Pennsylvania in the early lead. Andrew Thornton Sherman of St. Johnsbury in second. 55.2 for the opening quarter there for Carter Smith. Thornton Sherman sits in second, and then Lefebvre in third out of Quebec, Canada. They're in single file order, queuing up now as they approach the bell. These athletes, all 151 and 152 runners, and they're just ahead of those pace lights. It is a 2-athlete race up front, stride for stride, Smith and Thornton Sherman. Now Thornton Sherman takes the advantage into the final turn. He hasn't kicked the charge, though, there of Robin Lefebvre. And a little stumble there. But it is Lefebvre. He's going to take section number 9 in 151.96, it looks like. So a slight improvement on his best, 151.96. He came in with a 152.16 seed. And the other thing to keep in mind at this age and at any age is that a PR is a PR is a PR. Just like a win is a win is a win. So it may have only been 0.2 of a second, but it's the fastest he's ever gone, and it was a victory on the day.
And it's odd to think this is a championship, but this is the beginning of another season. They got the outdoor season. They'll be on the outdoor track in no time at all. But a nice long track and field season to go. So really, it's almost a beginning for a lot of these athletes. Okay, Dyson Wicker, second attempt. 5 meters 49. We'll see if he made the proper pole changes. And he'll get a second attempt miss.
athletes shaking out the final nerves as we get ready for our introductions of our fastest section of our boys championship 800-meter run.
All right, folks, this is the fast section of the boys 800 meters. We have 10 young men ready to start.
So 10 athletes taking to this fastest section.
Number 1, from just down the road here in Massachusetts, Marcus Riley. Wearing hip number 2 from Rockaway, New Jersey, is Luke Shaglin.
So wearing hip number 2 from Rockaway, New Jersey is Luke Shaglin.
Wearing hip number 3 from the 6 Mile Track Club, 8 nationally.
From 6 Mile Track Club is Brendan Herger wearing hip number 3. He's ranked 8th nationally at 152.4. Wearing hip 4 will be Parker Dewey from Memorial High School in Wisconsin. He won the Rising Stars category of the 800 at the 2023 edition of this meet last year. In hip 4, Noah Nielsen, American Fork Club. They've had tremendous success so far this weekend. He's ranked number 6. Wearing hip 6 will be Adine Lathrop out of Bridgeland High School in Cypress, Texas. He's headed to the University of Alabama in the fall. He's got a 151 best. Maddox Jordan out of Noble will wear hip number 7. He's ranked number 4 in the country with a 151.82. Colin Abrams wearing hip number 8 and representing Bullis, number 3rd in the country this year, 151.51, and he will be in company with Julian Carter II out of Marion High School in Arkansas, wearing hip number 9. And then it is the fastest boy in the country so far this year. Patrick Hilby out of Central High School in Aurora, Colorado, will wear hip number 10. He has run 150.50, and all eyes will be on him. Meet record set last year at 148.29. It was Tanoda Matsatsa who set the record last year. National record set at a blazing 147.67 back in 2018. But back to the pole vault first.
Dyson Wicker, 3rd attempt at 18 feet. He had a great competition. He won't take down that 18 mark today. And just like the 4-minute mile, these pole vaulters, they just, the barriers, you know, make 16 feet, then be a 17-foot jumper, 18 feet, and that barrier in the 18-foot mark. That barrier, 18 feet, is such a tough one to get over. Same as like the high jump, 7 feet in the high jump. But a nice competition for him, and a big win for Texas.
Well, our runners on track may be just trying to get recomposed after all that excitement in the pole vault. And they are away. This is the fastest section of our championship boys 800, and talk about contact. It is already a dicey rock and roll show on the inside of this track. Again, Patrick Hilby comes in at the fastest time of the year at 150, and that is the time to beat.
Well, it's been personal best all day long. Why not take out the pace a little bit quicker? Patrick Hilby, he fought so hard to get into the front there and into his stride pattern. I think we're going to see a 149 here today.
Well, talk about a fast opening lap. Bullis's Colin Abrams sits in second, and Hilby to the front with a 24.5 opening 200. That is blazing running, and these guys make it look easy. That is a 52.3 opening 400. He'll be happy to take the charge on this as he is being stalked by Colin Abrams. Abrams looks like a cool, calm conductor behind him, just trying to stay on his heels. Hilby is a 148.8 runner at his best outdoors. He's run 150 this year indoors and fastest time in the nation, but as they hit the bell at 120, it is Abrams of Bullis trying to figure out when to make his move. Don't count out Julian Carter II, who is running strong in third right now, but Hilby starting to pull away from this field. Pace lights in their dust. Hilby finds another gear with 100 to go. He's driving for home, punching the air in front of him, willing that finish line to his chest. And here he strides into the home stretch, faster with every stride. It is going to be fast. 1:48.45 for Patrick Hilby. That is an enormous run. That is a new national lead. And 0.2 of a second away from a meet record. That was the fourth fastest time in high school American history. What a race.
Well, Patrick Hilby took out the pace fast, and I thought he looked a little bit stiff, like he wasn't going to be able to hold it. Then that last 100 meters, he just went absolutely to another gear. And I didn't think he could lift, and he lifted all the way to the line amongst the fireworks. And I knew we were going to see something under 150. We just didn't know how fast, and he knew it as soon as he crossed the line.
And that arm goes up. Again, you got to have that showmanship. You got to feel good about a performance like that. What a way to do it. Down that backstretch on the last lap, I thought, oh, there's a chance he's going to get caught. And then it's almost like he heard me and said, eat your words. And I will. What a run there for Hilby. He's headed to Wisconsin next year, and he's going to make a sensational addition to that team. 1:49.70, we should say, for Colin Abrams. What a race for him as well. To have two guys under 150 at this championship is absolutely stellar outcomes. And the times follow from there. It has been a fabulous first start to the day here at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships at the track at New Balance here in Boston. The sun is shining outside. The fireworks are illuminating the track inside. And if you're just joining us, shame on you because you've missed so much of the fun.
I love, there's that Canadian. You give me a house outside. It's like, there it is.
Well, it's great because I spent 5 years at Duke University, and I came home with all kinds of y'all. So my Canadian family got the y'all, my American friends get the out and about. View in now to some more of our field action.
All right, let's go over to the boys' long jump here. Lots of flights, but we're into the finals. We're into the finals finally. This is Charo Ogabor. He sits in second place right now with a jump of 7:25, 23.9.5. And that was his sixth round jump. The leader this entire time has been Walker Norris. And Ogabar, he goes into the lead, and a meet record 7:49, 24.7. Walker Norris jumped 7:40, 24.3 in the fourth round. He had been leading. But Ogabor has a giant jump. Kind of interesting landing. He just sticks his feet out and plops on his bottom. But he knew it was a big jump, but that is huge, 24 feet 7 inches, and only one competitor can ruin his day, and that is Walker Norris from Christian Academy in North Raleigh. And the red flag would go up, and he would get a foul, so he'll finish second today. But how lucky were we to just click on the boys' long jump and see Ogabor win this thing on his last and final jump, representing the Flying Angels Academy. All right, with the boys 800 finishing up, we move over to the girls 800. 1 of 10 finals. All separated by proper times run. We see times in this race from 2:17 to 2:19. But I haven't introduced anybody, Kate, so you didn't miss anything.
Well, I appreciate that. So again, section 1 of 10 on track.
Made a big move in the boys' long jump, though. Sixth round. Got a new leader and a winner.
Well, again, so glad to have that split screen, to have eyes on that, and your knowledgeable input here, Dan. But turning our attention back to the track, For this opening section, we will have pace light set to 2:16, and that is a very fast opening 200-meter mark there for Zoe Brooks of Bullis, 30:75. And she settles back now, as that looks like Rachel Riley happy to take things on in a bit more of a conservative fashion up front. I should mention, though, that both Zoe Brooks is just in 11th grade, Rachel Riley just in 9th. So our leader at the moment, very mature freshman up front. She's got a 2:18 best, and she goes through the quarter in 65. So on pace to obliterate their season's best. Now another lead change as Ryan Davidson takes over.
And I was going to say they're miles ahead of the pacing light right now, so you know they went out really fast in that first 400 meters.
And this was smart running here by Ryan Davidson, because she held back and didn't get caught up in the speed of those opening laps, and now she is benefiting from that patience as she is able to turn over and increase her cadence down the back stretch. She's moving really, really well. 31 opening lap, and then 35, and then 34, and into the final 100 here. Davidson, again with a 2:18.6 lifetime best, looking to improve on that significantly. She's well ahead of those lights, which again were set to 2:16. Keep your eye on the clock. This is going to be an enormous run to open things up for our girls 800. 2:15.25 unofficially for Ryan Davidson, the sophomore out of Virginia. What a race.
That's a personal best for her by 3 seconds.
And that is the way to run an 800. And, you know, not that this is always the way to do it, but that would have hurt a lot less, too, than going out, you know, with a lactic-inducing opening quarter and then having to suffer through what feels like a very, very long last 2 laps.
Well, and building into that final sprint, instead of just getting up there and having to hang on. Oh, that's just agony to see that. As an athlete, you know the pain.
We've all been there. That bear jumps on your back, and it is awfully hard to shake once it's decided to sit on you. So one section complete. And we are into section number 2 now. Scout Storms, Lexi Cole, Ivory Piscula, Alana Hagan, Annabella Lynch, Genevieve Cohen, Charlotte Tuxbury, Aiden Herond, Megan Jasinki, and Maeve Going. 2:17 for every single one of these runners, knowing now that 2:15 has been set in the opening section. And a real range of ages here as well. We have a freshman, a couple sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and at the opening lap there, it is Megan Jasinki with a much more controlled 32.9 opening lap. Now to her outside, Ivory Piscula of the Hills Track Club decides to take charge. This is a much more consistent, measured effort. And you see those athletes on the outside having to move wide just to get out of trouble. That is such a hard thing, as we were talking about on the indoor 200-meter track, to try to find your line and hold it and not get boxed so that you can cover the move that gets made, but also not sit so far on the outside that you're running significant meters more than anyone else in the race.
Well, I think that's the difference between, we see these high school kids and college kids, is high school kids are so eager to make a pass and then get back on the rail, while a college athlete or pro athlete knows there's nothing wrong with hanging in the outside of lane 1, inside of lane 2, even though it's a little bit farther. It's a more comfortable route for them.
Absolutely, and sometimes less wasted energy mentally having to decide when to come out and in. So after a 68 flat through the quarter, we are 142 at 600 meters for Ivory Piscula, who continues to lead, although now it looks like it might be Alana Hagan moving to the lead. That is Cole, Lexi Cole taking charge and blowing this thing wide open, right back on the pace lights in the matter of a few meters. And she has found an extraordinary final kick here. It's going to be another fast time. Well done by Lexi Cole, who takes the win there, 2:15.88, just about half a second slower than what was set in the last heat, but it all happened in the last 100 meters. So 2:15.88 for Cole. A 2-second improvement on her best coming in. And she will surely be pleased with that. Jasinki with a good close there too to come in through second.
You know, we talk about what a cool venue this is, and they got great concessions here as well, Kate. Believe it or not, you can get a lobster roll.
No way. Oh, I need to go get one of those when we get off the air. Dan, my mouth is watering. You're not supposed to do that when I'm on the mic.
We're in Boston, of course.
Of course. Well, I will do my best to hold off for 7 more sections of 800s before I go in search of a lobster roll. Section number 3 underway now, with 2 scratches making this 12 athletes on track. So Kate Fenwick, Abby Miller, Elena Kazanicki, Elizabeth Teitler, Kara Bergeron, Ella Stone, Dana Lair, Hallie Mimbella, Madison Rassis, Gail Bakutis, Kathleen Schwanner, and Vivian Osfeld. And a fairly smooth opening lap there as Ostfeld, the sophomore from the Falcons Track Club, takes the pack through in 31:55. Osfeld, a 2:17.99 runner this season. And taking close order of that is Kate Fenwick out of the Monte Cristo Track Club. But all of them still in this. As we saw with the boys, these girls are all very tightly packed on ability. Meaning that we've seen numerous personal bests go down, but also some very tight races. As Ostfeld continues to stretch things out, just increasing the pace bit by bit up front, and now a trio is separated from the rest of the pack. That remains Ostfeld, Fenwick, and Rassis as they hit the bell in 1:39. It's another 33-second lap. So it is now Ostfeld and Rassis. Rassis swinging wide is the battle of the blue shorts down the backstretch. Rassis looking very speedy right now. Cub Athletics, she is a senior, and she's going to have a fantastic final lap. Nice quick turnover. She's really found a way to get her feet powering off that track at a nice tempo. And she's going to have another fast finish here. Fastest time of the group so far, 2:12.73 for the Cub Athletics senior.
Second, 2:13.88.
So that was about 4.5 second betterment on her season's best. That's got to feel awfully good.
They are blasting away their season's best here.
Vivian Ostfeld, who had that brave run up front, comes across the line in 2:13.88 for second. So 2:12.71, the time to beat. Section number 4, Lily Jin, Daisy Speet, Hannah Gates. Lily Jin is a scratch. Lauren Bickard, Rachel Hoover, Charlotte Dunkel, Kayla Eggers, Amaya Please, Sophia Thompson, Delaney Dyer, Sasha Lamakina, Riley Humphreys, Psalm Jones, and Liv Sherry. Again, several names that we've seen already throughout the weekend. Athletes coming back to double, sometimes triple. I think by the time the girls 4x200 meter went off last night, we had athletes in some of those races who were on their 4th or 5th race of the day and 6th or 7th of the weekend. So all of these track and field studs are going to sleep really well this coming week.
Well, I think that's just what you do in high school. You know, I did 4 events at every track meet. I probably
did 10 events at every track meet.
Well, we didn't do it every time, but yeah, it's just, you know, one of those things, and I that's where I found what I was good at, getting an opportunity to try a lot of different things, and you have this unlimited energy at that age, unless you're a real specialist. You know, you're running the mile, and you know, you're doing a ton of mileage and things like that. But you know, I think for a kid like me, though, it's like my parents knew that if I was in a sport, I was out of trouble.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And yes, that youthful energy and ability to bounce back is something I seem to be missing somehow with each passing year. But that is on full display right now. Look at the power with which Liv Sherry is taking to the front of this pack. Has been really consistent running in the 33-second range, 1:38 on the clock at the bell, and she's ahead of those pace lights, which again have been set to that 2:12 performance out of the last section. Going to the arms, driving strong with 100 to go. Sherry only 2:17.40 at her best so far this year, and she is on pace to better that by quite a large margin. Rocking and rolling a bit through the shoulders, but she is getting it done. It's going to be about 2:13, 2:12.98. Fantastic run by her, the junior for Conrad Track Club. 2:13.32 it's corrected to. Daisy Speed worked hard behind her to try to stay with that pace. It's through at 2:15.21, and then a close battle back to Psalm Jones, 2:15.86. And Rachel Hoover, 2:16.11. So very fast times so far, faster again than the seed times would indicate as we move into section 5, approaching halfway of these championship girls 800s before we move to our 400s and then some final action. Of course, we'll be peppering our field events throughout the day as well, but on track here in section 5 is Ava Panaccio, Sydney Stevenson, Alexander Smith, Abigail Hennessy, Kiki Vanderweide, Chloe Dibb, Nikita Berry, Marissa Heil, Salma Buktam, Addison King, Poppy Moon, Jane Kratz, and Callista Garmer. Seed times all around that 2:14, 2:15 range. The pace lights will be set to 2:12, and you can see Stevenson in the lead there with the eyes just trained down on that rail, trying to find her position. Stevenson, a junior out of Dover, Ohio, 32:39 her opening lap. And she has some company to her right shoulder in the form of Nikita Berry, the sophomore out of Bedford Track Club. And now it is Berry to the lead.
Well, there we get the 3-box going. The championship girls weight throw is underway, but also we're into the finals of the championship girls long jump. And the leader from the beginning, where they had 4 long flights, but at the start of the 4th flight, which was the best, J.C. Wright from Buford High School in Georgia. She took the lead, 6:09, 19:11 and 3/4. Grace Smith, she's hanging out in second place, just over 6 meters, 19:8 and 3/4. So just 3 jumps to go here in the finals. We'll keep you guys updated on the girls' championship long jump.
As we hit the bell in section 5, it remains Berry at the front of this pack. 1:41 flat with 200 meters to go. And every time she's felt a challenge on her shoulder, she's found another gear and taken it to the field. But now, for the first time, it looks as though she may not be able to hang with the speed of Sydney Stevenson. Stevenson swings wide. Challenge now as well from Marissa Heil. It is Berry, Stevenson, and Heil. Stevenson might just hold on for the win there. There was a quick charge to her outside by Hennessy, but Sydney Stevenson, 2:15.62 to Hennessy's 2:15.72, so just a tenth of a second separating those two athletes.
Boys, shot put.
Marissa Heil 2:16 low, and then Makita Berry 2:16.36. So those pace lights will remain at 2:12. Again, the fastest time of the day thus far, emerging as of now from heat number 3.
Please report to the check-in on the infield.
Another full section on deck in our 6th of 10. Just a little movement on the start line, and again, all that pushing in that inner box as they get off the line. Julia Rudolph, Lucy Benton, Isabella Rodriguez, Macy Schreiner, Kaylee King, Maddie Miller, Gabrielle Shepston, Kaylee Fries, Amy Weibrecht, Adeline Bennett, Layla Jordan, and Emmy O'Donnell. And Adeline Bennett of Flower Mound, wearing hip number 10, she is the only freshman in this field, and we should say she has had a very successful weekend. Already part of 2 second place finishes with her teammates in the DMR and the 4x1 mile. Both of those performances under the former national records as well. Only problem was they were both beaten by the Carolina Cavaliers on both occasions. So successful weekend nonetheless, but it is Macy Schreiner to the lead of emerging elites. 32.1 for the opening lap for her. Isabella Rodriguez looks very strong and comfortable sitting in second at the moment. I'm sorry, that might be Kylie King. It is King of Motor City in second. Happy to let Schreiner do the work up front. 64.7 opening lap for Schreiner. 65 and change for the next 5 athletes. So everyone right there in it. 2:12, the fastest seeds in this section. So 64 high is right where they want to be. This is smart running up front. Macy Schreiner doing all the work, and now a pace change as Lucy Benton takes over. And it is Benton driving for home here, putting 3 meters on the field in the space of about 10 seconds. This has been an extraordinary push by her. Lucy Benton, Mountain Brook, she's a senior. She's ahead of the pace light. She is on track to set the fastest time of the day if she can hold on just outside at 2:12.26 unofficially.
Well, we got a quick look at the girls' long jump. I didn't want to interrupt that finish there, but the jumper was Ava Kitchens. We're in the 5th round. She would have a foul, but still your leader, J.C. Wright from Buford High School in Georgia. 6:09, 19:11 and 3/4.
Thank you for that, Dan. And that was enough by Lucy Benton to secure the fastest time of the day, just by a couple tenths of a second. So 2:12.48, the fastest time with 4 sections remaining. $11 runners now: Ari Comer, Olivia Holbrook, Maya Royal, Kylie Freeney, Carolina Earhart, and if she is in this, that means that she is coming back from a mile about 50 minutes ago, so that is quite a quick turnaround. Faith Murphy, Caroline Biting, another athlete who is in the mile as well, Anna Prock, Grace Bolin, Angelina George, and Melanie True. So talk about making good work of your weekend.
Double screen over to the girls' long jump. Athena Stith from Archbishop in Maryland. This is her 5th round. She's got a best jump of 5 meters 98, 19.7 and a half. She sits in 4th place. No improvement on that jump, and we'll see the leader. This is J.C. Wright.
So this race is quite a bit faster than the preceding heats. They're going to come through about 63 high. 63
Good extension. She had a couple fouls after her big jump in the first round. Then she went 5.52. That looked to be a fair jump. But some big fields here in the field events. 4 flights of about everything. No improvement for J.C. Wright. She goes 5.84, 19.2 in the 5th round, and we're into the final round.
And the final lap on the track of this 7th section of our girls 800, and now some movement. It's been a strong race by Olivia Holbrook of Kentucky Elite. 1:38 on the clock with a lap to go. And she's being chased down by Bolin and Comer. We've got speed on the runway and speed on the oval. It's going to be close to the line here, and it's going to be, I think, Ari Comer coming home with the win. It is 2:11.92. That is a new lead for the day. And a big run for the senior out of Pope County in Illinois. Ari Comer, 2:11.92. Olivia Holbrook, 2:12.05, also under the previous fastest time. Faith Murphy, 2:12.57. A tight battle between those three right to the end. So 2:11.92, the time to beat, with 3 sections remaining. And they are getting faster and faster. Section 8 now, Gabby Regari in 1, Alexandra O'Rourke in 2, Annie Miller, McKenna Herbst, Maya Davis, Stella Miner, Sydney Nolan, Elena Ryback, Nicole Sampson, and Morgan Rothwell. And for the first time, we see a sub-2:10 seed time on our start list. That belongs to Regari. She sits in the middle of your screen, the petite figure in the green and white with the Etobicoke Track Club singlet. She's a stud out of my neck of the woods in Ontario, Canada. But she's being eclipsed at the moment by several fast runners up front.
All right, Ava Kitchings there in the long jump from the Atlanta Zoom Track Club. She sits in 5th place, 5.97, just under 6 meters, 19 feet 7 inches. And no improvement for her. As we see all the athletes taking all 6 jumps. That can certainly tire you out, but 3 jumpers remaining. This is Lily Verbeek. She moved into 2nd position in the 4th round, 6:03, 19.9 and a half. She needs 6:09 to take the lead. Good extension there. Looked like she caught most of the board. And we'll wait for the mark.
And at the lap, it is at the bell, it is Stella Miner still in the lead. She has had a very strong run, 1:34 on the clock. That's another 32-second lap for her. She's being hotly pursued by Elena Ryback of Glen Carbon in Illinois. It is those two with 100 meters to go, and now a big move by Ryback. Ryback and Miner. And Ryback swings wide. It's going to be a battle right to the line by these two. A little glance over the shoulder there of Stella Miner. But the nod goes to Ryback. 2:09.27, a 100th of a second separating her back to Miner at 2:09.28.
Well, good running in that 800 meters. We're seeing some fantastic times, but over here in the long jump as well, the competition has really heated up in the last few jumps. Lily Verbeek takes the lead on that jump that we saw. She goes 6 meters 10, so she's over 20 feet. 20 feet, a quarter inch. And the only person that could beat her is J.C. Wright. And on J.C. Wright's sixth and final attempt, she'd go 5.94, 19 feet 6 inches, and would not get the lead back. So Lily Verbeek is your champion. There you go. Great extension. Good jump. She got all of the board, but she will be your championship girls long jump winner.
Fantastic result. Great smile to the camera there. Thanks so much for that update. And we are into our second to last heat here. Timed final of our girls 800-meter championship race. It has been thrilling. We've seen 2 finishes under 2:10 so far, separated only by 100th of a second, and we move now into a section which could see several of these athletes go sub 2:10. So another full section on track here. Several of these runners, as we said, contesting their 3rd, 4th, 5th event of the day. Nicole Humphreys is out there of Flower Mound. Again, helped her team to 2 second-place finishes in the 4x1 mile relay and the DMR this weekend.
Well, and this is a section that you say, you know what, next year I'm going to be out of this section and I'm going to get the uniform and I'm going to run in that. I'm going to run in the one where they dim the lights and put up the firecrackers.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a really good stepping stone towards that. And it's Amber Wimbish of the McNamara Mustangs. Again, we've seen them in such dominant form this weekend. 30.88 for that opening lap. To her outside, though, is Kenya Connor. 63.8 for these 2 young women as they stride around the halfway mark of the track. This is going to be sensational running. That is Connor and Wimbush. And now Elise Wilms taking order on the outside. As I mentioned, I believe that's Humphreys contesting on the outside. This is her 3rd big race of the weekend, and she's got a fantastic kick, but is it going to be enough? Because Elise Wilms out of Missouri is putting the field to work and looking incredibly strong. Look at that determination across her face with 100 to go, starting to tie up, but no more so than the girls charging behind her. She's just achingly ahead of those pace lights by a quarter of a stride, and now they're ahead of her as she strains for the line. 2:09.73. A great finish there by Elise Wilms. Rounded up to 2:10.03. Nicole Humphreys, a great finish by her as well, 2:10.92, and then Lena Friedman of Smithtown Athena Track Club powers home for the 3rd place finish there in 2:11.79. Well, it's been a series of very fast, record-breaking and PR-setting championships in this mid-distance section on day 4 here of the New Balance National Championships. And we're going to close out this mid-distance portion with our fastest section of the day of the Girls' Championship 800s.
Rasheed Willis is here in the house. She is your national
Heat record sits at 2:04.77 thanks to Allison Ince, who was in this field. That was set last year when she took the win.
The very facility you guys are all sitting in. So let's put your hands together for Rasheed as we get ready for, there she is, as we get ready for this 10th and final section of the girls' 800 meters. This is a championship heat.
Well, that's the outdoor NCAA champion, Rasheed Willis from Stanford. She just made some tactical errors in the qualifying indoors here at these championships and did not get to the final, but her teammate, Juliet, brought home the gold for Stanford.
Fantastic to have her on site. And as we introduce the athletes competing in this fastest section of the 800, ranked hip 1 is Paige Shepard of Union Catholic. In hip 2 is Clemmy Lilly of Rumson Fairhaven, New Jersey, ranked 3rd nationally with a 2:08. Isabel Conde Frankenberg of Cedar Park, Texas. She competes internationally for Argentina and is headed to Oregon in the fall, whereas hip 4 is Olivia Cieslak out of Haverton, Pennsylvania, ranked 4th in 2:08. Allison DeLisi is out of Penn Charter, and she is ranked number 1 this season in the 2:07.84. Kaylee Littlefield going to Oklahoma State in the fall, wears hip 6. She was 5th at the outdoor version of these New Balance Nationals in 2:06 last year. Wearing hip 7 is Ella Massam out of Bellport High School in Brookhaven, New York. Ella Wolke will wear hip 8. She's out of Flourtown, Pennsylvania, ranked 5th nationally, headed to the University of Virginia. Wearing hip 9 will be Nikki Sutherland out of Muncie, Indiana. She's going to Notre Dame, another powerhouse mid-distance program. She's a 2:05 runner at her best. And then rounding out our field is last year's meet record setter, Allison Allie Ince out of Illinois. She won in 2:04.77, and she is headed to Oregon to join that program of very speedy ducks.
And get coached by Shalane Flanagan, who's doing a wonderful job. There were ducks peppered all through the NCAA championships in the distance events.
So great to see such a legacy builder in her own right. And a strong female lead for all of these young women under her command as we get set for what is going to be yet another thrilling mid-distance final. We're underway in our fastest section of the Girls' Championship 800. The pace lights are set for 2:02. They are set to go 29.5 through 200 meters, 59.5 through 400. And then it is up to these ladies to take it home, and that is Allie Ince taking early charge of this thing in the middle of your screen, hoping to get to that pole position at the cut-in in the lead. And Allie Ince, unsurprisingly, slides into the lead. She's got that relaxed look about her, almost like she's smiling through the discomfort. Working hard to sit at the front there. 29.9 for that opening 2, so just a hair shy of what they would like. That's Cieslak in her slipstream. Cieslak now is causing some separation back to 3rd. That's DeLisi in 3rd, but it is Ince and Cieslak. They're going to have to keep this thing rolling if they want to get under that 2:03 mark. 60 through the halfway. And of course, you expect to positive split in an 800. Those pace lights have moved out of their sight now, but now Ince starts to move. She is powering away from Cieslak, who is doing everything she can to stay with her. But look at that stride length of our leader, Allie Ince. She is like poetry in motion. She is so smooth. She glides around the track, long limbs, long extension. And she is going to hit the bell at about 1:31. And now, just like that, she's just so close to the back of those pace lights again. What can she close in here? Allie Ince, 2:04.77 last year. Can she eclipse that? She's striding for home. She is wanting to close out her high school indoor career in style. It's going to be fast. The fireworks go off. It's going to be about 2:03. 2:03.82 unofficially for Allie Ince, leading from start to finish and making it look easy. 2:03.85 would eclipse her own meet record of 2:04.77. It is far and away a new national lead. And it is a big smile for Ince.
Well, she lost the pace lights with about 300 meters to go, but she did a really good job of just holding it together herself. And I'd love to see her drop her head just a little bit, swing her arms a little bit more, but just not even challenged.
Well, and that's what it really comes down to. Look, again, almost a smile on her face as she comes across the line. Glad to see she's enjoying it. Arms go out. I've done it yet again. Good for her. And it, as you mentioned, it will set her up so well for that outdoor season. And just as we saw with our boys 800 and the dominance there, wait until some of these athletes get in some major competition at the collegiate level, and those times are going to evaporate. Well, there you see compiled results. Allie Ince, 2:03.85, about 2.5 seconds ahead of Cieslak, a respectable time in her own right, 2:06.22, 2:06.65 for Wolke. And all 8 of our top performers under 2:10. It has been a sensational day of mid-distance action, shuttle relay action, field action. The drama continues. And we appreciate you tuning in. And I'm Kate Van Buskirk. I'm going to step aside for a little bit to let the speedsters in the house take charge over the next couple of events. Dan's going to stay with you. It's been great being in the booth with you, sir. Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass things over to Serenity Douglas as we continue with action here at the track at New Balance.
It's a meet record holder, and as I stated earlier, number 7 all time, ahead of the legendary Anthony Monow on the all-time list. All right, we got flying t-shirts in the home stretch. Lachine is chucking t-shirts into the stands. So stand up if you want a New Balance shirt. Next event on the track is going to be the Boys Championship 400 meters. It's going to be a 2-section final.
She scores a throw of 15 meters 10.
All right, let's go over and check in on the girls' championship weight throw. Like the men, lots of flights. They're in the 3rd flight at this time. Looks like we're in second, about halfway through the second round of the 3rd flight. You see some of the bigger throwers in the 4th flight, but boy, the boys championship weight throw finished with a flurry. So did the pole vault. Both long jumps were exciting at the end.
Steps in for her second attempt. Julian Walters on deck, Mia Hoskins on hold. For Mr. Caesar. Julian Walters is up. Mia Hoskins on deck. Vanessa Jones on hold. Just a reminder while we're waiting, boys shot with it. If we have not done so, you need to check in, check your implement, and check in. Miss Walters.
All right, here we go. Jillian Waters from the Ocean State Hammerheads for her second attempt. She wants to move up.
Her second throw is 13 meters.
And she'll move up with that throw. 13:09, 42:11 and a half. She's got to get that top 8 though, so she need a bigger throw. Well, we got a long ways to go here in the girls' weight throw. This is Mia Hoskins from the Coventry High School in Rhode Island.
Vanessa Jones is up. Aubrey Berry on deck. Ella Bell on hold. Second attempt.
Well, Serenity, welcome in to our live coverage here at the New Balance Invitational. And I know you've been with this group all weekend long, so, I'll pass it over to you. I'm here to assist you.
Hey, Dan, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
I feel like with the races that we have seen already, that's the way to jump off a meet like this. And especially with this beautiful track, this is exactly what the athletes need to run extremely fast times.
Yeah, and look at this crowd. I mean, there are people from one end of this place to the other, excitement going on, not a lot of empty seats. And we've seen some fabulous field events already. Here we are in the girls weight throw. We're in the third flight of 4. The boys pole vault was exciting. The girls pole vault warm-ups are underway. But how about that finish to the girls long jump?
And honestly, this is a great facility to do it all. The crowd is packed. I feel like we've seen a lot more people here than we did at NC's, and you can attest to that.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially this early in the morning. I guess it's not morning anymore. It feels like we just got here at 9 a.m., but time has flown by. But, yeah, there were a lot of people here early on. But we're getting ready for some of the shorter distance events, the 400s, the 60 meters, 60-meter hurdles.
Yes. And we have some top contenders in this boys 400 because that's what's coming up pretty soon here. Now, there's only 2 finals for this. And I'm super excited for it. But it's always one of those things where it's like, do you have all of the competitors that you want to have in that first heat with you? Or are they going to be in the second heat and you don't get to battle them out head-to-head?
Well, you can win from either section, and people can look at one section and say, well, that's the fast heat and that's the slow heat. But you can win from either section, and sometimes it's an advantage to run in the first heat because you can set the time.
Absolutely.
And you can put the pressure on the guys in the second heat, but then the people in the second heat will say, well, I know what the time is, so that gives me the advantage. So we can certainly go both ways, but I think we're going to see some fast times here as well. We saw some really good times at the NCAA Championship, some world leading times. So I imagine we're going to see some national leading times in these high school races.
You know, and I definitely hope so. On the way in, I also saw some college coaches, you know, here to check out the competition, maybe even just show up for the athletes who have already committed. And we have some introductions here. That's Christopher Miller Harris from San Antonio. He comes in with a 48.64 C time. And then right behind him, that's Maximilian D'Angelo. What a name like that.
He's going to Penn State next year. Javian Green, Monteverde Academy in Florida, the number 10 ranked 400-meter runner in the country. He's going to end up with Dwayne Ross. He's going to Tennessee to get coached by D. Ross. Wow, an outstanding 400-meter coach.
I'm excited for this one. And then for section 2, that's Cameron Williams from Above Expectations, hoping to perform literally above expectations.
And then in lane 4 in the second section, this is going to be C.J. Martin from Clayton High School in North Carolina. He was 8th place at these championships last year.
And then the camera is on the one, all the eyes are on him from Bullis Track Club. That is Quincy Wilson. He ran 46.69. That's a pretty tough time. That could have contended maybe at least with a prelim for NCs.
As a freshman.
As a freshman.
All right, and on the outside in the second section, Jaden Marchand from Southside Track Club, the number 9 ranked 400-meter runner in the country this year.
You know, I was talking about before seeded times, but these heats are seeded pretty well. These guys are off. Now this is a 2-lap race. We have Christopher Miller Harris out there in lane 4, and then we have Maximilian D'Angelo out there in lane 5, and then Javian Green in 6. He cannot see anyone, and they're breaking in now. Now the key to this 400 is to always get to the break first, and that's exactly what Green did early on.
And he is making a statement.
He is looking this field.
And Chris Johnson from Arkansas, the Arkansas SEC Indoor Coach of the Year, said get to the break first and then push that 200 meters. And look at Green just doing exactly that. Big lead.
Huge lead. He's trying to put on for Tennessee, as you can see. He's starting to feel that pain a little bit at the end as you're going to in a 400 and 47-17 unofficial.
47-2 on.
Well, that is his best time of the season. Comes in well under his season best. Even the guys that finished behind him ran extremely fast. 47.81 for Miller Harris, 47.94 for D'Angelo, and 48.59 for Anderson, who was a late addition to that first section.
Yeah.
Well, you take a look at Javian Green. He pushed the pace, and he paid the price for it at the end. Completely running out of gas in the last 50, but he did what you are supposed to do. Keep your arms moving. Just swing your arms and get to the line. It was not pretty, and that look on his face says it all.
I mean, you know how it is. Running a 400, it's not going to look pretty. Only few can make it look pretty, but that was a great run from Green. There are those final results from the first heat there. Green ran away with this one, 47-21. Miller Harris, 47-81. Coming in second there.
Well, now Javian Green will have to play the waiting game. He just sits there by the scoreboard and has to watch the second section.
Because this second section, you can hear a pin dropping here already, and they're not even in the blocks yet.
Well, when you come in with a personal best 2 seconds faster than everybody else, like Quincy Wilson has, you expect something great from this kid every time out. Remember, as a freshman, he absolutely dominated this field. No coaches will get to talk to him till the conclusion of this sophomore year of his, but he's going to be a highly recruited youngster.
And they can only just watch, and to see his potential and to see him grow is going to be very exciting to see, for sure. And they are off. Keep your eyes on that bright yellow. That is Quincy Wilson, the freshman, already coming in running a 46.6, and he is getting the start of his life right now, going up that first bank. I wonder if anybody's going to give him any type of pressure, but not so far. 21.86 for that first lap. He is going for a personal best, Dan.
Well, he's got great tempo going right now. He really pushed that first 200 meters. Let's see what he can come home with.
At this point in the race, it's just all strength, it's all will. I hear the Maryland track club cheering for him. There goes the fireworks. Keep your eyes on the time. What is it going to be? 45.71, unofficial.
It's a new national record.
And that is the new national record. Quincy Wilson, you have had yourself a day.
Well, the national record was held by LZ Coleman of the Free Academy in New York in 2001, 45.92. And Quincy Wilson had the meet record. He surpasses his own meet record and national lead.
Wow.
And he goes 45.76 for a high school national record. But he was absolutely fabulous. So smooth in that first 200 meters, and just the conditioning was just spectacular with 100 meters to go. And he hasn't even stopped to rest yet.
No.
But look at him. He comes out of his lane. Lane 5 is probably the best track on this lane. He got lane 5. But look at the relaxation in his face. Look at the relaxation in his shoulders. He got tight just a little bit at the end, but he was so determined to get to the line. There go the fireworks, but he doesn't run to the line. He runs through the line.
45.76, AC crossing the line one more time.
And you know, Dan, that is also a new world U20 record. And I don't think that any of his records that he has set, we're trying to fact check a little bit because that's just too fast. And that's a good problem to have. Meet record, his own meet record at that, 45.76. And there's the final results.
Well, and he's just a cut above the rest. These are the best sprinters in the country, 400-meter sprinters in the country, and Quincy Wilson absolutely dominated. It's going to be fun to see what he does in the next couple of years as an athlete comes along like this, just about once every decade, just wows everybody. But the 400 meters is an area that I think a lot of colleges are looking for runners. So he's the world under 20 leader, but he'll go in the under 20 category, 8th all time.
And for the ladies to have to follow that up, the adrenaline they must feel, or maybe nerves, but that's Sophie Rambo. With a last name like Rambo, she must be feeling excited. She has her game face on. She's going to be in section 1 of 2 of the ladies 400. They're about to get their introductions started soon. Now, Ms. Rambo, she's from Chesapeake, Virginia. She was U.S. #1 at the 500 this season, so that means she has some strength behind her. She has run 54.26 so far in the Rising Stars section at New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year.
All right, next up on the track, the Girls' Championship, 400-meter final. Like I said earlier, it's a 2-section final. Running the first of those 2 sections.
Well, the ladies will do the same thing the men did, the boys. They've been doing college track and field, and you can't call college kids boys and girls, but I don't want to call these high school kids men and women. So boys and girls, there's Jalen Milford from Fast Lane Track Club, Palm Beach Central High School in Wellington, Florida. She ran 55.43 yesterday to make this final.
And that's Simia Yorish. She will be in lane 5 from the DC Cadets. Her personal best outdoors is 54.7.
And from Mount Hebron High School in Elliott City, Maryland, there's Samina Matthew. PB'd, have a personal best by over a second to make this section.
And then having to follow up her teammate. That's Samina Matthew from Bullis Track Club.
Faith Franklin from Texas. She's run 53.74 this season.
And there's Olivia Wilson. On paper, 53.88.
She'll be heading to the University of Iowa next season. Here is Michelle Smith, Monteverde Academy in Florida. She ran 54.22 in the prelims. Georgetown Hoyas will get a chance to coach her next season. We got the name wrong at the beginning. Samina Matthew from Bullis High School. That's Sydney Sutton from Bullis, the Bullis School in Maryland. The number 9 400-meter runner. She'll be in section 2.
So section 1, Rambo, Milford, Yorish, and Matthew. Yorish actually has the fastest time on paper in this heat with 54.74.
And blocks are optional at the high school level in the 400 meters. There you see Samia Yorish not using the starting blocks.
And they are off. Rambo, Milford, Yorish, and Matthew. And that looks like all the way out there in lane 3. Rambo is getting a fantastic start. She has a lot of room to make up when you're out there in lane 3. It feels like lane 1 indoors.
Wow, even split at the cones. People fighting for pole.
But that's Yorish cutting in perfectly. She didn't necessarily get to the break first, but she cut in perfectly in first place. As she comes around this last curve, that's a 25-4 opening lap for her. This is Sophie Rambo right there on her heel. As we're coming around the last curve, we're going to see if she's trying to press her a little bit at the end. But that is all Yorish.
Looks like she's going to beat that just about.
And 54.07. Huge personal best from her.
54.1. I'm sneaking into the top 3 here overall. We'll see.
Now she plays the waiting game. 54.10 in the books, with the second section stepping up now, but a good run for Samia Yorish. She paced it really well. Took her time to get to the break. But to run these fast times, you got to challenge yourself in the first 200 meters. And she was in great position down the stretch with 100 meters to go. She did get challenged by Rambo there just a little bit at the end, but look at the arm action. Great front side mechanics, holding it together. And this is how you teach the 400 meters. Keep everything moving down the track and let the finish line come to you.
That puts her at number 4 in the nation so far, but we still have Heat 2. So that might change pretty soon.
Well, and we got some great personal best in this second section. Olivia Williams has gone 53.88. Her teammate just to the outside of her, Michelle Smith, 54.22. And don't forget about Sydney Sutton from Bullis on the inside, 54.39 as a season best.
And Sutton just saw her teammate absolutely demolish. Out there in Maryland. So they didn't have to travel too far for this meet.
Section 2 of the championship girls 400 meters.
Sutton, Franklin, Williams, and Smith.
Sutton, Franklin, Williams,
as they're coming around the back stretch. It can get pretty boring back there, but that looks like Williams has made up the stagger, but as I say that, Sydney Sutton from the inside. Sometimes sitting in that lane 3, it could be tough, but she gets cut off, and you cannot do that indoors. That looks like it'll be Franklin 24-7 for that first lap. And she's getting some pressure from Williams to her outside. They have one more curve to go around.
Look at this, it's ridiculously close.
It's Franklin and Williams. Franklin is leading, and then you see Sutton approaching from the inside, but it looks like Williams was coming as well. 52.98 unofficial, and it looks like it will be Faith Franklin. 53.02 and a new meet record.
Well, that is absolutely smoking. She comes in here with a 54.34 as a seasonal best, and she dips way under there, but a meet record. She ran great. This was anybody's race with 100 meters to go. Sydney Sutton made a good move to get off the break, and she tried to sneak through on the inside, but she just moved a little bit late. But look at that. Faith Franklin, you gotta love a photo finish. Olivia Williams might have had that had she just dipped a little bit sooner. But here you see them coming off the turn, trying to get to the break. And this is a little bit new for everybody. They don't run a lot of indoor races in high school. But Sydney Sutton just backed off ever so slightly, and when you back off, somebody else is going to step up and they're going to take that lead. But here they are coming down the straight and closing, and it was anybody's race with 100 meters to go. That's just pure guts for the glory for Faith Franklin to win that thing.
Faith Franklin, a Vanderbilt commit. 53.02 from her. Huge personal best, but look at those close times. Olivia Williams, 53.03. Sydney Sutton, 53.08. That rounds off our top three.
And then triple jump.
Something about these 400 runners, they do not look tired, at least not when you win.
That's exactly right. And especially with the energy in a place like this, you cross the finish line, and there's and what I tell people in the 400 meters is when you run a personal best, it doesn't hurt as much as when you run slow.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go faster, but you're just energized by it. I remember 3 or 4 times when I got a personal best as a professional athlete, and I can remember I wasn't tired in that 400 meters. I should have doubled over and laid on the ground, but it's like, no, man, the energy kept me on my feet.
Yeah. Your legs are still in shock. You don't even feel it yet. Those were amazing races from the boys and girls 400-meter championship.
Well, just to let everybody know, we've still got field events going here at the track at New Balance. The boys 60-meter dash coming up. But the boys triple jump is underway. Girls championship weight throw. And all of the stuff that we've done over the last weekend is on demand on the New Balance YouTube channel. You can go back and watch it, or you can watch it from this point on, catch up with us. But we've got some fast events, the 60-meter dashes and the 60-meter hurdles coming up. I've been waiting all day for these events.
Me too. And it's for free, Dan. I was talking to, I think, Candace on the broadcast.
Nothing's for free.
Nothing's for free. It's out there on YouTube.
It is for free.
My dad used to bring his camcorder out here, and that's how I used to watch my races. Now it's streaming. It's everywhere. As we prepare for this 60, right in the center of their track, they're going to be finishing right on top of that New Balance sign.
Well, let's look at the records for the 60 meters. A national record, Casey Combest of Owensboro High School in Kentucky goes clear back to 1999. That's back in my day, I'm telling you. All right, and it's also shared by Assam Asinga of Monte Verde Academy in Florida, prominent track and field school, and that's a meet record as well. But the national leader, Jaden Finley out of Fort Worth, Texas, with a 6:61.
And I have a feeling that one of those might come down because the cutoff time to even make it into the semifinal was about 6:87. And that was just a prelims.
Well, and this is a fast track, a little bit faster than the Reggie where everybody qualified. We've got a great crowd in here. And this is for the title.
And for these lane assignments, out there in 1, that is Jalen Scott from the heart of Georgia. Jake Jordan Odie, lane 2. Jaden Wiley, ATL Zoom, lane 3. Antoine Hughes Jr., lane 4. He's actually coached by his dad. Kane Stanley, we nicknamed him White Lightning, Dan. He's out there in lane 5. Philip Wright, the 3rd, lane 6. And Dominic Corley, lane 7. Taylor Tate Taylor, lane 8.
I'll give a shout out to my guy Dominic Corley there. from Spokane, Washington. They got a new facility called the Podium. It's a beautiful facility, not quite as spectacular as this, but a great indoor track. But he's number 2 in the nation, ran 6:64, and if I'm not mistaken, I went to junior college with his dad. Yep, Speed Academy in Spokane, Washington.
Dan, you've really been aging yourself on this
I
podcast.
know. I'm old, what can I say? Spent a little time in Spokane, Washington, though. Did my school up in the Pacific Northwest.
Antoine Hughes Jr. from Mustangs Track Club. It's a South Carolina commit. South Carolina has always just been dominating and or on the rise.
Well, Jamisha Ford, winner of the 200 meters yesterday, just a freshman, and Tim Hall, the new coach of South Carolina. You know that sprint core is going to just continue to get better and better with him there. Former coach of Kentucky, and really made a name for himself. He's a fantastic sprint coach, but made the biggest name for himself when he coached Abby Steiner to those couple of fabulous seasons that she's had. We expect to see her back this season as well after a little bit of a surgery last season.
Then Kane Stanley. He had to run a personal best to get into this final of 6:55. He ran that in the semis.
All right, this is a long time to make those guys sit out there and wait. But it looks like they're almost ready for the men's. The boys' 60-meter dash. And I always wonder about the delay. It's the track has to go up and down, and the turns, and they leave one side up. But there was big delays at the NCAA championships in the hurdles. But I think these young men are chomping at the bit to get going.
And I appreciate them for putting the bank down. Especially for these 60s. And you can see Hughes sitting on the lane 4 with his shades on, indoors.
In lane 1, we have got Jalen A. Scott. In lane 2,
They're doing some introductions here. That's Scott on your screen from the heart of Georgia. That's out of Jonesboro, Georgia. Shout out to the Georgians. From Georgia myself. And then there goes Jake Odie Jordan from Bishop Carroll. He's also in the 200-meter final. Then Jaden Wiley from ATL Zoom. He is also in the 200-meter final. And there goes Antoine Hughes Jr. Cool guy there with the shades on indoors. Then we got Kane Stanley from IMG Academy. Lane 6, that's Philip Wright the third. Then Dominic Corley, who you were speaking of earlier. And last but not least, look at that stare off. Swift from Tate Taylor. He has the height on him. And he's just a sophomore.
make sure y'all pick y'all favorite swim form.
Nervous times for these athletes as they get set to get into the blocks. If any of them were around yesterday, Noah Lyles was in the house.
He sure was. I stopped Noah to talk to him. He said, I just want to see what it's all about. I've been trying to get out to NCs for 7 years, ever since I turned pro. And they are off. Quick start from lane 1. That was Scott, but it got close at the end there. That one was too close to see. It looked like Dominic Corley there right at the end. But Scott pushed that pace for sure. We got to look at a replay to see who got that one. It's looking like it's Dominic Corley. He was hard to miss in that red singlet. He's getting some congratulations. And yes, it was Corley with 6:67.
Well, Dominic Corley on the outside. He ran really well. Everybody got a pretty decent start, but Corley really accelerated after about 20 meters. Look at him, second from the left in the red uni. Good start for him, makes a beautiful transition into his upright running. He got a little bit of a lead and nobody could catch him. Good start in the middle of the track as well for Antoine Hughes Jr. from the Mustang Track Club. And Kane Staley from IMG Academy was there as well. But congratulations to the youngster from Spokane Speed Academy. He'll take down the championship boys 60-meter dash.
All right, he's going to be coming down. He's going to be... Oh, he's taking pictures. This is
That's that Speed Academy.
So this right here, I need y'all to get wild from, all right?
It's tough to see. It did get close there at the end. But my eyes were on Jalen Scott in lane 1. He got the best start. And I'm not sure if Corley could see him all the way out there, but he started to get some pressure from the middle from Hughes and Stanley.
Well, we lost track of Corley because his uniform blended right in with the track. It's red, but man, he rolled. He looked good, consistent all the way through. But he did come in with one of the fastest times in the nation, so that certainly shouldn't surprise us. All right, let's move on to the ladies.
Ooh, I am excited for this one. So many great runners in this race, Dan. I'm going to go ahead and introduce them pretty early so we can just go ahead and talk about it. So for starters, in lane 1, that's Kiara Beaumont with 7:48. Kiara Davis with that turquoise hair, that's lane 2. Alexia Jones, only a freshman out of Canada, lane 3. Oh, there they go now. Okay, that's Kiara Beaumont. She came in running 7:48 in semis. And then Kiara Davis, 7:48. Same time there. And then Alexia Jones, only a freshman. She's been smiling all throughout the rounds because she has been PRing all throughout the rounds, and she's still so young. Then Brianna Selby. She actually has a New Balance NIL deal because she came in running 7:21. She got the meet record in the prelims yesterday. And then Adasia Hodge. She got this race last year, so she's the reigning champion in this. She came in running 7:29. Then Shamel Holmes in lane 6. Then that's Brooke Jackson with 7:50. Oh no, actually, we have some switches here. Okay. Looks like that's Soraya Drzeska in lane 7. Or actually, there was a scratch in lane 7. Brooke Jackson is not here for lane 7. So nobody to the inside for Soraya Drzeska in lane 8.
So she's out there all by herself. But keep an eye on those inside lanes. 7:21 for Brianna Selby. From Speed Evolutions Track Club. She's a senior. And then the freshman right next to her, Alexia Jones. She's run 7:41, but the fastest seed times coming in, Selby and Hodge.
Oh, looks like we got some movement. Holmes, you could see it on her face immediately.
Well, we'll get the officials together. We saw some movement in some of the shuttle hurdle races today. We got green cards, but there's a red flag, red card.
And she knew it right off the bat. That's Shamel Holmes. Here's a replay here. She anticipated that gun.
Well, what's interesting though is in lane 4, Brianna Selby's hair swung as she got into the set position, and it could have looked like movement. It could have looked like movement for Holmes. But take a look at lane 4. The hair dropped down from Brianna Selby, and that. But you know, Hodge didn't budge.
Yeah.
You know, and she was closer, but no. Charmel Holmes knew she had false started.
And they get another chance.
And we have a
All right, and we are off. Selby immediately got a great start. Hodges right to her inside, to the right, but that will be all. Selby 7:18 unofficially. 7:19 officially. She's happy with that one. Got a congratulations from Hodge there. 7:19 for the new meet record. Again, she already got it yesterday in prelims. Now she's going to go ahead and let me just break my own record.
Well, and she's not far off the national record either, 7:16 by Shanti Jackson back last year in 2023. But Selby was determined. She didn't get the best start, and her transition into upright running was not fantastic. Look, she's staying a little low. She's drifting into the lane to the right, but you could just tell it was just, she wanted it just a little bit more than everybody else, but she has fantastic turnover. Adasia Hodge was right there. Congratulations to both of them, but outstanding times. Hodge goes 7:22, Beaumont 7:42.
That was a great race from her. And she's out of Chesapeake, Virginia. They have speed down there in
You know
Virginia.
who else is from Chesapeake, Virginia?
Grant Holloway.
Grant Holloway.
You know who else is from Virginia, at least? Noah Lyles. You know what? So they produce speed.
That was exciting, right, you guys? Yeah.
And there goes those final results for you. Brianna Selby, 7:19. Adasia Hodge, 7:22. Kiara Beaumont, 7:42 to round off those top 3 positions. Alicia Jones, great one from her. She's been PRing every single round. 7:49.
We are about to have the girls.
There we get a look at the boys' results as well. Dominique Corley, 6:67, wins by 2/100ths of a second. Antoine Hughes Jr., Jaden Wiley, Kane Stanley, Tate Taylor comes in that 5th position. What a day to have a personal best. Get out here in front of a big crowd that appreciates good track and field. Recognize these athletes for their accomplishments and their efforts. All right, but they'll set up some hurdles for the 60 boys and girls hurdles. Looks like girls will be first. But we got some field events going on. Championship in the girls triple jump, championship in the boys triple jump, and also the girls weight throw. We saw an exciting boys weight throw, but the girls weight throw, we'll see they're in the 4th flight, actually through the 4th flight, and now they're getting ready for the finals. Actually, I spoke too soon. We're still in the 4th round, or the 4th flight, and our leader at this point, Mary Ella Brooks, at a Ralston Valley, Colorado, 16:04, 52 feet, 7.5 inches. She did that on her first attempt. She'll have 2 more in this 4th flight. That last thrower was Susan Atacunye. This is Natalie Lindo from Valley Stream, New York. She sits in 26th position after the first round. And that looks like a much better throw. Trying to improve on 13:54, 44.5 and a quarter. But this throwing theater just right behind us in a wonderful room. They've got their own grandstands. Great crowd over there. Let's take a look at the girls' triple jump. They're early on in this competition in the first flight, and again, lots of flights. So 3 flights in the girls' triple jump. This is Cameron McMurray from the DC Cadets. She's sitting in 8th position right now. And she doesn't finish that triple jump. But she sits in 8th place with a jump of 35.5. And let's get over to the hurdles for some introductions.
And I see some empty lanes so far. And let me go ahead and explain that one. Kiara Beaumont and Kiara Davis were both... Actually, I spoke too soon. We actually have Sydney Harris in lane 1, Mercuria Harris in lane 2, Kennedy Flynn lane 3, Taylor Cox lane 4, Thalia Waiters lane 5, Kendall Spain lane 6, Gabriella Cunningham lane 7, and Cassidy Hopkins lane 8 from Buller's Track Club. They're getting some runouts in so far before this race is on and popping.
Well, some great personal bests or seasonal bests this year. Sydney Harris gone 8:56 this year. Florida State champ outdoors last year. Makia Harris from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You know, they know how to hurdle in Baton Rouge. Louisiana State champ. And Kennedy Flynn from the Bullis School, ranked number 7 in the nation. And where's she headed? South Carolina.
You know, I can't be surprised with that one at all.
Taylor Cox, Union Catholic Track Club, number 5 last year. She finished 5th, in this meet last year. Outdoor personal best, 13:65. Thalia Waters from Fast Lane Track Club in West Palm Beach. She comes in with the number 9 time in the country. Kendall Spain from Team STL and Gabriella Cunningham, Angel Flight Track Club. Cassidy Hopkins from the Bullis School. So 2 girls from the Bullis School here.
Looks like Kennedy Flynn out of lane 3 will not be partaking in this final today.
Well, there's Harris.
All right, we got the girls' champions.
Sydney Harris out of IMG Academy. Florida always produces really solid sprinters. Then Run Fast Track Club, Mercuria Harris out there in lane 2. Like I said before, lane 3 will be empty. That was supposed to be Kennedy Flynn from Bullis. And then that's Taylor Cox, Union Catholic in lane 4. Now, Union Catholic is also home to Sydney McLaughlin-Larody out of New Jersey. So they have some history there. Then Thalia Waiters, Fast Lane Track Club in lane 5. Then Kendall Spain in lane 6. Gabriella Cunningham in lane 7 from Angel Flight Track Club out of Colorado. She's a semifinalist indoors last year. And Cassidy Hopkins from Bullis Track Club out in Maryland. These are your ladies of 7 today.
All right, let's get it quiet. Let's give our athletes a fair chance.
Taylor Cox in lane 4 has come in with the fastest time on paper of 8:30. Ranked number 2 in the nation, but with 8:29.
We got a clean start.
Cox over the first hurdle. It looks like it is going to be all Taylor Cox. She puts her hands to her lips immediately because she knew that that was her race from the very beginning. She separated herself from the Leah Waiters around hurdle 3 because she felt her. 8:11. She said, shh, quiet, everybody. Y'all have slept on me too long. Out of Union Catholic out there in New Jersey, super happy with the win there.
Well, the national record is set by Tania Marshall back in 2016, 8:02. She won't get that, but she will get the meet record set last year by Elisa Samuel from Somerset Academy, Florida. That is an outstanding run. Watch her in the blue uniform, third from the right. It just only took her a couple of hurdles. She just was a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier, a little bit cleaner down that pathway. Look at her. She got a little bit of a lead and did not relinquish it at all. And I don't know who she's telling to shush, but because I want to talk about her. I don't know who slept on her. She was one of the favorites coming in.
How can you not be pleased with a time like that? 8:11, walking away with a meet record as well. And there goes those final results. The Leah Waiters got second with 8:25. Makaria Harris, 8:41, rounding out that top 3.
All right, we still got some yellow flags. You're getting ready for this.
We still have more hurdles to go, but what I love about those girls' hurdles is that this is the height that the hurdles will be in college, unlike the boys. So it's kind of hard to gauge how well that they'll be in college, but Taylor Cox has a very bright future as we head over to the boys.
It's just not fair. And that's the thing. In high school, the boys throw a lighter shot put, and then you get a heavy one in college, and the hurdles go up in college for the boys, but they really don't for the girls. It's like, come on now.
Oh, please. So what you'll see with a lot of the boys going into college, because that height does go up, at least for the little bit of the shorter athletes, they'll move over to the 400 hurdles, which is a whole different beast.
Well, there's certain states as well that do run the 400-meter hurdles in high school. It's crazy. Iowa does all kinds of things. They do run the 400-meter hurdles in high school. They do run the shuttle hurdles at the state championships. But what ends up happening is, and we'll get to introductions here in a minute, but what ends up happening is a lot of these elite high school hurdlers will spend a lot of time on the 42 inches while they're in high school, so the transition into college just isn't that drastic.
That's very smart. And you're right, things are a little weird with high school. They have 300 hurdles. You could win state in the 300 hurdles. How is that going to transfer over to the 400 hurdles? It's pretty tough. 100 meters, that last 100 is the killer.
I was a state champion in the 300-meter hurdles, and I ran one 400-meter hurdle race and said, forget about it. Here we go, introductions.
Anthony Waderman out there in lane 1. Then Kermako Sako in lane 2 from Angel Flight. He comes in from Denver, Colorado. Then we have Yashira Brown in lane 3. He was 7th in this race last year. Then we have Bradley Franklin coming in as the favorite. He holds the national lead so far with 7:62. He's a Stanford University commit. He's only lost one race before this. Then that's Devontae Young in lane 5. Ranked number 3 in the nation with 7:72. Then that's Broderick Davis from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He has run 7:75 so far, but that was back in December. He's the Louisiana state champion. And that's Malik White from San Antonio Swift in lane 7, ranked number 7 in the nation with 7:83, and that was just 4 weeks ago. Then last but certainly not least, that's Trevin Foster, ranked 10th in the nation with 7:85. Now, what did you hear throughout that, Dan? Ranked, and ranked.
boys championship 60-meter hurdle.
A lot of ranked youngsters here. Keep an eye on the inside of that track, though. Nobody has gone under 770 this season except for Bradley Franklin from Alabaster, Alabama.
Franklin hitting a little Muhammad Ali before you step into the blocks. I think that's the first I've seen that.
I was telling Kate earlier, you got to be a little bit of a show-off to run track and field anyways. And I was saying nobody's a bigger show-off than the pole vaulters, but I don't know. The sprinters and the hurdlers are doing a pretty good job.
We got a nice
Slow start from Franklin. Looks like Young got to the first hurdle, but Franklin has completely made it up. He got out of the blocks pretty slow there, but he ended up prevailing nonetheless. He seemed surprised, shocked, happy. Love it. 761. He dropped his national lead to 761 from 762, straight out of Alabama.
Well, the national record is held by Trey Cunningham back in 2017, but take a look at this start. Bradley Franklin, a really bad start, but he was able to come back, able to hold his composure together, get through the first two hurdles, and then take command of this race. Right next to him, Devontae Young was just chopping wood, hitting all of those hurdles. But man, Bradley Franklin, such composure on this senior. He's committed to Samford University next season, but he shows you why he's only lost one race this season. And he showed us in the introductions that he was #1, but he would not get a national record today, but the meet record. But he's got the national lead by 1/100th of a second that he ran earlier this season. But he's going to be a fun individual to watch, and you can see the 39-inch hurdles was really not hard for him to handle. He'll be able to handle the 42 inches.
I absolutely agree. He has the height on him. He has the mechanics. I wonder what was going on with this start, but he was able to make that up, which you don't see a lot because the 60 is just so short.
Well, and we've seen some false starts. We've seen some twitches, and I think he just got stuck in the blocks, snoozing. There he gets the starter has really changed up the rhythm of the start, so nobody could guess on it, and he just got caught sleeping in the blocks and had to make up really quickly, and he did that with real efficiency. That's the sign of somebody who really knows their craft.
Agreed, and here are those final results. Bradley Franklin, 761. Brown was right to his inside, powering through with 765, getting a personal best. And then rounding out the top three was Broderick Davis, 773.
Let's pop over to the girls' triple jump. Running in tandem with the boys' triple jump. Let's see what flight we're in. We're only into... Now we're still in the first flight. That was Amara Ford from Moorestown. She sits in 11th position right now, but a long ways to go in this girls' triple jump. We're going to have 3 heats, and then we'll get a final 8, and then we'll have a final. But Amara Ford, she does move up to second position, puts herself in real good position. A lot of jumpers still to go. 11:38, 37 feet, 4 inches. This is Isabella Liu, the Carolina Cavaliers. But this triple jump just shows you how difficult it really is. Young athletes to come out here and power their way through the hop, skip, and the jump.
And there's so many of them out there.
It's a long competition as compared to something you'll see at the collegiate level. But we're through the sprint races. We still got field events going.
We have some distance coming up. So that's my cue to sign off.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and hitting the speed events with me. I expect I'll see you down there on the field, doing a little infield at some point.
You'll see me a little bit of everywhere.
All right.
And I might be back just for the 200s.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right, folks, back on track for action with some of our mid-distance finals. We are set to take off with the first of our two fastest seeded sections of our championships boys 2-mile races. We will go in order of slowest seed times to fastest.
I'm David Melly here with Kate Van Buskirk. If you're just tuning in to the fastest party on the planet here at the track at New Balance, we have our first section, 16 entrants, and we'll read them off as they get underway. 16 laps of the track for a full 2 miles.
Well, we saw the first 5 sections of this event yesterday. Those were the unseeded championship sections, of course, here at the track at New Balance. We're set to showcase our two fastest groups of high school boys in this mid-distance race. So make sure that we don't have any scratches here of our lane announcements for you. There are 16 boys set to take to the track here, many of them, as we said with our other events, returning for second, third, or fourth events of the weekend. So they've got some tired running in their bodies so far.
And they're off. We'll have Colin Eckerman of Cozy Elite, Jack Anstrom, Jack Bertram, Jonathan Leon, James Callahan, Chris Larnard, Caden Leonard, Devin Moreau, Eric Moore, Samuel Ricciuti, Hayden Boyes, Matthew Edwards, Braden Ebert, Raghav Gopalar Krishnan, Hayden Goodman, and Travis Gaffney. The seeds in this heat range from 8:59 to around 9:10. So we're in store for a potentially very quick race with the second section watching behind to see what time they're going to have to beat.
So Eckerman is a scratch in this opening of two fastest seeded sections, but we still have a 15-boy race on track. And again, some of these times difficult to tell exactly what they mean because many of them are conversions from a 3,200 or from a 3,000, as we mentioned with our other events earlier in the weekend. But off to a pretty cracking start here. Again, we'll keep you apprised of the paces as we go. Of course, our fastest section yet to come, and that's going to be contested by some of the speediest guys in the nation. This heat is set to 9:02, the pace lights. So if you're, again, keeping track of those green lights on the center of screen there, they are set to a 9:02 pace, and about a third of our field just ahead of that right now.
And that's Leonard of Carroll leading as they come through 3 laps, 600 meters. For those used to maybe watching or cheering on a 3,200 meter race, this one is a full 2 miles. So you'll notice that they started a little bit behind the finish line, and they will be splits moving up through the laps as they do the full 2 mile distance here at the track at New Balance. Coming around to 800 meters now. Leonard continues to lead. The sophomore from Carroll showing a lot of confidence heading into this second fastest section here. Clearly he wants an honest pace as they are well up on the lights here and looking for a fast time as they round the bend here with a pretty good crew strung out behind them. It's not bunched up, but there's not gaps forming yet as they come around the first kilometer.
And this has been a sort of a consistent trend throughout the day here. We saw so many brave races earlier on where our sophomores and our juniors were really taking charge of the fields and you know, taking to task those who would be a year or two older than them. Great to see these younger athletes sticking their nose in it, making it an honest race. And the other athletes have our leader Leonard here to thank right now because he has been setting an honest pace up front, and they're really strung out at the moment. Leonard set a mile PR earlier this season of 4:10:17. That was here in Boston at the Valentine Invitational, and also an excellent cross-country runner. So showing his strength and his prowess here at the track. Like we said, about 5 of those athletes now just with some separation ahead of the rest of the field as they make their way towards the halfway mark of this 2 mile race.
And they're running roughly 34-second quarters here, which is a little bit slower than a 9-minute 2 mile cadence. You'll see the lights catching up to them a little bit as they come up on 1,400 meters, but certainly a solid tempo here, and particularly as the race heats up and the kicks come out in the final laps of this race. We might see some athletes knocking on the door, the fabled sub-9 2 mile. Leonard continues to lead, followed by Larnard here, representing the Eagles Track Club. There's maybe a group of 5 with a little bit of separation here, but not too much as they come around to 1 mile. Some runners swinging wide as they are looking at the pace and maybe wanting it to be even a little more honest as they come through around 4:31 for a mile, 4:32.9 from that finish line.
So 4:31 is just about as on pace as you can get for a 9:02 tempo. Now again, that is not taking into consideration the inevitable slowing that happens through the third quarter of this race. So Impressive work again by this young man up front doing the work to set the pace.
And you can see, he's certainly still within himself, but keeping an eye on the competition as they kind of shuffle behind him and maybe are gearing up to take over the lead if it starts to lag. Right now, he has continued to lead every step of the way in this 2 mile, and as they come around with a few more laps to go, they will be kicking towards that 9-minute mark. It does look like there's a little bit of a gap again forming. We've seen some of these little bubbles of runners as they throw in little surges here, but they're mostly sticking to that 33, 34 second tempo.
And this is strong running in second there by Jonathan Leon. He's unattached out of Florida. Been clicking right away at the heels of our leader, Carroll. So Leon doing a really fantastic job of not only staying composed right behind the leader, but utilizing that scoreboard. You see his eyes flashing up on each of the laps to be able to take a look at what that action is happening behind him. That again is an advantage here at the track that we didn't have at the Reggie Lewis Center over the last couple of days. These runners able to take stock of where the danger is behind them, and now the pace cracks down a few more clicks. You can see the effort on the face of Edwards in third there. He's tucked in on the rail but having a hard time keeping that elastic tight to our 2 leaders. Caden Leonard has done all of this work from the beginning with Jonathan Leon tracing and tracking his every step.
And it is worth noting that now it does look like Leon and Leonard continue to be pushing, and this 33 mids that they've been clicking off seems to be taking maybe the littlest bit of a toll on the field. We do see a little bit of a gap to third place there. I believe that's Matthew Edwards out of Colorado, but Leonard and Leon have been at the front of this race every step of the way, and with 906 and 905 seeds, you're hoping to make the most of that opportunity to get on this fast track and get under the lights of the stage of this national competition to get a new personal best.
Absolutely, and now a nice sort of reinvigoration there of Matthew Edwards as Leon swings wide and takes to the front for the first time. He just looks like he's been waiting for this. Eyes look up at that scoreboard once more, but he looks so composed, and he's turning over. His cadence has increased over that of the Carroll athlete behind him. So after all of that hard work up front, Leonard for the first time finds himself in second with strain on his face. As they hit 400 meters to go, they are inside the final quarter mile of this race, and Leon is taking the field to task, driving those arms forward, and he looks really strong here. Leon
will be staying in Florida next year as he is committed to go to Gainesville and attend the University of Florida. And certainly coming off the heels of an NCAA championship last night, their coaches are already looking at that next generation as the bell rings and Leon comes around, really picking up the tempo now, going into his kick. He's got a couple of lap runners to contend with, but he has opened this race up, and as we see the lights on that 902 tempo, he's going to be really close to that 9-minute mark. It's going to be a couple tenths of a second either way as he comes down the home stretch now. Full of run, sprinting all the way to the finish, hoping to get that big breakthrough, and he will. 850, 860, an incredible mark from this Section 6 of the Boys 2-Mile Championship. 8:58.62 officially. Matthew Edwards in second gets it 9:01.21, 9:02.61 for Caden Leonard, rewarded for his leading with a big personal best. And these runners are, now going to be in the contention, in the mix to really land in that top 10. And with this second section lining up, getting under that 9-minute mark is a clear sign that they're going to be, that all-American caliber kind of athlete, that these guys can't turn this section here into a kicker's race, or they're going to get beat by Leon's time.
So a fantastic performance there as you see the times populating on screen. And we saw Leon rightfully taking to the track to spread his wings and take a quick rest before they're escorted off. And now smiles and congratulations all around as we prepare for introductions for our fastest section. So as you mentioned, David, a great way to kick things off there with a sub-9 performance, but get ready for several more as we begin our introductions of our final and fastest section of the championship boys 2 mile.
Section 7 of the boys team is 2 mile.
National record here, 8:39, Edward Cheserek. Meet record, 8:43, Connor Burns. And wearing hip number 1 is going to be Cameron Todd out of Greybuff Jesuit in Indiana. He's a 9-minute 2-miler to win the Eastern Indoors in February. Wearing hip number 2 is going to be Jack Henske out of Seattle Prep in Washington, the senior. Wearing hip number 3 out of Lampeter Strasburg in Pennsylvania is Colin Whitaker. He is the third of 3 so far who are Notre Dame commits in the fall, and they're going to be joined by a few more as we continue through this list. Wearing hip number 4, Porter Madaw out of Battle Mountain High School in Colorado. He's headed to Arizona State in the fall. Wearing hip number 5 from Brothers Track Club in Knoxville, Tennessee. This is Joe Barrett. Nice smile to the camera there. Wearing hip number 6, Tamrat Gavanos out of Phillips Academy in Andover. Wearing hip number 7, William Brunner of Vail Mountain, Colorado. Looking swish in his green kit. Wearing hip number 8, Adam Burlinson out of Lubbock, Coronado in Texas. We just saw him finish 7th in the championship mile, so this is quite a turnaround headed to Oregon. Wearing hip number 9, Caden Edwards of American Fork Team. We've seen that team all over the scoreboards this weekend. And the big man, all eyes will be on him, Drew Griffith at Butler High School in Pennsylvania, the 4th of our 5 Notre Dame commits. He was 4th in this event last year and is our top returner. He's got an 8:38 2-mile PR this year. Wearing hip number 13 is going to be Grant Morgenfeld out of Palo Alto, California. He is a Wake Forest commit and 19th at this event in 2023. And rounding out our field is going to be Ethan Hogan at Columbia High School in Illinois, a North Carolina commit and a 4:08 miler from last year. This is a stellar field assembled here on track.
And it's worth noting, too, that this atmosphere here, we said the fastest party on the planet. We've got the music going. We've got the cold sparks. These kids are being treated like superstars, and that has got to get you hyped up, got to get you racing and ready to compete for a national title. It's been a fantastic day already with records and meet bests and high school all-time lists being rewritten, and we are going to see another strong competition for this national title in the boys 2-mile as they get underway. And they're off. It'll be interesting. We'll see if we get Griffith looking to control this thing from the start and run away from the field, or if he'll be content to put a move on the rest of the competition here.
So those pace lights set to 8:36 again, as we mentioned, and that is the time to beat. Griffith hopefully getting after that. There are so many returners from our New Balance indoors and outdoors over the last couple of years. Unfortunately, Ryan Pajak is a scratch. He was the 5th of that group going to Notre Dame in the fall, but several of these guys headed to teammate status next year.
Yeah, it seems like the Fighting Irish really put a lot of effort into the distance recruiting class this time around. And we have what looks like is that Liebert who's leading here? Come around 400 meters, get a pace check, get a sense of what they're going for here. It looks like they're sort of in that 32, 33 second range.
So there was a pace setter that was being recruited to take these guys through, and I just wonder if that is what's happened here. given that Riley is not a starter on our list. So I believe that he's been tapped to take over some of the pace-making duties. But in the race proper, that means that we do have Griffith at the lead of this race.
And that's great to see, as you know, Griffith's personal best is, let's see, 12 seconds clear of the field. And so, you know, if he doesn't have a pacer out there and he wants to go for a really fast time, he's going to be doing a lot of solo work. And frankly, he might still be doing a lot of solo work in the second half of this race as he chases the rabbit here. But it is the Griffith show for now as he follows Riley, the pacer.
And I should make a note here that I think we just might have missed Jake Liebert in those introductions. My apologies to Liebert. He is the leader of our chase pack right now, and he is headed to the University of Tennessee in the fall. He hails from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, and he has a seed of 8:47.47, an incredibly respectable 2-mile seed. Now that's an outdoor time that was set at the New Balance National Outdoors in 2023, courtesy of his third place finish there. So no stranger is Liebert to this level of competition.
He had such a good time last year at Franklin
Sure
Field.
did.
He came back.
And doing a great job of setting the pace there for the rest of the field. That includes Cameron Todd wearing hip number 1 as well. Again, a 9-minute 2-miler to win the Eastern Indoors. Also, some fantastic cross-country talent in this bunch. At NXN in 2023, he was 2nd and 8th at the Foot Locker Nationals. So again, some good strength. But right now, up front with our pacer, it is all Drew Griffith. And he is showing this field and this stadium why he is the very best in the country this year.
With a maybe 40-meter lead on the chasers, you know, it is a great visual representation of how head and shoulders a talent he is against, you know, the other best runners in the country. There's no lack of high quality competition here, and he is just that good as he comes around toward 1400.
And Griffith just looks so relaxed. I mean, obviously this is a fast tempo. He's in sort of the best possible position if he has to be without other competitors, you know, in the sense of his racing competitors. He has a pacer ahead of him. He has the pacing lights to his side. You get a sense of the distance back to the rest of the field, and also the effort that it is taking our very capable pacer to keep this tempo rolling, and that really indicates just how powerful, composed, strong, and fast Griffith is right now. He's at the top of his game, and our pace setter has done a fantastic job leading him through. We get through that halfway mark through that first mile, and that was a stunning opening mile there of about 4:20 through 1,618 meters. That was clockwork, 31 and 32 second laps alternating throughout the first half of this race. So
that is going to be right on his personal best national record pace, roughly 4:18 high at halfway with a 8:38 PB that he is chasing. And you see, if anything, it looks like he's picking it up a little bit. We'll see what the next split comes through at, but he seems 31.6. I believe that's the fastest lap of the day so far. So he had that pacer out there, and as soon as he dropped off, instead of letting it lag, if anything, he picked it up.
And that's exactly what you want to do. It's a bit counterintuitive, but when the rabbit drops, you know that it's immediately going to feel harder. So if anything, it's better to start pressing, because you know that if you maintain the same effort, you're going to slow. You have to increase the effort to maintain the pace. It's that difficult, and with 6 laps to go, this young man is dialed in. The shoulders are rolling a little bit, but he looks really controlled. Nice quick cadence, good stride, knees are coming up, arms are staying close to the body. He doesn't look like he's in trouble here or laboring too much. This is where it starts to hurt, though, and he has to maintain that focus and just practice getting through each 100 meters and get through it, tick the box, and get through the next. That's the only way he's going to get to the line with any kind of hope at a PR.
And Liebert has been doing yeoman's work here in the chase pack to keep as close to in contact as possible. They're now almost 100 meters back, but there is a big group forming up behind him, and he's got a lot more company than Griffith as they come around competing, you know, not just for the national title, which it seems like is pretty close to locked up by Griffith, but, you know, for those podium spots, for those All-American honors, it seems like Liebert is really determined to keep the pace fast and competitive in that chase pack. But right now, it is Griffith doing all the work all alone, coming up on his first lap athlete here. But he is having no trouble at all staying ahead of those pace lights, continuing to click off those 32-second laps.
And we've seen this a few times throughout the weekend, which has just been sensational. But you get the sense that he's closer to lapping the rest of the field than they are to making any kind of contact with him. Still ahead of those pace lights, and with only
3 laps to go
remaining, he is absolutely in a class of his own. Again, we know that this pace is you're starting to feel this pace, and he just has to maintain that focus. The rest of the field are the very best in the country. Again, 4 of them heading to college with him in the fall to be his cross-country and track teammates, and so these guys are, absolute studs in their own right. And yet our leader right now has all of them in his sights. The pace lights are nipping at his heels. They have slowly caught up with him. He's going to get some reinvigoration here as he goes into the final quarter mile of this 2-mile solo effort.
Yeah, it's clear, the race is getting to him now, but as the crowd roars him along, urging him to keep his cadence up and go into his kick, he's got 300 meters left, and we'll see what kind of gears he has left in the toolbox as he comes around. It's second to last time.
It's clear that it's starting to get to him, but this is where you finally get that push from the crowd, from the clock. He'll hear the bell now, and with 8:04 on the clock, it is all Drew Griffith. He knows what's on the line, and he is going for it, going to the arms, increasing that stride length, yearning for every ounce of energy to propel him towards a new national lead and lifetime best. It's going to happen. Look at his speed. Drew Griffith headed to Notre Dame, finishing up a fabulous indoor career here.
And as he crosses the line, it's going to be a new national record. We will see 8:34.91 coming up officially, breaking his own mark, 8:38 by quite a margin. An incredible performance, big negative split in that second half, and it's clear that all that solo running was well rewarded as he gets his records are meant to be broken tape and congratulates his competitors. What a performance from Drew Griffith.
Performance indeed, and talk about consistency. 32, 32, 32, 32. The only time he broke that was a couple of 31s, and then this lap, a 30.22 final close, having done all of the work in the second mile, absolutely solo. You love to see it. Form never wavered. The strain is on his face. It does not matter. 8:34.91, and Drew Griffith has solidified his names in the record books. What a way to go out here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
And I have to say, he's destined for even bigger and better things on the collegiate level, because when I look at him run, the first thing that I think is the 2-mile might be too short for him. He's so smooth, so efficient with his stride. I see a 10K runner in the making, that's for sure.
Well, let's let him enjoy this first and taking a well-deserved victory lap. What a special way to do this, too. Again, so many of these athletes competed throughout the weekend already at the fabulous Reggie Lewis Center, but there is nothing like coming home to the track at New Balance and enjoying the energy, electricity, and environment. As we see compiled results there, 8:34.91, a new national record for Drew Griffith. Morgenfeld held on beautifully for an 8:51.17, a tight battle there against Cameron Todd. 8:55 for Barrett, 8:57 for Evans, as well for Liebert. 8:58 for Gableman rounds out our top 7, all under the 9-minute mark. Exciting stuff here on our last day of action at the New Balance National Indoors, and we're going to keep it rolling right away with our fastest 2 timed finals of our girls 2-mile championship, starting with our slower of the 2 and then moving to our championship event in about 15 minutes time.
We have, in this one, we have Caroline Hood, Alexandra Walsh, Morgan Boonshaft, Sarah Perkins, Caroline Barton, Sophia Holgado, Addison Dorenkamp, Liv Phillips, Hannah Schaefer, Evelyn Rogers, Caroline Tribbett, Jaslyn Garmer, Elena Figuera, Dana Lair, Lily Lyons, Lily Jin, Ava Durrell, and Sadia Berkovitz. Seeds in this race range from 10:27 to 10:44. So these runners will be looking to run something like a 5:15 or even faster mile pace. That's roughly 76-second quarters, something like a 38-39 cadence. And we'll see, looks like Hood out to an early start.
Yeah, very quick running by her, and again, not unfamiliar for our audience to see these runners take this race by the horns and just go with it. We've seen this quite a bit throughout the weekend, and you know, I wonder almost if she's pacing, because she was splitting her watch there, which is an interesting way to be running. Maybe that's just for her own feedback. But she comes in with a 10:30 best, and she is absolutely ticking things away right now. So many of these runners, you know, they come in, they just know maybe they're not a kicker, or maybe their fitness in training has just indicated that they are far more capable than what they have, you know, thrown down in a performance thus far. And as I say that, the pack just rejoins on the back of her heels. Wondered if she kind of took that out to see if anyone would go with her, and has decided to pull back a bit as no one took the bait. But either way, a very speedy opening, 73 seconds for that first quarter mile.
And it does look like they've settled into that sort of 37-38 tempo, which is closer to sort of the overall pace these runners are trying to run. The lights should be set at something like 10:26. Seems like they're a little behind right now, but we'll keep an eye on those as they come through. And now Hood has a little company up front. And as they come around to 600 meters, we'll see if Dorenkamp wants to sit in her shoulder or to take the lead. And as soon as I said it, it looks like the decision is made. Addison Dorenkamp is to the front now and looking to see if she can keep this pace hot.
Well, and great in some ways that Dorenkamp decided to take over and give Hood a little bit of a break. Hood actually headed to my alma mater, Duke University, in the fall, so that's exciting for her, the Pace Academy athlete out of Atlanta, Georgia. And she is now just sitting on the heels of Dorenkamp, those two sharing the work up front. And that is a good indication that they'll be able to help each other to some fast times. Another lap by there in 38.5, so incredibly consistent running in that 38 mid-range thus far. That's what you like to see at this point in the race. You don't want to be putting in too much effort. It shouldn't necessarily feel comfortable, but it shouldn't be hurting by any means yet. And these two with 10-15 meters back on the rest of the field.
Dorenkamp here all the way from Iowa.
The top two starting to separate.
Seems to be determined to hold on to that lead as they come around here at 1,200 meters.
10 laps remaining.
So 10 laps to go, and now for the first time we see Hood just maybe falling off a little bit of the pace set by Dorenkamp up front. She is on a mission here. Looks pretty comfortable and smooth up front, and now this is a tough pace for Hood because she doesn't want to let that gap open up too much ahead of her. And yet, if she can sit back with the pack a little bit, she might be able to just take a breath, take a beat, regain her composure, and then work as a unit with those other runners to try to diminish the lead set by our front runner right now. That is Hannah Schaefer back in that pack, leading that trio at the left of screen. They're through another lap here in 39.5, so that is the slowest lap thus far. But Dorenkamp, her lead not shrinking as we make our way towards the halfway mark and the first mile of this 2-mile championship final.
Dorenkamp is also headed down south for college, but she will be at the University of Alabama competing in the SEC. And as she comes up on halfway, We'll get a pace check as for most of this race, the pace lights have been well back, and rightfully so, as she comes through a mile in 5:06 by the looks of it. A really strong pace. Dorenkamp enters with a 10:35 seed, but if she's knocking on the door of that sub 10:20, that's a big leap forward, and certainly exciting for her coaches, teammates, family to see that breakthrough to that next level.
Well, again, we've talked about the mental toughness required for these runners to come out on one of the biggest stages of their career and sort of have the guts to really put themselves in it and just trust that this is the tactic that's going to work for them. And, I think that she looks fantastic out there. Her stride length is staying nice and quick. This is where the fatigue is going to set in for every single one of these runners. I used to think if it's hurting for me, it means it's hurting for everyone else because I know I'm fit. And so you just have to remind yourself of that when you start feeling the shoulders rise a little bit, you start feeling the turnover just lag a little bit. You got to keep that dynamic stride. You got to keep popping away and know that it's not just hurting for you. It's collective suffering out there on track, even though it is fast collective suffering.
Yeah, and they're back on that sort of 40-second 200-meter cadence. That's closer to 5:20 pace, so looks like we're sort of in store for something like a bit of a positive split, but with the competition and the tempo that they have been able to maintain here so far in the race, a little bit of a positive split could still yield a big PB for a lot of these athletes that have yet to break 10:30.
And as Dorenkamp goes by a lapped runner there, we should note that at the last split, she did have a 3-second advantage over the rest of the field. So she's maintained that margin of advantage over everyone else, although now it's Ava Jarrell who's looking really strong, and I think maybe just turning over a little bit faster than is our leader Dorenkamp. And that is threatening potentially this lead right now.
Ava Jarrell in second place.
Ava Jarrell out of Pendleton Heights High School in Indiana, and she's a very strong runner in her own right. Broke 5 minutes in the mile so far this season with a 4:55 and has a 10:27.30 200 best, although she is quickly eating away at the lead here and back on those pace lights, stringing several of the other runners with her. So in the closing laps of this race, we could see some high drama as they are coming up on 4 laps to go.
So with half a mile of racing remaining, it is now a 2-woman race, although the look of Jarrell, I don't think she's going to wait very long to go around Dorenkamp and hit the lead.
Well, Dorenkamp threw down a 39-second lap there to Dorenkamp. Jarrell threw down a 39-second lap to Dorenkamp's 41, so you can see the difference in the pace as they have less than a half mile to go.
And we'll see, some of these other runners as well are not too far out of contact in that third and fourth place currently, as, Dorenkamp will try to hang on to Jarrell's pace as they come up on 600 to go. But Walsh and Rogers, it looks like, are well positioned to move up as well as these athletes move into their kicks.
I'm just so impressed with Jarrell's turnover. It was clear she made a choice to start making it hurt probably earlier than she wanted to. But she's looking really strong. She's fast, good arm carriage.
And that's a really big, growth and development as an athlete that you have in high school is everyone has, we joke, we call it the freshman kick, right? You can always do the last lap fast, but can you stretch that same level of effort out over, 400 or 800 meters? It's benefits you overall. You'll get a faster time, but it's mentally much harder.
So now the roles have been reversed, and it is Jarrell with a 3-second lead over Dorenkamp at our last split. We should keep our eye on Evelyn Rogers as well, who's right there with Dorenkamp and has made up some great ground over the last couple of laps. She is the senior for the Roadrunners, but Ava Jarrell, the junior from Pendleton Heights, coming into the home stretch for the penultimate time. She'll get that boost from the bell. She is now for the first time at the front of those pace lights yet again. And look at this, finds another gear continuing to turn over faster and faster with each stride. I think she's using that momentum from the past runners, the last runners, to pull her forward. And as she enters the final 100 meters, she looks fantastic and is poised to take a victory in this second to fastest section of our championship girls 2 mile.
And what a sprint as she comes down the home stretch for the last time, looking to get a new personal best. A really strong 10:22.83 victory here in section 6 of 7 in this girls championship 2 mile. 10:22.83, a really strong performance there. Almost exactly a even split, really strong pace job for Jarrell. And now the ladies in this fast heat are going to have a mark to chase because 10:22 is fast.
It sure is, and so is that closing lap of 35 flat. Big smiles for our winner of this section, Jarrell. Again, still only a junior with lots of time ahead of her to continue developing over this longer distance. There you see compiled results. Rogers 10:32.98, Walsh 10:33.57, Dorenkamp 10:33.82. So we have
Dorenkamp still hanging on to that personal best, even with a bit of a tough couple laps there. So that's really great to see from the senior there.
And 6 athletes under 10:40. So phenomenal running as we get ready now for our final and fastest section of this girls 2 mile race.
And we'll get ready for the sparks and the run out that now the crowd and the athletes have become accustomed to. A fantastic atmosphere here at the track at New Balance, Brighton, Massachusetts. We will crown a new champion in the girls 2 mile here at New Balance Nationals shortly at the end of this race in this really high quality field we have assembled for the final.
So introductions now for our final section of the girls 2 mile. Again, national record 9:38 held by one Mary Kane from 2013. That will be a tall order, but nonetheless, deep talent assembled on track. Couple of late scratches, unfortunately.
It's a long weekend. A lot of these athletes, as you mentioned, for the boys championship have done multiple races, are on day 3 or 4 of their competition here, finishing up the indoor season.
So next race on the track.
But there are still crowns to be handed out and national titles to be decided as we look at this assembled field. They will do the intros shortly, and we will look forward to seeing potentially something like a 10-minute 2 mile pace, because I'm looking at the entry list here and there are multiple athletes in this race that have run under 10 minutes or knocked on that door already this season.
Absolutely, and the national lead is a 10:05.91. Now that's a conversion from a 3200. So again, a number of these seeds are going to be conversions from a 3200, from a 3000, rather than a straight 2 mile. Nonetheless, it is a full 2 mile we are running here, and we are going to have, like I said, some of the best athletes we've ever seen assembled in this event. Our first athlete wearing hip number 1 is going to be Samantha Humphreys. We've seen her and her sister on track several times already throughout the weekend from Flower Mound High School in Texas. Number 3 in the nation. She is going to Oregon in the fall. Sam Murphy's wearing hip 2 is Allie Zealand out of Lynchburg, Virginia, a 10:02.66 PB. Liberty commit in the fall. Wearing hip number 3 is going to be Addie Ritzenheim out of Niwot, Colorado, daughter of Olympian Dathan Ritzenheim, and a 10:23 PB. Wearing hip number 4 is going to be Hanny Thompson out of Santa Rosa, California. 9:55.31, 3200 last spring. And wearing hip number 5 is going to be Emily Bush. She hails from Saratoga Springs High School in New York. She's headed to Providence College in the fall and has a 923,000 this season. Hip number 6 is going to be Ellen Latta, and she's going to be one to watch. She runs for the Patriots and set a middle school national record in the mile on Thursday. Keep your eye on her. Ella Gibbs wears hip number 7 out of Berkeley. Tula Fabush out of Kentucky Elite is going to wear hip number 8. She is a Tennessee commit. Hip number 9 is Ella Hagen of Summit High School in Frisco, Colorado. Wearing the shades, love those shades. Hip number 11 is going to be Alyssa Soro out of Williamstown High School in West Virginia. Wearing hip 13 is going to be Isabel Alori. She runs for Liberty Common High School in Fort Collins, Colorado. She's headed to Notre Dame with that slew of boys from the 2-mile run. And we saw her in action already. She won the 5,000 meter on Friday night in dominant fashion. Abby Faith Cheeseman from the Webb School in Bell Buckle, Tennessee, rounds out our field. She is also the defending 2-mile outdoor New Balance national champion. What a field we have on track. Unfortunately, Ellie Shea is a late scratch. She, of course, ran in the mile earlier. And we also are not joined by Charlotte Sinke. So 12 very talented athletes. Our final section of the championship girls 2-mile.
As they get ready to click off 16 laps of this track, we will keep an eye on the pace lights.
All right, so once we get past the first couple of turns, you'll see the lights kick in. So we have
And they're
two
off
sets of
and
pacing
running.
lights. One is at 9:45. Those
We
lights will be
have
white.
two groups, one at
Sorry, those lights will be
9:45
The white lights are
and
for 10
the
flat.
white lights behind them at 10 flat. So there will be a range of paces that these athletes are aiming for. Certainly, as we see some of these, already crowned national champions and
We're hoping to change that.
talented athletes that have already run so fast this season, it wouldn't be surprising to see multiple sub-10 performances and maybe one or two folks getting way under 10 in this last 2-mile championship section.
And great to see Emily Bush there, the kinetic athlete, taking charge of things early on. Again, she is from Saratoga Springs and has run a 9:23,000 as well as a 4:46 mile. So nice improvement on her personal best so far this year, and wanting to take full advantage of being in both the strength and sharpness combination of fitness right now. Tracking her really closely, of course, is Sam Humphreys. Sam Humphreys and her sister Nicole were part of that Flower Mound team that already have 2 second place finishes in the distance relays under their belts this weekend. That, of course, is the DMR and the 4x1 mile relay. Both of those records went down. Those meet records went down. And the times run by those Flower Mound teams were under the old records. The problem was the Carolina Cavaliers beat them on both occasions. But nonetheless, really studly running by the Humphrey sisters and co. out of Flower Mound, Texas. So a quartet now separating from the rest of the field. That is Bush, Humphreys, Allie Zealand there tucked in, along with Addie Ritzenheim. And Addie still just a sophomore.
And we see that 36 cadence that they've sort of settled into after a quick couple of laps. That's going to be around that 4:53, 4:55 mile pace. So a good sign if they're going for that, 9:50, something like that, that they are on track and have plenty of company. Unlike the men's race, we saw, a lot of solo laps out there. These girls will be able to push each other throughout this race to a fast time.
Absolutely. Emily Bush, we saw this with a few other runners, almost looks like she has a bit of a smile on her face when she runs. And I love that because there is such a sense of relaxation that comes over your whole body when you relax the face and when you smile. And you'll often hear sprint coaches yelling, relax your face, relax your face. And it really has a cumulative effect. And just looking really collected and calm at the front. Again, Samantha Humphreys right behind her with such a similar running style to her twin, Nicole, who had great success throughout this weekend individually as well.
they're just happy to be here.
And why shouldn't they be? We're also happy to be here and to have this kind of talent on track in front of us. It's been a fabulous 3 days at the Reggie Lewis Center, and now I can't believe we're more than 2/3 of the way through our final day at the track at New Balance. And 5 runners separated with a 6th trailing now. And that is another, so 36 and 37-second laps have been clicked off. That is a 38, the slowest thus far. So they're through 1,218 meters in 3:42, but still running strong as a group and really strung out now, as you can see separation back towards the back of this pack as well.
And you can see the pace lights on that 9:45 cadence kind of creeping away from them a little bit. They might come back later in the race if they pick it up, but I think for a lot of these athletes, playing it smart and, you know, focusing on competing against each other and not just going out for a time that might be a little out of your depth in this moment is a really smart move.
Absolutely. So they're just off those front pace lights, but still have them in their sights. And we've talked so much throughout this meet about the importance of paying attention to them, but not being so fixated on them that it becomes a distraction. So some separation now up front with Zealand taking over the pacing duties. Another 38-second lap there as they approach halfway. They'll be through the first mile here, and we'll get you a split for them as they come around.
And it looks like we've got a little bit of separation here from the chasers as Ali Zealand takes over a roughly 4:55 first half, followed closely by Humphreys. Addie Ritzenheim has slung into that third position, and looks like she's hoping to kind of keep in contact there as a little bit of a gap emerged to Bush and Alori.
And I just wonder if that maybe caught Ritzenheim by surprise a bit, because she looks really strong. And she clearly wants to be up working with our 2 front runners right now. So she'll just have to chip away at that. Again, you don't want to panic and make any really fast moves based on fear. You want to just work away, stay patient, stay controlled, so that you don't show your cards too early. But Ritzenheim, again, all kinds of talent in her genes, and really beautiful running style. Always chipping away at the distance between her and the back of Humphreys, and now she's almost on their heels. And she has brought, I believe that's Alyssa Soro with her.
And I have to say, you would not guess that there are already 2 races on Samantha Humphreys' legs based on how relaxed and controlled she looks in this race.
And I apologize, that's actually Isabel Alori who is on the back of Ritzenheim. So after a couple of slower laps, these girls have clicked things back into 36 and 37 seconds here. That's exactly what you want to be doing at this point in the race. That's what we've talked about, where, you know, either a pacer drops or, you know, you start losing a little bit of focus through that third quarter. You want to actually press a little more in a counterintuitive way so that you don't fall off pace and, you know, just miss out on a PR or on a record, and that's exactly what they're doing. So with 5 laps to go, they are inside 1,000 meters, another 37-second lap.
It is a 4-woman race all of a sudden, as Ritzenheim has towed Alori back into the mix, and as Zealand continues to keep the tempo up front, the places are far from decided as they come up on 800 meters to go. This is certainly anyone's race when it comes to this national title. And with 4 laps, 800 meters remaining, there's maybe another slight injection of pace by Zealand there, trying to keep things honest and trying to shake the 3 tails that she has tucked in right behind her.
Well, Zealand has just been like clockwork. Again, obviously an athlete who likes to stick to the front, likes to take over those pacing duties, and the other athletes, I think, quite happy to have someone else do that work for them. But, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better pace setter if you have to have one. Humphreys headed to Oregon with her sister in the fall, so they are going to be a fantastic addition to the Ducks program. And before they get there, we got to mention that Samantha is a 4:39 miler in her own right. She's got some wheels. We've seen her run very fast, so if this comes down to a kicker's race, it's going to be really interesting to see which athlete prevails
And she has really marked the front of this race from the first ride. And usually when you see that from an athlete, that's, you know, a sign of confidence, a sign that you are not showing up just to ride the train. You are contending for the win.
Absolutely.
And as they come up on 400 meters remaining, it looks like actually Lori is going to be the first one to make a move as she swings around all of a sudden from fourth into second. Zealand has not wanted to relinquish that lead, but now it is Lori who is in that second spot. We'll see if those paces in that order stays the same. It looks like they are still in close contention, and Humphreys is certainly not out of this, nor is Ritzenhein. But as Zealand continues to try and break the competition, coming up on the bell lap, Lori, who has been tucked into fourth most of this race, is right on her heels.
Well, we should mention that Zealand is a 4:38 miler in her own right, so she is turning things on, going to the arms. Look at her striding so fast down that back stretch. Lori sticking with her like glue, and now trying to swing wide to go around her. This is not what we expected, but it's what we love to see. Lori battling Zealand. It is going to be Zealand with a slight advantage with some traffic now into the closing meters. The smile is on the face. 9:47.50. What an unbelievable performance for Allie Zealand, the Liberty University commit, and now the New Balance National Indoor Champion.
And just what poise and confidence it takes to come into this race, you know, not the top seed, not the favorite coming into it, and to just take control in that second half and make it your race. That really shows, you know, a lot of maturity, a lot of confidence as an athlete, and then certainly just to be able to hold on, you know, after you've done so much leading, to be able to kick all the way through to that finish. It's an incredible demonstration of your athletic ability and your determination to take that win.
And the focus getting around that traffic in the end, because the last thing you need when you're just cued in totally to the mental effort involved in getting to that line is to contend with four other bodies that are still dealing with a lap to go. So great focus by Zealand to keep her composure, stay really strong, and what a fabulous performance for her. We should note that that is the fourth fastest high school time ever run. So putting herself near the top of those record books and concluding her indoor high school career in style.
And of
Allie
course,
Zealand of Lynchburg, Virginia. What a run.
There were 4 sub-10 performances. How about Addie Ritzenhein? 9:52.64 as a sophomore. That is incredible stuff. Clearly a really bright future ahead of her. And in 5th place, the 5K champion, Abby Faith Cheeseman, doubling back to a really strong performance here in this 2-mile championship.
Well, look at Zealand's victory lap. This looks like to stride to me. I mean, this is how fast I was
still
turning
going
over
5:20 pace
before my race. And, you know, again, soak it up, Ms. Zealand. This is your moment. What a way to go out. I love how happy she is, how much she's enjoying this. The crowds are really electric here, and why not throw some extra fireworks on this celebration? They're going off along the home stretch for our new indoor champion, 2024 New Balance National Indoor 2-mile victor, Allie Zealand, going home with the win.
I just saw her stop her watch. I think she counted her victory lap as her total mileage on the day.
If it happens on Strava, it happens in real life, so you got to make sure that it counts. And this is the conclusion of this portion of our championship mid-distance action. We're going to turn things back over now to some of our sprint specialists for some 200 finals. We'll be back with you for the close of our show with our 4x8 and 4x400 meter relays. Don't go anywhere. For Kate Van Buskirk and David Melly, we'll be right back.
All right, y'all. I need to hear y'all get loud for these athletes. They have been working hard. We're about to do some introductions. I don't hear anybody yet. Are we going to clap or what? Hello? Thank you. First up, we have Tate Taylor from San Antonio Swift. This man looks smart with his glasses on. His glasses don't go nowhere when he's running. Gets into the crowd and everything.
and world silver medalist Jasmine Todd, and we are going to be commentating the championship 200-meter dashes for you. It's about to get real fun up in here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us at the track at New Balance. Girl, I'm excited for this. This 200 can get real hot for both the girls and the boys. But let's talk about Heat 1. We have Tate Taylor in 3 from San Antonio Swift. He has a season's best of 21:48. Lane 4, we have Austin Diggs from Texas. We have Sean McCollum. We have Janelle Harris in lane 6.
I know y'all can't see me dancing on the broadcast right now, but they are playing jump around. I don't even know why, because these kids don't know nothing about that.
This will be Heat 1 of 2 for this final. The first heat, and then the second heat is going to get really hot. I can't wait to see what these boys do.
Girl, they about to be running so fast. That track gonna be on fire. Okay, look at Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Stanley's ready to go.
Yeah, that's Mr. White Lightning right there. Tell him something, Mr. Stanley. Tell him something.
I like the energy. That means he is ready to go.
Yeah, and everybody watch out for Jake Odie Jordan. I'm pretty sure he was just running the 60-meter dash, so now he's trying to come out here and win him a national title in the 200, but he got 7 other boys he going to have to go through, okay? They're not just going to hand out the gold medal to anybody. You got to come out here. You got to be ready to race.
I mean, I guess we could go ahead and kind of talk about Heat 2 before we get underway with Heat 1. Heat 2 will consist of Nicholas C. Spikes. We will have Jaden Willie. We will have Kane Stanley. And we will have Jake Audley Jr.
It's about to get hot in here, y'all. I told y'all yesterday that Earth, Wind, and Fire, it ain't no joke. It ain't no joke, that Earth, Wind, and Fire. Y'all said I forgot about the water. Make sure y'all got the water for the athletes when they done running, okay?
Oh, my goodness. All right, you guys. So Heat 1, again, we have Tate Taylor, Austin Diggs, Sean McCollum, Janelle Harris.
We have got our amazing athletes getting into the blocks right now. You know what? I'm excited, and I'm just going to pick a lane. I'm going to pick lane 5.
I'm going to go 6.
Okay, bet. Me and Jasmine have picked lane 5 and lane 6. I hope y'all got y'all picks. Here we go, off at the gun. They are coming around this first turn looking amazing. Hello, looking pretty even so far, but we got lane 5 trying to make up that stacker. I know that's right, boy. Coming up that turn on that second
He
hill.
is really working that
Okay,
curve.
but lane 4 ain't no joke. It's going to be a fight to a finish, okay? Look at that form, strong. Man, look. Mr. Taylor. Oh, not Taylor. Taylor got second. My bad. Taylor got second, but it is going to be
Sean McCollum.
21:01 for your boy Tate Taylor in second so far,
which is very close to the national lead that we have right now, which is held by Quincy Wilson.
Okay.
With a 21:02, so he is just off from that national leading time.
Nah, I'm excited, y'all. We have got one more heat of the boys championship 200, and look at that. Look, he got them glasses on. You know he's smart. Coming to the finish line like that. He's swift because he fast. Okay, that's why he got swift across his shirt, because he's trying to win.
You are so silly. Oh my goodness.
Look, you got to be smart to be fast, okay? And Mr. Swift, Mr. Sean, he knows something about being fast. Like I told y'all, they tired. Go ahead and get them that water. If I got the Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That time to beat currently is a 21:01.
I think we're going to see a 20-point in here. And honestly, I think it's going to come from Mr. Kane Stanley. I believe that he came into this final with the fastest time from yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think he going to be trying to do something hot.
Heat 2 we have underway in lane 3. Nicholas C. Spikes. We have 4, Jaden Willie. 5, Kane Stanley. 6, Jake O'Day Jordan.
Ain't Jordan the name of your dog?
It sure is. That's my baby. I miss my baby.
That's my niece, y'all. Jordan, my niece.
I can't wait to get home to her. I've been gone every weekend, and I ain't seen my poor dog. But it is well worth it being out here watching all this talent. It was so much track happening here this weekend.
Look, It looked like Mr. Kane Stanley didn't hit a little power up. I thought he was about to hit a Super Saiyan or something. Got a little scared.
In the likeness of Noah. Noah be doing the same thing, okay?
So he said he coming for Noah. Don't play with him.
And these boys are off.
Beautiful start for Mr. Kane Stanley. They are going into that back stretch, and I think Kane is going to try his best to make up that stagger. But Bishop Carroll is not gonna let him do it. Lane 4 is going to be fighting to the finish. You see it in his face, but Kane, oh my God, he is
starting to break
stumbling
down.
Oh my God, y'all, 2067.
Oh my
I couldn't even tell who come across the line from that race was so crazy. Was it Bishop Carroll?
That was so
Jordan.
close to hitting that national record. So he should be feeling great about that time. The national record is a 20:48. So he was just off of that national record.
Rep your set, Jay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see you. I see you. Jake,
2066.
Jaden, and Kane. Nah, I need y'all to rewatch this replay because every single one of these boys from lane 5, 6, and 4 were trying their absolute hardest to be first to that finish line. Kane, you see it on his face, boy, he hurting. And so is Mr. Bishop Carroll out on the outside, and so is Mr. Wiley. You can tell that all of these men came in here today wanting to win, but unfortunately only one person comes across the line first.
As Kane was coming down that 200 curve, that just shows the talent it takes to be able to work that curve coming down so fast, because if you're coming off that curve and you are not stable and you're not in proper form, that's where you'll start to see some of that tumbling coming down.
Them knees gonna buckle, you gonna turn bow-legged for a second.
That curve is hard to run. It's a hard thing to sprint on, okay?
Hey, look, I know bank tracks are the fastest tracks, but baby, it is a specific art. Here
So
you
on our
are.
screen, we have our final results.
Jake Odie Jordan is your national champion. Y'all better be giving it up for him at home. Jaden Wiley in second, Kane Stanley in third, Sean in fourth, Tate Taylor in fifth. 6 is going to be Austin Diggs. 7, Janelle Harris. And last but not least, Nicholas C. Spikes.
Hey, man, congratulations to all those boys on their competition this weekend. That is a way to put it out for the fastest party alive. And up next, we will now have the Girls Championship 200-meter dash.
These uniforms eat real bad. I see you, Ryan Randolph. That uniform is gorgeous. And New Balance has got these other blue-black uniforms. Well, that's more green.
Up next, we've got Sophia Swindle. I like this New Balance uniform. I don't know what it is about it, but I like it.
Oh, I like her.
It's her hair for me. Come
Davis,
on,
period.
Kira Davis.
Period.
Yes.
A young Sha'Carri. A young Sha'Carri Purr. You better tell him something.
Yes,
Yeah.
the hair's going to do it every time. I was watching her in warm-ups, and ooh, I love it, I love it, I love it.
Let me get your autograph, baby Sha'Carri.
So
Sade
now
like
we've
the
got
singer.
Sade Gray. And those 4 ladies will be in that Heat 1.
Ooh, I see somebody I know in this next group of 4. Okay, y'all better give it up for her at home. You can
We've
scream
got
in your
Ashley Odasi. She will be in lane 3 of Heat 2. In lane 4, we will have Vanessa Waite.
Okay, she's trying to be the GOAT. She said, I want to be the greatest of all time, babe. I'm about to come out here and get it.
She's in 8th grade, bro. You know how crazy that is?
She in 8th grade, baby.
8th grade.
Chop it up for Miss Deja Hodge. Deja Hodge was your national champion in the 2 and the 60-meter last year. So she is about to come out here and defend her title.
Not only that, we have to make sure everyone understands. She competes for the British Virgin Islands. She's our defending champ and our meet record holder. That she also holds the world junior record in a 23:65 is what she ran in the prelims.
Yes, and her teammate Deja will also be joining her in the second heat. That's going to be great. Shout out to MVA. They have got a lot of amazing athletes out here.
So again, as these ladies are underway, Heat 1, 3 is Randolph, 4 Swindle, 5 Davis, 6 Gray.
Still don't know the right way to spell gray. Is it G-R-A-Y?
Girl, it just depends on how I like to feel that day. That's how I spell it. However I feel.
Hello.
Some days it's an A, some days it's an E.
And this why people feel like English is the hardest language to learn. 'Cause what's the reason? Girl, I'm going to spell it however I want to spell it.
Have you ran the indoor 200?
Unfortunately.
You like it?
No.
Because it was the unfortunate for me.
Here we go. We have got the young Sha'Carri out of lane 5 doing her thing. But it looks like lane 6 is going to be doing her best to put her foot down on the entire field, baby. She's putting on a clinic.
That is great up front.
But now we have got to watch out for lane 3 and lane 4. It might be a little even coming around this turn. Who wants it more? Just like the boys' race, it's going to be lane 6.
But that will be great to take that win for T1.
Look at her face. She's serious.
23.82 from Gray. So that will be the time to beat of the day.
Miss Gray is serious. Okay, don't play with her. Yeah, tell him something, Miss Gray. What if I wanted to spell Gray?
She is happy with that. G-R-A-E. You know what? I take it. We spell things any kind of way these days, so it's okay. I'll take it.
Look at how strong they are. Jasmine, we have got to talk about the sheer strength that you have got to have to sprint full speed for 200 straight meters. Okay, you got to be on full blast. I mean, at some point you're going to float, but if you're a high schooler, you might not know what that is yet. But essentially, you run at full speed until you get to that finish line. You just got to hold on and pray.
I think that's the thing when it comes to some of these elite high school athletes where they understand the float part of this race. They have to understand the technical side of it, and they learn that rhythm of what it is that they need to do in order to get the job done.
Purr, as they should. Next up, we are going to see the amazing world champion qualifier, Adasia Hodge. Let me tell y'all something about Miss Hodge. That girl and her teammates and her coach, I don't know what they cooking down there in Florida, but I need me a plate. Okay? I need me a plate of that food.
Girl, she be out there working.
And her and her teammate are going to hope to go 1-2 in this heat, hopefully 1-2 overall. I know Coach would really love that.
I mean, they are side by side, 5 and 6, so they get to kind of treat this like practice.
As they should. As they should.
And again, heat 2, lane 3, we have Ashley, lane 4, Vanessa, 5, Adasia, 6, Diasia.
Play coach. Can't even talk. Pay close attention to your screen. Because clearly I don't know what's going on.
Are out. You can really see Adasia is working that curve. She made sure she flung off that curve. What a great start as she is working her way up that hill.
Come on, Daddy. Off that turn, baby.
That is pure power. Keep an eye on that clock.
Ow, what is she going to run, my baby girl? Adasia, 22.95 for your defending two-time national champion, corrected to 22.96. I don't even think she's surprised that she won. She knew she was going to win. And she had to make a comeback from that 60 because she got silver. If y'all don't remember, Brianna Shelby ended up beating her out in the 60. But now she said, baby, y'all not taking this 200 away from me. I don't care who you are or what you're doing.
She said, this my baby. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Okay. Ain't that what Noah Lyles be saying?
It's giving Sharika at World Champs, okay?
Okay. That's a mini Sharika. Let's rewatch this race, everybody. She was so beautiful in her first few steps.
That start was beautiful. And she really powered through coming off that curve into a slingshot. And she made sure she worked going up that curve, using those arms so beautifully so that she can slingshot off of the curve coming into the finish for the last 50.
And this is what I'm talking about, y'all. The pure strength that you have to be able to run this race correctly. And you can just tell Adasia has got all the strength in the world. Congratulations to our two-time national champion. After this 200 race, we're going to have the 4x8, so we're going to hand it back off to Kate Van Buskirk. Thank y'all for listening, and please don't make me go viral on TikTok no more. Yes, I love y'all so much. Peace out.
back to the distance runners. It's time for the 4x8s. So we have 5 sections of the boys' 4x800 meter relay. In this first section, we have 16 teams, ranging in ability from 806 to 809.
So lots of excitement in both on the track and in our booth as we're changing hosts back and forth. Kate Van Buskirk back with you for my final segment of the day. And of course, this is one of my personal favorites, the 4x800 meter championship relays, to close things out on the mid-distance side before we turn things back over to our sprint specialists for the conclusion of the entire meet, our 4x400 meter relays. So for these 4x8s, we're going to have 5 sections. Again, running slowest to fastest on time. So starting things off, section number 1 of 5. 16 teams on track. And we'll do our best to get you some splits along the way.
On the track now, section 105, the boys' championship 4x800 meter relay.
So in the lead right now, it looks like that might be Pike Creek Track Club.
We've got runners high.
That would be Brandon Smith, Connor Gebert, Ryan Yeager, and Alec Jergadis. And that is Brian Yeager off to a quick lead there. Again, so many of these athletes, this is one of the hardest 800s to run because you've probably already run at least 1 mile, or an 8, or a 4, or some combination of that. A DMR in there, maybe a 4x mile, an SMR. This is usually the point in the meet where you're just holding on to the athletes that you still have who are standing, who can get around the circuit of the track 4 times. So pace lights are going to be set to 8:05 for this first section. After that, they'll be set to the time to beat, and then we'll be in for a treat for our final section of 5. Now it is Maury for Jesuit taking to the lead. And he's really stretching things out. So this is the Halo Harriers, and that's Alex Maury coming back up on his shoulder, though, for Pike Creek. That is Brian Yeager, and into the exchange, those two very close.
7 seconds for the opening carry. Pike Creek, our leader. Halo Harriers in second, runners high in third.
So good exchange there, and Pike Creek taking advantage of that to try to increase that lead over their competitors, the Harriers.
Opening carry under 2 minutes.
In third right now is runners high. So we already saw Yeager and Maury out on field.
Connor Gebhardt of Pike Creek Track Club carrying the stick now. He's opened up just a little bit.
And this is Connor Gebhardt. Looking pretty smooth, and then 4 teams jostling for position.
Jostling for a position to lead that chase.
That's Hillsborough into the second position now, it looks like.
Runners high, moving to second place, leading that chase back down the back straightaway.
But Gebhardt for Pike Creek, unfazed by anything else that's happening behind him, including the noise in stadium. And he will approach the line with 1 to go. Seat times here again ranging from 8:06 to 8:09. Those lights set to 8:05.
In second place, starting to show some signs of stress.
And now the pack gains on our leader.
Lowell will swing wide to challenge on the outside. Yellow.
And Lowell Track Club now slings their way into second.
Second exchange on the track will be halfway.
But Pike Creek has done a great job of maintaining this lead, and they will be ahead of the bunch at the handoff. It remains Pike Creek at 3:59 through halfway. That was a 2:01 split for Gebert. Lowell Track Club 4 minutes, so just a second behind them. They're in second right now, and they've made up that deficit immediately. Already swinging wide around some lapped athletes, and then it is the Harriers from Jesuit back into third, and some traffic there as they try to navigate their way through the exchange zone. That's Luke Schickler for the Harriers in third. Some of these guys having a hard time just staying on their feet again, not only because of how many bodies there are around them, but because the fatigue has been deeply embedded in their bodies at this point. The Harriers move into second up on the shoulder there of Lowell. That should be, I think, Abdul Jallo of Lowell now going around our early pace setters, Pike Creek. So it is the Harriers taking to the lead, with Luke Schickler driving the train right now.
Once again, swinging out to lane 2 to challenge.
And then the Braves in the mix as well in those red shorts on the inside. The Braves there with Longobardi.
On the outside.
But this has been a game of musical chairs. Pike Creek now back in the conversation. So too Lowell. Can Jesuit, the Halo Harriers, hold on here?
Third and final exchange.
And into this exchange, it is Lowell with the slight advantage just over Jesuit. Pike Creek following. And then it looks like maybe Westchester not far behind them. 6:02 on the clock, so that was another 2:01 clocking.
Raymond down.
And for Lowell, it is Rogers anchoring their quartet. So that is Alex Rogers now at the lead for Lowell.
Harriers in second. Matt Schmidtman.
With the Harriers, Pike Creek, Westchester, and the Braves. But Alex Rogers looks absolutely in his element right now. He's coming up on halfway through his leg, and he's doing a great job of holding on to the lead granted to him by his teammates over the course of those first several circuits of this track.
Halo Harriers in second, Pike Creek in third, Westchester Wolves in fourth.
The Harriers now gaining on Jesuit. They will swing wide and go around.
As we come back around our main straightaway, we'll have one.
And the Westchester Wolves now going with them into the home bell. This is Carr for
We're side by side and stride for stride on the bell.
the Braves. But now again, they just cannot be shaken. Pike Creek retakes the lead. And that's Alec Gergadis coming alive and throwing down the gauntlet out of nowhere. And it's going to be Pike Creek taking this first section of our championship boys 4x800s, just a whisper over 8 minutes. What a finish, 8 minutes, .84 for Pike Creek. That was an extraordinary close by Alex Gergadis. Just when we thought it was over and they were out, 8 minutes, .84. What a run. Westchester Wolves end up in second in 8:02.21. A really tight battle with them and the Braves, 8:02.40. Lowell, 8:03.68. Also in close contention with the Harriers, 8:03.81. And then the Baldwinsville Harriers round out that top six, I should say, in 8:05. So 1 of 5 down now. And again, we'll see lots of familiar names over these final relays.
And we'll go down to section 2.
Great turnout here today at the track at New Balance. You see a fantastic shot of this extraordinary facility. Still buzzing with excitement after 3 days of NCAA action. And keeping the party rocking here. The fastest party on the planet here at New Balance National Indoors, where most of these athletes will say goodbye to their 2024 indoor season and turn their sights to the 400-meter outdoor track. But before we get there, glory on the line in the form of the 4x8 and 4x400 meter relays. Section number 2 on track, John Paul DeGrave, South Fayette High School, Westfield Track Club, Edison Track Club, St. Johnsbury TC, Charlottesville High School, Hall TC, House of Sales, Brothers TC, Amherst, Chelmsford TC, Southview Cougars, Winchester, DC Cadets, Arden TC, Falcons, and a late scratch there by I-270. So 16 teams vying for position after the cut-in here. And that is House of Sales, set to be Ethan Walther, James Kennedy, John Barbato, and Ian Sabia. Happy to take the lead and get things rocking here. Big move on the outside there as well by the St. Johnsbury team. And for St. Johnsbury, that is Emmett Johnson, who's decided he wants to keep the pace ticking along here. You see those lights set to the time set in the previous section, 8 minutes, .84. Up on the shoulder now of South Fayette High School. This is Johnson at the lead for St. Johnsbury. And that appears to be Tim Danziger of South Fayette High School going with him. So it's green versus green, just ahead of the green as the lights are trying to play catch up with our runners. They'll be coming around the top of the track for the final time and into the exchange zone. And now it is St. Johnsbury with the slight edge going into the last straightaway. So just under a 2-minute clocking there for the first leg. And it is St. Johnsbury as chaos ensues on track. I think I saw a shoe. St. Johnsbury, South Fayette, and now Falcons in fourth, with I believe that's Arden Track in the conversation as well, moving into second. So this is what happens when you put 16 very fast young men on a track trying to find their teammates. We thought we had musical chairs in the race proper. It is absolute mayhem at this exchange zone. Bodies go down, shoes come off, and yet miraculously, I don't think a baton touched the track. So there is definitely a shoe, and I can't be certain whether that belongs to a runner who's already completed their leg or en route to do so. Either way, you don't stop just because you're single shoed out there. This is the fun and the madness of a championship 4x8 relay. So big moves here by Arden Track Club. And St. Johnsbury doing what they can to prevent them from running away with this thing, but Arden looking really strong up front. And they are into the final lap here before yet another exchange. These happen quickly, and now it looks as though Arden might just be suffering with that pace. The lights have caught them, and so too have the athletes of St. Johnsbury and South Fayette. South Fayette now powering to the exchange, and they will have the nod. A 2:01 split, so 2 minutes, then 2:01. And it looks like maybe a little bit of a cleaner handoff there. But Arden retakes the lead.
Arden Track Club and St. Johnsbury.
So those three happy to work together.
Going to the girls' triple jump runway. Aishia Bronner.
Some separation back to South Fayette, as these two teams have been battling throughout the entirety of this race. St. Johnsbury versus Arden.
Back running the maiden straightaway. South Fayette, Arden Track Club, St. Johnsbury.
We saw about 27 pace lead changes in the last timed final. Not nearly as many here, although there is still lots of racing yet to go, and these guys just having a hard time staying right on the pace lights. So for Arden, that is Paul Curran in the white singlet up front. And as I say that now, here comes the challenge of the green. And I believe that's actually St. Paul the Great into the lead for the first time. This is the quartet of Elijah Thompson, Alexander Everson, Nicholas Burrill, and Augustine Howard.
Daniel Arana making his way down the runway.
And into the final handoff now. It's going to be John Paul the Great with the edge. A big final burst of energy there for that team. And again, arms go up, elbows stay sharp, just trying to keep everyone on their feet. It's a miracle that no baton, to my knowledge, has been dropped yet. But so far, this is a smooth-looking run for John Paul the Great.
Augustine Howard.
That is Augustine Howard, their anchor, and he is back on those pace lights now. Doing it all by himself. He knows that the charge is coming from behind, and coming it is. He's got about 15-20 meters on the field, but that might not last long. Augustine Howard, after a 2:02, 2:01, and 2:01 opening three legs, hoping to bring this thing home for his team. It's Falcons in second. And it looks as though Augustine Howard starting to slow ever so slightly. He's still on those pace lights of 8 minutes, .84. But will it be enough? He's going to come in and hear the bell here. It's going to be an interesting final lap. You can see him starting to tie up a little bit, but he's still got several meters over the next runners.
That's straightaway now.
Really good turnover there for House of Sales, who have put themselves back in the conversation. This has been all over the place. Ian Sabia is set to be their anchor. And with 50 meters to go, it's going to be down to the wire. John Paul the Great having put in so much work here, and they will hold on for a win in section number 2. 8:04 unofficially. for Howard and Co. House of Sales less than half a second behind them. Well, that was all the third leg for the quartet of John Paul the Great, and thanks to Augustine Howard for holding on to that win. Very closely matching their seed time of 8:04.48 coming in. So House of Sales, again, less than half a second back at 8:04.43, 8:05.10 for South Fayette. And then the Falcons, 8:05.44. Arden Track Club, 8:04.95. Incredibly tight finishes here.
Zamir Harold, boys triple jump, making his way down the runway now. Harold in the running Lions. We're going on to section 3 of 5, the boys 4x8.
So section 3 now of 5 of our 4x8 boys championship relay. We have North Track, Carolina Cavaliers, 252 Elite, Eagle Elite, Norseman, Duval, Blacksburg, Plainsboro, Lexington, Top of the Hill, Ridgefield, Hunterdon, Warriors, Moses Brown, and Nittany. Grove City is a scratch. Another group of 15 on track here. Time to beat still out of that first section, that 8-minute .84. So right now in the lead, it is Nittany Track, Top of the Hill, and Lexington. Lexington led off by Nyan Das. Top of the Hill is Carter Herman. That is Das in the front now. Trying to keep things ticking away, and he's put in a big surge on this third lap.
On the runway for the girls' triple jump.
This has been a huge third lap for Dahl. And I think that caught the pack by surprise. No one saw that coming. As Top of the Hills, Carter Herman does all he can to go with him. Dahl starting to tie up now. And look at the charge from behind. We thought that first exchange zone was a mess. Hold on to your hats, folks, because this one could get interesting. Nyan Daz is going to hand off to Zachary Berry. That was about a 1:58 opening leg for the Lexington Elite. So 3 sub-2 opening legs there for Lexington, Top of the Hill, and the Cavaliers. And now it's Top of the Hill into the lead. This is set to be Nate Roberts. Again, these relay orders may have changed from when the teams submitted them. We'll do what we can to get you some accurate info here, but look at the gap that these two teams have on the rest of the field. So that is Berry versus Malik. That's Jonah Malik up front for Top of the Hill, and that is Zachary Berry in his wake. Both guys looking very smooth right now.
Back running the main straightaway. Lexington swinging wide to challenge and retake the lead. 2 laps to go in the second leg.
Chaser now trying to bridge that gap in the form of Duval. That is set to be Jack Camp.
This is Zachary Barry carrying a stick for Lexington Elite.
Most of these teams right around 8 minutes in seed time, so they should be capable of getting under 8 minutes and eclipsing that time of 8 minutes .84 set earlier by section number 1. But Zach Berry continues to lead with 1 to go over Jonah Malik. But now he is at threat of being caught both by the pace lights and by the hard close of Duval. Fantastic final lap there for Duval as Barry comes into the exchange.
4 minutes flat.
And a clean one there thus far. So that was a 2:01 for Zach Barry. Duval slides into second and takes off in the chase for the Lexington Elite runner ahead of him.
Joseph Ryan carrying the stick for Lexington Elite. Alexander Rouge of
And
Duval.
that
Joe
lead
top of the hill.
absolutely evaporates in a matter of seconds. Those two neck and neck now.
Rouge of Duval, right off the shoulder of Joseph Ryan from Lexington Elite.
On top of the hill starting to fade. As Joseph Ryan battles with Alexander Rude. A little bit of a stumble there. Rude does well to stay on his feet and tries to find the inside line. But Joseph Ryan not letting him have it, looking really strong. Excellent turnover there. Choosing to hold the stick already at the bottom, ready for handoff.
South Bay Express Track Club.
And top of the hill now back in the conversation. That is Ryan, Rug. And it looks like a sub in for top of the hill. But it's a three-man race down the back stretch.
Top three separate themselves in a talented field here in the championship boys 4x8. This is section 3 of 5.
Ryan definitely with the strongest leg of this bunch, and he is going to hand off in the lead. He is set to hang off to Max Zhang.
4 laps to go. Just over 6 minutes.
And that was a 2 flat performance for Ryan. So it's been 1:58, 2:01, 2 minutes for our leaders
Top of the hill in second.
out of Lexington.
1:58.91.
And top of the hill moves into second now. Dan Cotta set to be their anchor leg.
Our leader on the main straightaway.
So it's going to take a sub 2 minute final push here by Zhang if they want to get under that 8 minute mark.
In third. Matthew Quist of 252 Elite trying to bridge that gap as we head down the back straightaway.
Look at how much Zhang has increased the tempo over the pace lights as well. He was right on them as he got the stick. And now coming up on a quarter mile left. It looked like it was about a 58-second opening quarter, so he's got to hold on here. 300 to go, and the charge is coming behind him. It's now 3 strong, right on the pacing lights. Does Zhang have enough left to hold on for the win?
Coming up on the final lap.
7:28 on the clock. He's got a close sub 30, but look at the charge from behind. This is 525 Elite suddenly in the conversation out of nowhere. And that is Noah Guerrero blowing past Zhang. I think it caught him off guard. And having the race of his life as he cruises to victory for his team. It's going to be right around 8 minutes. 7:59.91 unofficially. So a 1:55 close there for Guerrero, and that is spectacular. 7:59.94 has been corrected to, and they'll take it. What a run by Guerrero, 1:55, far and away the fastest split of that final leg. So there you see the compiled results after 3 sections, and we should say quickly, checking in with our field results, our boys triple jump has seen a meet record already. So Tahik Bowie of Potomac has jumped 15:21. That is 49:11 for a new meet record. And he sits at the top of the bunch. We've seen meet records, we've seen national records, and we're not done as we get ready for our 4th section of our boys 4x800 meter championship. Time to beat 7:59.94. So we have Hall Track Club, we have the Panthers, Portland Track Club, and they got recalled. It looks like maybe someone went down there. Take a look here at the group from Portland. His arms go up, just trying to figure out what happened there. And this is such a physical event. These guys really needing to keep their wits about them and keep their elbows up. And it does look like a tough crash there by one of the Portland Bulldogs. So that was Prestes just needing to regain his composure here, refocus. Hopefully it wasn't too hard a fall. A little smile there between Prestes and Green Street. Hopefully that means all is well.
It looks clean. 50-21. 49-11 is what we jumped in the first round. Let's see if he improves.
Times in this section, 7:45 to 7:59, so we should really see some performances well under that 8-minute mark out of section number 4 before we move on to our final and fastest of the day. Reset and try it again.
You've got another 16 teams here.
And almost another fall there, but it looks like everyone stays on their feet. This is such a grueling event in terms of the physicality of it.
Tarleton, Bedford Track Club, Union Catholic Track Club, Valhalla, Sky's the Limit Track Club.
So picking up with our start list, again, it's Hall, Panthers, Portland, Chardon, Bedford, Union Catholic, Valhalla, Sky's the Limit, Algonquin, MVA, Valley Project out of New Jersey, the Knights, the Rams, Mountain Brook TC, Council Rock North, and Olentangy Liberal. So that's Chardon at the lead. That is sent to be Carl Dietz taking them out for the first 4 laps of this track. And unlike the previous sections where they were all pretty closely matched in seed time, you can tell that this is set to be probably more like a 2-pack race.
Matilda Taylor's IMG Academy.
So a tough fall there on the track. But we're going to turn our attention now to the pole vault runway, where just moments ago, excitement in the form of Courtney Rathke. A beautiful clearance there, and she is the first to go over at 4:15. That is 13.7 and a quarter. So a clean scorecard for our leader in the girls pole vault, and she is cruising towards the top of the field in this national final as we are into our 3rd leg now of the boys 4x800. This is Jaden Niels of Council Rock North. I'm sorry, this is our second leg. We had a 159 opener for both Council Rock and Chardon.
Now back in contention.
So that's Mountain Brook,
And doing so with 2 laps to
courtesy
go.
of Branham Lloyd to the lead now. And that was a decisive move. They say if you're going to go, you better go and make it count. And he sure has. As Mountain Brook, which comes in with a 759 seed, asserts themselves at the front of the bunch.
Final lap for the second leg.
Niels not to be counted out there for Council Rock North. He's making a heroic push to try to get back on the tail of Lloyd. MVA now in third as well. And that is Connor Freithoff, who's set to be their second leg. And into the exchange, a close handoff there between those 3 teams. It remains Council Rock, Chardon, and MVA. I apologize, Mountain Brook, Council Rock, and MVA. So a 2-minute opener for Mountain Brook and then a 158 on that leg, courtesy of Branham Lloyd. So all 3 teams at 3:59 flat as they move into the third leg of this race.
Triple jump runway, third attempt for Naaman.
They've got all kinds of company. As a pack of 4 with 2 just off and 1 trailing makes their way through the home stretch with 2 to go.
Two laps to go in the third leg. The boys 4 by 8.
And back to our girls pole vault action. This is Ella McRitchie on her second attempt at 4:15. And it's good with eons of light to spare between her and the bar. What a clearance. There is more in the tank where that came from. Into our bell lap now for this leg of our 4x800.
Mountain Brook, Council Rock, MVA.
And it's Mountain Brook
getting into position.
Pulling MVA. That was a great leg there for Hudson Ruxtalis Williams. He is set to hand off to Jack Chapman. 159.05. That puts their team at 5:58 flat with 1 to go.
Anchoring for Mountain Brook is Jack Chapman. Will Moss for MVA and Jim Brown at Council Rock North.
So Jack Chapman striding strong at the front of this team, front of this pack. Chapman is a junior. And he's a 158.8 runner at his best, so he's going to have to run pretty close to that. But now he's overtaken by Joe Crown of Council Rock. Council Rock in that light blue kit with our anchor leg, and our leader with the forward lean, straining towards the line.
Council Rock North. Valley Project Track.
It is Council Rock out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. It's a 4:21 miler, and he's got to turn on the burners here. He's run 2 minutes in his career. Can he run faster on this split? Mountain Brook trying to hold off the push now from behind, but it's going to be Council Rock holding on for the win, 7:58.08.
Council Rock North, 7:58.12 for the win.
7:58.12. And a great final leg there for Joe Crown, who clocks a 1:57 to hold on to the victory for his team. Mountain Brook 7:58.45 with that late charge, and then the Knights 7:59. So make that 4 teams now under 8 minutes with 1 section to go.
Boys and girls 200-meter runners to the awards area, please. Top 6 to the awards area.
So there are the compiled results after 4 sections, but we have our fastest yet to go.
3 completed rounds. Asia Phillips is leading on the girls' side. She set a meet record 12:96, 42.64. Number 2 in the nation in the second round. So she leads and will now go into finals in the 4th round. But on the track, we are getting ready for our...
We have 1 section left on track.
The boys 4x8. This is the fast one, folks.
This is going to be a great race. This is our fastest section of the day. Pace lights are going to be set to national record pace at 7:34. But wearing hips number 1, this is going to be the quartet from Ridgefield, anchored by Stephen Hergenrother. That's a name that's been familiar around this track the last few days. Wearing hip number 2 will be Westfield out of New Jersey. The McNamara Mustangs are going to wear hip number 3 out of Bishop McNamara High School in Maryland. Wearing hip number 4, Bloomington North High School out of Indiana, also known as Slay the Dragons Track Club. They're hoping to slay some dragons and some fast times out here. Wearing hip number 5 will be the DC Cadets out of St. John's College in DC. Hip number 6 will go to Doylestown, the Central Bucks High School in Pennsylvania. Wearing hip number 7 is the Crown of Hyattsville, Maryland, DeMatha Catholic High School in those distinct red and gold kits. They are U.S. number 3 right now at 7:48. In position 8 is going to be Calvert Hall College in Maryland. This is the quartet of Mincy, Schroeder, Gonzalez, and Davis. Wearing hip number 9 will be 6 Mile. This is Northville High School in Michigan. Hip number 10 will be Project Dark Horse, also known as Cambridge Christian School, all the way from Tampa, Florida. Looking pretty stoked to be here in those snazzy all-black kits. Number 11 will be Brookline Track Club out of right here in Maryland. The crowd will go right here in Massachusetts. I'm getting my MAs mixed up. Where am I? What day is it? We are in Boston. Brookline and Racing City from Saratoga Springs in New York will round out our field. So we have the U.S. number 1 wearing hip 1 and the U.S. number 3 wearing hip 7. U.S. number 2 goes in 4. So those will be the teams to keep your eye on. Again, the national record 7:36.99, that was set back in 2009. Pacing light set to just about a second and a half quicker than that at 7:34. That will help us keep track of exactly where each of these teams are. 7:39, the fastest seed so far, and that belongs to Richfield out of 1, and right away we get a call back. That's Magnus Manley. Just getting some final instructions from our starter. And they're away in the fastest of these boys 4x800 meter relays.
It's 7:36.99.
Again, national record 7:34. And that is going to be a tall order. But not an unreasonable one, as we're off to a really quick start with our U.S. number 3 team, DeMatha Catholic. That's set to be Joshua Gresham on the lead leg. And now it is the McNamara Mustangs moving into the front. They're being led off by Messiah McKinley. These guys are not messing around. That is a very fast 54-second opening 2 laps. So it is the Mustangs in the lead, leading Doylestown.
All right, so we're rolling here 125.
And then the DC Cadets.
Bishop McNamara leading. It's Messiah McKinley
with Ridgefield in those orange and white polka dot kits right in the middle of the madness. Everyone's trying to get into position here as we approach that exchange. Of course, when you're trying to set a national record, the exchange becomes all the more important, and you see the bumping there between DeMatha and Ridgefield. Hopefully everyone stays on their feet. And we do have someone go down, although it looks like it was past the exchange, so we'll keep an eye on that. At the break, it is the Cadets with the nod, 157.69. Mustangs right there with them, 157.88, 158.04 for Brookline, and then it's Ridgefield, Westfield, and Slay the Dragons. That's Bloomington, all in the conversation. Project Dark Horse in third there on the rail with that orange arm sleeve. That's Cambridge Christian School in Tampa.
The opening split for BC Cadets was 157.69.
So a pack of 6 with 1 charging on the outside now. They're single file coming down the straightaway. That's Slay the Dragons in the front. Now to the lead is the Cadets once again. And the Mustangs coming around, trying to contest for the lead position. Swinging well wide is Doylestown. And that is set to be Luke Dacey of Doylestown. But now driving hard for the line and for the exchange. It is Bloomington North, second-ranked team in the country.
With about an 8-meter advantage over the BC Cadets, and that's Finley Tobin running for them. And Finley's out hard.
Big leg there, 156 for Slay the Dragons. Cadets not happy to sit anywhere but the front. They have to regain the lead here. And it is, I believe, DeMatha. Doylestown, that is, in the black in third. That's Arnold for the cadets. Kirill Arnold opening things up now on the rest of the field. He's having a great day out there. Westfield not letting him go, though. That's Ryan Daly of Westfield now to the lead.
Now another leadership change.
And they will have 1 to go when they hit the finish line and prepare for the final handoff.
Oh, it's Westfield. It's Westfield out of New Jersey in the lead for the first time.
Westfield's Ryan Daly looking very smooth down that back stretch. He hasn't dropped the cadets yet. Kirill Arnold trying to Kirill him back in, but he might run out of track here as they strain for the final exchange. It's going to be Westfield, the cadets, and Doylestown going into this last leg. So 154.50 there for Ryan Daly. What a leg for him. Kirill Arnold 156, and that has put these two teams ahead of the rest of the pack. Now, good chasing done here by Doylestown. And I believe that's Brookline hunting them as well. It is Brookline. With the battle raging at the front here between Westfield and DC. Two teams ahead of the pace lights, one right on them. That is national record pace.
And Doylestown in third. Running anchor for them is Nate Furman. 400
So
meters to go
5:51
now.
at the exchange. And this is Valencia for Westfield. Alexander Valencia. It is Paul Robinson set to take the final leg for the cadets.
We're going to see a new national lead here.
Valencia looking pretty strong here as he comes up on 300 meters to go. And into the bell, the lead remains that of Westfield, and he is picking it up, going all out.
It's Westfield and BC Cadets duking it out with 130 meters to go. Westfield not pulling away. James Gilday swimming.
It's going to be awfully fast, but will it be fast enough?
Robinson looking to edge his way around.
Meet record.
Gilday's holding him off.
7:42, that's gone, but look at how well these guys are closing. It's going to be a win for Westfield.
7:46.46, we just missed the national lead, but that
national lead coming in was just out of reach for them, but what a close there.
That was a fantastic race.
For Alexander Valencia, 7:46.46, another 154. So their splits were 159, 157, 154, 154, and Valencia feels the pressure there by Arnold by Robinson able to hold him off.
Gilday's holding him off. Robinson trying again. Here they
Little
go.
glance to the side there, making sure that he has it wrapped up, and it is glory for Westfield Track Club. Holding off Frisbee, that is, into the final stretch of this race. Nate Fairman anchors his Doylestown teammates to a third place finish, and we have 3 teams under 750. So fast times all around as 14 teams in total break the 8-minute barrier in our championship boys 4x800 meter relay. There you see Pike Creek, the first team at 8 minutes. And that all but concludes our track action on the boys' side. Still the 4x400 yet to come. And we're keeping an eye, of course, on what's happening in the field. So on the pole vault runway here, this is Veronica Vaca out of Pennsylvania at 4.25. And an extraordinary clearance there at 13.11 and a quarter. After 4 athletes cleared at 4.15, it went up to 4.25, and what a beautiful performance by Vaca. That is a new meet record, 13.11 and a quarter. So back to the track now with the first of 3 sections of our girls 4x8.
Update from the field event. We have a new meet record holder.
We have the Tub Gators, Warrior Track Club, Arlington Warriors, Cardinal Track and Field, Legacy TFC, Cougar Elite, Hollister, Runners High Racing Club, EO Panthers, Quincy TC, Olentangy Liberty, Newton Center Athletics, DC Cadets, and of course the RFH Dogs. $14 teams in this opening of 3 finals. Times here ranging from 9:07 to 9:37. 9:36 is what the pace lights are set to. And bumping in the middle of the track there as about 7 or 8 teams are ahead of those pace lights in the opening stages of this race. And as we get closer to that third and final section, we have some really fun, exciting storylines to tell you about. But first, we have to let you know that Quincy Track is in the lead here. This is the quartet of Salma Bukhtam, Aluna Coogan-Coyne, Hannah Moriarty, and Maddie McGillicuddy. And a bit of a tough exchange there, but it is Quincy in the lead at that exchange. 2:20 opening leg for them. 3 seconds ahead of Cardinal Track and Cross Country, and then Tub Gators and the DC Cadets. Followed by Olentangy Liberty and the RFH Dogs Track Club. Quincy a 9:41.38 seed coming in, so one of the slower of this bunch, but not running like it right now. So 2:20 opening leg, of course, would put them on about 9:20 tempo should they all be able to maintain that average. That would be about a 20-second betterment from their posted time coming in. It was about a 70-second quarter, so on track for that 2:20 finish. Aluna Coogan-Coyne set to be the second runner here. And she is determined. Well ahead of those pace lights and the rest of the field. She is running all by herself out there. You can see that this stadium is still packed in the closing hour and a half or so of competition. 4:08 on the clock with 1 lap to go. So Coogan-Coyne has 100 meters left, and she will have the luxury of being able to find her teammate easily and not have any traffic to contend with at the handoff. This has been a fabulous leg for her. It's going to be just over 2:20. And here comes the charge. It was a 2:25 for Coogan-Coyne. And they have about 6 seconds up on the field. This is Moriarty. Hannah Moriarty
DC Cadets in second place.
running strong, but so too the cadets behind them. That is set to be Eva Lang, I should say, in third position for them.
And we're back around the lead straight away. Quincy's Track Club, commanding lead. 3 laps to go, third leg.
So Hannah Moriarty now for the first time, the Quincy TC under some threat from behind as the pace lights get closer, and so too do the DC Cadets and Legacy. And that's actually the Tub Gators moving very quickly around both the cadets and Quincy and trying to catch those pace lights. Approaching halfway of her leg. In about 6:01. That was about a 76 quarter.
Tub Gator running a fantastic third leg. New leader down the back straightaway.
A 70-second faster than that, a 67-second quarter, I should say, for this runner. So she is looking very strong. Set to be Maya Kumar for the Tub Gators. She's back on those pace lights. They're her only competition at the moment. She has put on a huge lead over the rest of the field now. No one in sight here on picture. Now the DC Cadets come into the fray, but this has been a fantastic run.
Maya Kumar round the far turn into the fine straightaway.
It's going to be a fast split, and it's going to be a soft, a large cushion of room over the rest of the field here. That was a 2:19. I believe that was Brooke Hibbs who completed that lap.
Arlington Warriors Track Club in second place. The DC Cadets in third. Arlington Liberty in fourth.
Arlington Warriors in second, DC Cadets in third. They're working hard together, but they're about 8 seconds back on our leaders. Their splits have been 2:24, 2:28, and 2:19.
The fastest carry so far by Maya Kumar, Tub Gator Track Club.
This is so hard out there all by herself, but knowing that she has the encouragement of her teammates, I'm sure she'll hear them screaming for her every time she comes around. And she's coming up on halfway. And that was about a 70-second quarter mile, so on 2:20 pace. And now it is the Arlington Warriors in second position. It's the Warriors along with Newton Center.
So it looks like the girls' poll has wrapped up. Veronica Vaca is...
But our leader is showing no signs of relenting as they hit the bell. 9 minutes on the clock.
11 in the quarter.
Arlington Warriors cruising along with 1 lap to go themselves. Their tempo has increased dramatically. But have they left it too late? There's a lot of track for them to eat up down this back stretch.
Less than 100 meters to go now.
Tub Gators with the advantage, but do they know that the pressure is coming from behind? Because now coming into picture with an absolutely stunning leg of this relay is Sarli for Arlington Warriors. She's just going to run out of track. And in 9:40, the Tub Gators will take it. Arlington Warriors 9:51. What a close there. That was a 2:21 final leg for the Warriors. Newton Center with a 2:19 close. They'll end up in third at 9:43. But 9:40 opening mark set there by Tub Gators for the win in section number 1. So another beautiful pullback shot here of the facility at the track at New Balance as we get ready for section number 2 and take a check in with our results from section number 1. 12 teams under 10 minutes. Very few of these athletes running fresh at the end of day 4 of competition at these national championships. Section number 2, we have Union Catholic, Needham Track Club, DC Cadets, Tabor City, Weymouth Youth, Duval, Charlotte Country Day, HVTC, Valley Project Track Club out of New Jersey, Wildcats TC, West Springfield, Avon, Penn Laird Track and Field Club, and Rogers. Fastest time here belonging to Union Catholic at 9:25. They're wearing that distinctive blue and orange kit up at the front.
Wildcats TC, West Springfield TC, Avon Track Club, Penn Laird Track and Field Club, and the Rogers Track Club.
So the lights will be set once again to 9:36 pace. Union Catholic showing why they're the class of this field. And with 1 to go, Union Catholic with a couple meters on the rest of the field, but this trio closing hard on her.
National record, the girls 4
And you can see the lactic building down the back stretch. And on the outside, that is Charlotte Country Day with a slight advantage at the handoff. Union Catholic in second, the Cadets in third. 2:18 opening leg for Charlotte Country Day. So too for Union Catholic and the Cadets. The Wildcats in fourth currently at 2:19. But now they move up past the Cadets.
Abby Cairns carrying the stick for Charlotte Country Day. Aubrey Devers of Union Catholic and Jennifer Maxwell of the DC Cadets, the top 3.
So Abby Cairns meant to be the second leg runner here for Charlotte Country Day. And she had a very fast opening lap, and now with 2 to go, it does look as though it's Cairns. It was Lindsay Cairns handing off to Abby Cairns. Union Catholic looking strong as well in second. It was Aubrey Devers for them.
All right, folks.
And 1 to go now for our leaders, and she is turning over hard with less than 200 remaining.
13:07, 42 feet, 10 3/4.
So that gap is increasing once again over Union Catholic. And the second of 2 Karens is carrying this stick towards home. She'll be handing off to Ava Goggin. It's going to be another very strong leg here for Charlotte Country Day. So a 2:18 opening leg, a 2:17 second leg. Union Catholic maintains their second place position, but just ahead of the cadets. And there you see how big that gap has grown as Ava Goggins rounds into the home stretch with 3 to go. The race on between Union Catholic and the cadets, but about 50 meters back from our leaders. This is a huge run out there for Charlotte Country Day. They came in with a 9:30.20 seed.
5:42, 2 laps to go.
So in order to break their current time of 9:30, they each need to run about 2:22. And so far they've dropped 2:18 and 2:17 legs, so they've got money in the bank here. You get a sense of the rest of the field. Almost a full lap over our trailing runners right now is Ava Goggins as she comes in and sees 1 lap to go. This has been a totally solo effort for her.
Charlotte Country Day looking to turn some heads here.
So Ava Goggins starting to feel the effort now, but she is going to get the stick to her teammate in the lead. She is set to hand off to Casey Cohn. Casey Cohn has a 2:19 PR.
A phenomenal carry by Charlotte Country Day School's Eva Goggin.
And the exchange zone chaos made a little less so by our athletes getting more strung out with each leg. Fantastic run there by the third leg of Charlotte Country Day. Another 2:17. They again are in a class of their own. And here we take a look at our last jump of the girls' triple jump. Asia Phillips had the lead. It was taken away from her in round 6. And this was an enormous haul of 13:07, 42:10 and 3/4. And Asia Phillips of Flying Angels is going to come away with a new meet record and the win. And I should say the Flying Angels, the pride of Ontario, Canada. So I got to give a little shout out to my teammates up there and loving the celebrations. Congratulations to Phillips and the Flying Angels Academy on yet another meet record here at New Balance Nationals. They don't stop, and neither do these girls on track, as we hear the bell now for what has been a sensational run courtesy of Charlotte Country Day. 2:18, 2:17, 2:17, their 3 legs thus far. And that puts them on tempo to obliterate their seed time of 9:30.20. We're inside 100 meters and not even 9 minutes on the clock. This has been a beautifully executed set of runs for Charlotte Country Day. And they come in now for the win. 9:12.30. What a run. That was phenomenal work by all four of these girls. 2:18.1, 2:17.8, 2:17.8, 2:18.5. It does not get more consistent than that. And they win by an enormous margin over Wildcats, coming across in second in 9:25, and then 9:28 for the DC Cadets. Union Catholic fourth in 9:30. So three more teams under that 9:30 barrier, but 9:12.33. That was extraordinary. Top 10 there out of our second section, as we prepare for our third and final mid-distance event of the whole meet, the fastest on track as the lights dim. And you know what that means. We are ready for some introductions. This is going to be high drama on track. The national record and meet record was set at this meet last year, courtesy of Cuthbertson High School, also known as the Carolina Cavaliers. They have already won and set national records in the 4x1 mile and the DMR relays. Charlotte Bell has already anchored them to both of those. Can they make it a third? Wearing hip number 11, it is said to be Hillsborough High out of New Jersey. Wearing hip number 10, right here in Massachusetts, it is Wellesley High School. Wearing that beautiful Boston blue. Wearing hip number 9, it is Falcons Track Club, courtesy of the Bronx in New York. Mountain Brook is going to wear hip number 8 out of Alabama. Hip number 7 out of Virginia is West Springfield. Hip 6 out of New York is the Guilderland Track Club, courtesy of Tappan Zee in Orangeburg, New York. It is the Flying Dutchman Track Club in 5. We've seen so much from them already this weekend. Out of Bradenton, Florida, IMG Academy wears hip number 4. Wearing hip number 3, Glastonbury High School out of Connecticut. And we talked about them already. Carolina Cavaliers out of Cuthbertson School in Waxhaw, New York, wear hip number 2. They're trying to make it 3 for 3 in the distance relays. Hopefully they can get that sweep, but spoiling the party potentially is this team. This is Impulse out of Padua Academy in Wilmington, Delaware. And they have the number 1 U.S. time and number 3 all-time at 8:49.86. They are the favorites coming in based on time. It's going to come down to who wants it more.
Set by Cuthbertson High School here at this
Again, the Carolina Cavaliers, led off by Charlotte Bell, who you see there second to right of screen in that blue kit, have had the weekend of their lives, taking down the 4x1 mile and the DMR meet and national records, taking home wins in both. Bell already ran an individual championship mile today, placing 7th in 4:43.
Set for 8:48. That's 2:12 per runner.
It's going to be a thrilling final race here in the distance events.
Kicking things off for Cuthbertson is Charlotte
I think I misspoke and said 7th. Of course, Charlotte Bell was 2nd. Thank you for that correction earlier today in the mile in 4:43.
And for Impulse, it's Anna Bockius.
So again, on paper, it will be Impulse versus Cavaliers. And unsurprisingly, it is those two to the early lead. impulse is led off by Anna Bacchus, ran the 4x4 and the DMR. And it looks as though there may have been a change in the order here, as Glastonbury is to the lead, and that is Annika Paluska. Annika Paluska. It is the battle of the blues up front here, as Paluska leads Carolina Cavaliers now into second position, again courtesy of what I'm sure is a very tired Charlotte Bell. She's had a ton of running under her already. And then Anna Bacchus set to lead off the Padua Academy team. But again, not only does she have a DMR from a couple days ago under her belt, she is running the 4x4 as well, so wanting to save something for that. You can see the effort here as they round the top of the track for the last time. Pace lights are set to 9 flat.
And then taking it to our two co-favorites, Cuthbertson and Padua Academy.
And now Bell into the lead in the closing meters here, giving the slight edge to the Carolina Cavaliers.
So we handed off at about 2:11. It was the Cavaliers that just overhauled Glastonbury.
So the Cavaliers with the lead. Again, the battle of the blues up front. As Glastonbury moves back into the lead. This is set to be Ava Gattinella.
So Cuthbertson are back in the lead.
Leading Sofia Hidalgo for Padua. And then Stella Kermes for the Cavaliers.
So Glastonbury.
But Glastonbury looking to spoil the party for both of these other teams, as we have a fourth blue team of IMG entering the conversation. So that is Schill on the second leg, Josie Schill on the second leg for Cuthbertson. It is still Glastonbury in the lead.
11:64.
With Hidalgo of Padua in second.
2:11:46.
And now IMG's, I believe that's
opening split.
Ava Nabel making up the distance on the Cavaliers. That's Black for IMG. Eliana Black in second.
Purdue Academy right behind them. And the Cavaliers back in third. And now it's Purdue Academy. Kelsey Wolf.
So Kelsey Wolf is set to take the stick from Hidalgo. That was a 2:11 opening split for the Cavaliers and for Glastonbury. And now Padua into the lead with a 2:15 leg there, 2:17 for Glastonbury and 2:20 for the Cavaliers, and things are all kinds of strung out. As now Padua takes to the lead.
So
Kelsey Wolf having a great leg up front for them.
Glastonbury is in third.
Right on those pace lights.
And now it's IMG Academy running in third ahead of Cuthbertson. This is not quite how we expected.
And Kelsey Wolf has just got to keep the pressure on here.
And they're running a little bit fresher than Cuthbertson.
This quartet doesn't have nearly as much racing under their belts, so they have fresher runners. But all four teams with all kinds of motivation behind them to get this stick around this track as quickly as possible. So just starting to fall off the lights now is Kelsey Wolf. She also ran the DMR and is set to be on that 4x4 team right after this. Again, pace light set to 9 minutes. Our teams were right around that 4:30 mark at the handoff, so they've continued to slow a bit.
Stella Kermis is bringing Cuthbertson back into contention slowly. But
Kelsey Wolf continues to extend the lead over the Cavaliers and Glastonbury. She has a big advantage right now, but charging hard behind her is the Cavaliers. That is Justine Persano, I believe, and she'll be handing off to Stella Kermes for the Cavaliers, and that gap has shrunk considerably over the course of this last lap.
All right, so Kelsey Wolf.
So Wolf handing off now to Mary Flanagan. And that was Kermes handing off to Persano.
But Justine Persano has a stick for the Cavaliers now, and she's got the Delaware crew in her sights.
So Alyssa Persano has some work to do here if she's going to get back up onto our leader. Persano heading to Wake Forest. But Flanagan looking incredibly strong right now.
So our leader's going down the backstretch right now.
Mary Flanagan, the senior, headed to the University of Richmond. And she is a 2:10 runner at her best. She has put herself and her team back on those pace lights.
Halfway through this envelope, and she's chasing those green lights, which represent the national record. And
so national record on those pace lights, and she is right back up on them. 2 laps to go now for Padua Academy.
Let's help her out down the backstretch, folks. Mary Flanagan chasing.
They come in with the fastest time in the nation this year, just falling off the lights of the national record and coming in to the home stretch for the penultimate time. This is going to be bell lap for Padua and Mary Flanagan. Let's see, 8:17 on the clock. What can she close with?
Is a national record within her grasp?
You can see that lactic taking its toll. It's been a long weekend for all of these runners. Brilliant efforts on the track and the field as Mary Flanagan drives for home. 60 meters to go. This is going to be a national title for Impulse of Padua Academy, and Mary Flanagan takes it for them. 8:53.46. And there is the congratulations from the teammates. What a beautiful run there for all 4 of these athletes. 8:53.46. They've run faster, but it does not matter. On fresher legs, you can't compare. National champions as Glastonbury and the Cavaliers cross the line. Carolina Cavaliers in second, Glastonbury in third, a tight battle between them, and then Mountain Brook in fourth in 9:12. But what a run for the 4 young women out of Padua Academy, and you can just see how hard this team has worked. Each of these athletes will sleep very well this week, powering for home, knowing she's done enough, feeling the fireworks to her left, and a smile, I think, both of contentment and relief as the arms go up.
It is now.
And she and her teammates will walk away with a national title here at the New Balance National Indoor 2024 Track and Field Championships. And we prepare now for our final events of the day. These are, of course, the girls and boys 4x400 meter relays. Take one more look at the compiled results for the 4x800. Fantastic running and 8-second victory for Impulse. Well, it's been a great time with you on the stream. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm going to be signing off for the weekend. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm turning you back over to our ladies of speed to take you out for the conclusion of today's meet. From all of us, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy the 4x4s.
What is up, everybody? It's your girl, Caitlin. I'm about to get y'all hyped for these 4x4s, okay? We have got, I believe, 13 or 12 heats of the guys and then same for the girls. So I'm going to do my best to make sure that y'all are having a great time in these final stretches of the fastest party on earth. All right, I need y'all to scream. We got these boys running out on the track. They fighting for a national championship. Let's go. Y'all got to do better than that. I said, let's go. Thank you, thank you. It is going to be exciting out here. We have got a national championship on the line. I heard from a couple of
Perfect.
They're trying to break a national record. So let's keep an eye out for that.
And we are back for the boys 4x400 relay championship, the last and the final event of the day and of the long weekend. This is day 4 of New Balance Nationals indoors. We are here at the track at New Balance here in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined in the booth by Jasmine Todd.
Hello, everybody. I am glad to be back. You guys didn't see me that long ago. You heard my voice a little bit for those 200s, and I'm back. Serenity, you used to do the 4. You miss running the 4x4?
I actually do miss running the 4x4. Seeing the NC's 4x400 yesterday here at the same track, it brought back chills, and I do miss it a little bit, but I'm really excited for these athletes because this is where it all started for me as well. Here at New Balance Nationals indoors, back when it was at the Armory, but I love this beautiful track here in Massachusetts, so I'm actually very excited to see it.
The 4x4s, it's just something so magical about this relay. I'm not a 400 fan, running it myself, but you know what? I wouldn't mind being thrown on some 4x4s in high school.
In high school. Okay. You have to admit, it's exciting to watch.
It's so exciting to watch. It's one of my favorite events to watch, for sure.
Now for this first section out of 13, lane 4, that's Tab Tigers out of Virginia. Lane 5, Hayes.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
We are not off.
And that is getting called back.
Now, Dunkirk, their team was cheering real loud. I want to know what team was going to cheer better than them. I think we got to make it a little competition. Yeah, team.
So again, going into this second heat, Section 2 is actually not running, so we are moving on to Section 3 of the boys 4x4. So in this heat, we will have the GC Trojans, the Hand Tigers, the Wash Doucette High School, the Harbor, and Dunkirk. Sorry for that little bit of confusion. We've got that all figured out for you guys. So again, that second section was indeed not running, and they put them in together.
So we just got word that they have combined some heats. I see Piscataway, who was supposed to be in Section 2, which is in Section 2. They combined Section 2 and 3.
All right, what team is
but we're going to try to keep up with it. We're going to go with some colors. How about that?
Let's go off the colors. This is fine.
That looks like Piscataway out of New Jersey is getting off to a fantastic start.
All right, let's see who is first to the cutting here.
But let's see who's going to be first to that break, because it looks like he's getting some pressure from the inside there, from Garden City.
Here we go, everybody.
But it is all Piscataway Track Club.
Piscataway trying to put in some distance between him and the other boys. But we've got Hand trying to pull up. now in second, trying to go in for that lead before this handoff.
Everybody be safe, please. And they're off, ladies and gentlemen.
And just like that, they're off to second leg. Piscataway is not giving up that lead anytime soon. That looks like it's Skylar McGee for Piscataway Track Club.
I think that's Piscataway in the yellow. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Uh-oh, we got some moves going on in the backstretch. Somebody wants to fight for second position. He might even take first place if he got enough in him.
And these guys are putting in a battle.
That's what I'm talking about. 4x4.
Garden City is not letting Piscataway Track Club have it easy at all. That was a 51-9 split from that second leg. Now the GC Trojans, 50.8, so technically a faster split there, but it looks like it's the team in yellow, Piscataway Track Club, that still has the lead there.
Uh-oh, they're running real close together. I don't know, y'all. Pick our favorites. But it's looking like Piscataway is doing their
Piscataway is not giving up that lead anytime soon.
But everybody knows coming around this turn, you got a chance. So they're going to fight. And give it to
Piscataway
their
and
final
Garden
leg.
City
Here we go,
going
everybody.
after
Let's
it.
get this stadium out, all right?
We're on that final leg now. That is Noah Grant.
I love how when I say get out.
Water split at solid 52-2. But that is the GC Trojans taking over just like that. But we're going to see if Noah Grant from Piscataway can stay on his tail as they come into their second lap.
Y'all hear that bell? Make sure y'all scream. It is very tight. There is no clear winner in this race right now. What is
From the
gonna be? Who
Trojans,
wants it
that
the
is
most?
Joseph
The leads
Bonomi.
are changing literally every step, every shot. Bring them in for this last 100 meters, everybody.
And it is getting
Who's
close
gonna
here.
win
The
this
Trojans
race?
trying to hang on here.
Who's the strongest? Who's the
Now this is the last 50 that we were just talking about, Jasmine. That one was a tough one, but the Trojans walked away with it.
Let's get that time. Yeah.
Ran away with it, rather.
Trojans.
326.73 from the GC Trojans.
And that was a battle the entire way through.
Every step, every shot. Bring them in for this last 100
And
meters, everybody.
look at this
Who's gonna
replay
win
here.
this heat?
He was cool, calm, and collected. He felt that pressure on him. He said, all right, come and get me.
One of the things that I definitely noticed, like you said, he kept it calm, cool, and collected. He made sure he just stayed the same. He didn't try to push too hard. He stayed relaxed. He said, let me just finish this race off for my team. Got the job done.
Very solid run, and there goes those final results from section 2 and 3. That was combined. Y'all know how it is with high school track and field. GC Trojans 326.73, Hand Tigers 326.98. It was actually not the Harbor that was third. It was Piscataway. And now we are moving on to section 4, the actual section 4. We will let you all know if anything has changed, any combined heats, anybody scratched. And they're getting them to stand up. You know, sometimes you have some issues with blocks.
Got to make sure those blocks are properly set before you get going.
Absolutely. Now, this is day 4 for a lot of these athletes. They may have been racing all those other days. They may have just been sitting. But either way, these guys have been out here for a while. And
4 days.
Yes, I know they're ready to just be set free.
Man, they're so close, and what a way to end their day with 4x4s.
That's Lexington Elite, Deptford Track Club, Milton Track Club, McNarma Mustangs, and the Irish Elite.
If y'all don't know where Lexington at, that's in Kentucky.
And the Mustangs with a commanding lead out already.
The first ones to cut in. And we seem to have a fall, unfortunately.
That is so tough to see, and that happens a lot indoors. It's so tight in those lanes, the rails, and the cutover as well. But the Mustangs are still commanding that lead. They were not in that mix-up there. That's why, sometimes getting out there early is the way to go. But
it's beneficial. Look, the pressure is starting to come in, and again, we talked about that monkey hopping on everybody's backs. Everybody is feeling that monkey.
Absolutely. Foster hands it off to Isaiah Pryor. 53 flat. But it looks like the Deptford Track Club has snatched that lead. That's Abuja Bean who has taken that lead now.
Taking over that lead. They've got one more lap to go.
And if you could look there at the back, why have the Mustangs faded, Jasmine? Because he is only running with one shoe on. The McNamara Mustangs, one shoe on. I mean, look, this happens, but look at those Spartans coming up quick.
You know what? He is a trooper for running with one shoe on.
He absolutely is.
Honestly, a trooper. That is a way to handle business for your team. Hey, I've lost my shoe, but I'm not giving up for you guys.
By any means necessary. It's the Deptford Track Club and the Irish Elite 1 and 2 right now.
And the Mustangs, they're trying to catch up. They're trying to make up that ground that was lost, unfortunately.
That's David Pearson and Andy Sigbua. 1 and 2. And just like that, it is the Spartans that have now taken that lead.
And Lex is actually trying to make a move here in this last 50 to hand off in first.
And just like that, Lexington Track Club has gotten the lead because the Spartans' handoff was shaky. That's something with the 4x4. You cannot leave your man. He is tired.
Right. You cannot leave too early because you want to make sure they get that baton. Very different than a 4x1.
Absolutely. Because as you can see, Lexington Track Club has opened that lead, and that was all because of a clean handoff.
And we are entering that bell lap now.
And that's McKenna O'Hara Gibson running that anchor lead for Lexington Elite Track Club.
And man, does McKenna look smooth bringing it on in home.
He's like, it hurts, but I like pain. It's all good.
Look, I will take this pain.
Now the time to beat was 3:23. Solid run. A lot has happened in that heat. We saw a missing shoe. We saw somebody fall. Milton Track Club unfortunately did not finish, but Lexington Track Elite will run away with the win. And here was the fall that happened earlier. It looks like, he tripped over himself.
Yeah.
That happens. Look, it's okay. That happens.
You know, sometimes just that momentum from coming down the hill.
And here was this last exchange that I was referring to, Jasmine. Look at the Spartans. Jabi was coming in so strong, and he would have handed off first, but they were a little bit too rocky. Lexington got it off too
left
smooth.
probably a little bit too early for his incoming teammate.
But we are on to heat number 5. And these sections will continuously get faster, hopefully. But there goes those final results from section 4. Like Elite got them. And we are off.
4 4x4s. As I said, this is the best advantage track, so you can never really get more 4x4s.
Looks like Bergenfield, Hilly's Track Club, Run Flash Track Club, Potomac Track Club, Longwood Lions. But Potomac Track Club is a do not show.
Did not show.
It is going to be our green team. We have got.
And that looks like the Longwood Lions out front, taking that early lead.
Longwood Lions and Potomac Track Club that is going to be this.
We have continuously seen just party in the back, as there has just been like a long leader, but it doesn't stay that way.
at all. It's so much can happen in a 4x4.
Absolutely. And there goes that first exchange there. The Lions still in the lead. That split from the first runner, 51.5, but it looks like he's got some company from Run Fast Track Club.
It's going to be some good competition over here. Longwood.
And it looks like Broderick Davis is actually running second leg for Run Fast Track Club out of Louisiana. Now, we saw him run earlier. He's a fantastic runner for them, and he's willing to put everything on the line for them as well.
And again, I don't know what it is about this checkered uniform, but I just really enjoy it. It is so different.
It means you're going to run fast.
Look, makes you go fast.
He puts that head back as he hands it off. I'm interested.
That's how you know they're tired.
Absolutely. That's how you know they're tired.
That's when you know they're tired.
50.3 from Davis. And now they have gapped their competitors.
They are putting out a nice distance in between them right now.
And you see those pace lights behind them. And that's Corinthian Walker.
If you know 4x4, say, I know 4x4. Only heard one person say,
So I don't know if you guys can hear the background, but we got Caitlin on the infield announcements right now. And of course, you know, she's a 400 runner, so why wouldn't we love the 4x4s?
Absolutely. There goes Corinthian Walker, about to hand off to his anchor leg. They are clearly in the lead here. 51.4 from him. He was running alone. They're still running alone.
That's the hard part, too. Running fast alone is
Absolutely.
so difficult to do.
And that's out in Dupree. He's spot on with those lights. But you got to outrun those lights. You don't want to be spot on.
You want to
be spot on
outdo
now.
them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're spot on now, what happens when you're going to get tired?
Yes, what happens if the monkey jumps on? Right. And we can start to see those lights slowly leaving. They're starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, Dupree is fighting for it now.
And coming in behind him is the Longwood Track Club. The Longwood Lions coming in for second, but the Run Fast Track Club will take the win. A 3:25.51 for Run Fast Track Club.
And I've seen heavy these races. Let's go, people, let's go!
And there goes those final results. Run Fast Track Club out of Louisiana. Longwood Lions 3:25.80 coming in second for section 5 of 13. As we are moving on to section 6. Now, from Jasmine and our eyes, in our view, it seems like these teams have stayed the same with Classical in 2, Chargers in 3, LaSalle Academy, oh, right, 4, Central Dakota Resilience in 5, and the Carolina Cavaliers in 6.
And we are going underway for that section. And again, right now, the time to beat is a 3:23.36.
And that's LaSalle Track Club.
Look, we may get some names wrong, but we're going to fix them.
We're going to figure it out.
We're going to figure it out, and we're going to fix it.
Now, this is section 6 out of 13 for the championship boys, 4x400. And they're off to a clean start. And right off of the bat, that looks like it's the Chargers getting off to a fantastic start.
Everybody looking really clean, coming through
Let's
this.
kiss them calm.
I hear a lot of people
But that is the
cheering.
Carolina Cavaliers using their lane to their advantage and getting to that break first.
I don't know if that's somebody there or somebody close, but I see you right there. I see you too. Go ahead, cheer for him.
As they're coming around the last curve, he's getting some major pressure on him
Yeah, y'all bringing
from the Resilience team from Central Dakota. They're going to hand off at the same time here, but like I said, clean handoffs
Clean
gets the job
handoffs is
done.
the game changer, and both of them with very clean handoffs. As you can see, getting a little physical out there with the elbows.
Who wants it? Central Dakota wants it. Central Dakota took that. And you can, it always gets a little bit risky because we have seen it time and time again. The baton gets knocked out of your hand too, so you have to be careful
Yes.
when you get to the elbows a little bit.
You have to be very careful because the last thing you want is for that baton to be bumped out of your hand.
Throws off all the momentum, throws the race off. But the Carolina Cavaliers is not giving it up. He said, look, you may have bumped me into second there, but maybe not for long.
Wait, but the white uniform might be nice. They trying to make a move on these two young men in front. Yeah,
And here comes Carolina Cavaliers. That's James.
It ain't no joke. What I say, y'all, you gotta
All right,
be careful.
they have passed off
Them handoffs will knock you down, all
to the
right?
third leg. The Carolina Cavaliers are still in the lead. 51-7 from the last split.
And these guys are not giving it up easy. They are all saying, you've got to work for it if you want to win this section.
Absolutely. And just as you're saying that, look who it is.
Racing the Formula
LaSalle,
is all about being strong
I think.
and confident.
LaSalle, up there in white, has overtaken the Carolina Cavaliers
Don't want to give up that pole position.
as the Chargers have charged to the front as well. The Chargers are fading now. He's getting tripped up with the rails. LaSalle looking strong. And there goes James Lightfoot for the Carolina Cavaliers. Looks like he's going to hand off first.
Beautiful handoffs for all of our teams over here.
And we are now on that anchor leg, so we've got 1.5 laps to go. It is a lot of changing in the orders out here.
Absolutely. LaSalle is not letting it go easy. This is the championship. He's starting to feel that pressure as they're coming into one more lap. They get a little bumpy there, little pushing and shoving.
This boys are starting to get a little bit more physical. They're trying to make sure they hit that time. 3:23.36 is that time to beat.
Who's gonna win it?
Oh, look, Carolina Cavaliers, just like that.
Red team coming.
That's Amari Barrow. That's Kraft. That's Barrow. And that is Kraft who's going to overtake Barrow. 3:23.22.
What a heat.
What was the time to beat, Jasmine?
The time to beat was at 3:23.36, and that was out of Heat 1. The Central Dakota Resilience team has now taken that lead with that 3:23.25. So that is your time to beat now.
And there goes that bumping, little misstep there. Indoors is dangerous. Who said track and field wasn't a contact sport?
Okay, at what point? Because it is a lot of contact going on, a lot of elbows being thrown.
And there goes Central Dakota Resilience. They were resilient this entire race. Central Dakota is going to run away with the win here.
What a beautiful finish.
And there goes those final results from Section 6 of the Boys Championship 400. Central Dakota Resilience, 3:23.25.
And so we are now entering Heat 7, where we'll have Brockton Track Club, the Robinson Rams, the Warrior Project, West Springfield Track Club, and the Panthers are a did not show.
The time to beat from the last heat, Central Dakota Resilience. And just like that, they are off into the backstretch.
West Springfield Track Club and the Panthers decided.
Brockton Track Club has a lot of room to make up. It's tough getting that lane assignment. And it looks like that will be West Springfield Track Club using that lane that he was assigned to his advantage. Obviously, he got to the break first, and he's coming around the curve first.
First leg is coming into the final 100 meters. If y'all know, y'all know.
Right, there goes that monkey, Jasmine.
Look, that monkey just be hopping on there strong. Like, relax.
Relax, okay? Because it looks like it would be Hip 5 Warrior Project that overtook that lead. But West Springfield Track Club, there we go. He said, let me go ahead and take that back.
So you know what? Actually, just playing. Just playing around a little bit. Let me come back to this lead. They're going to have one lap to go.
They're known as the Spartans. That's Brendan Talbot running for the Spartans there.
West Springfield is daylights out in front of their competitors right now. Keep that head up.
He has opened up that lead. You can tell it is hurting him now, but it is okay because he has
Look at that strength.
very well lead out there.
Amazing.
Put out a nice little lead for his teammates, which I'm sure they will be thankful for, hopefully, in the end.
Absolutely, 50.8.
If you see your favorite color out on the track right now, make sure you start screaming. Personally, my favorite color is black, so. This leg has got one more lap to go before they hand off to their
And the Spartans are still leading in this third leg. Now, don't sleep on the third leg. Sometimes, you know, you can kind of fall asleep with the third leg, but they're a key to relays, as always, as are all four legs, of course.
You know, the third leg, I do feel like is slept on. A lot of the times people think that's where you can put your lackadaisical leg, your not as strong leg, but that third leg is actually so important.
And as you can see, 50.3 for him. Just extending that lead. Why not give it to the anchor real comfortable?
Right.
Why not?
The job is, let me make sure I can make your job a little bit easier.
But it's looking like the Rams are trying to accelerate into this last 200 meters. The gap is continuously closing. But it looks like West Springfield is going to do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. Last 100 meters for all of these young athletes.
Keep your eyes on that time. The time to beat is 3:23:25, and they do it. 3:21:40 for West Springfield.
Dropping that time. And again, these heats are seated to get faster and faster, so we can expect that time to just start dropping more and more.
And that was Max Englert on that final leg. He split 49 and some change. He said, here's the time to beat. 3:21:40.
3:21:40. That was out of heat number 7.
And from the looks of it, everybody's here, Jasmine.
Oh, I love this. I love when our job goes back to being easy.
Because you know how it is with the relay cards.
Man.
And you have to go and turn in the relay cards in the exact order that it's supposed to be, or this. Or then again, the coach is like, no, actually, I want to put...
It's like the wait. Actually, let me change the order up. And it's like, well, what about the commentators there? We're trying to do our job here, and you're making it a little difficult.
And they're just getting some clear instructions here. It can be kind of confusing indoors, like we were saying before. There's just so many lines on the track. These guys are nervous. We're at New Balance Nationals indoors. I'm sure they got the instructions, but I never heard the officials. Like, you're telling me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm scared for my race.
Right. Sometimes it'll just kind of go one ear and out the other, and it's like, oh, shoot. I actually really wasn't listening. My bad.
So sorry. Where the blocks supposed to go?
What line is it?
I know you just said it. And very clean start. It's Valley Project in 2, Rogers Track in 3, West Orange Track Club in 4, Windsor Track Club in 5, and Twin Valley in 6. And right off of the bat, that is Windsor Track Club.
Make sure you fight for that pole
as they now cut in.
And that's Deshaun Berry getting to the break first, commanding the lead. And that's West Orange Track Club coming up strong. It was so risky to try to pass on a curve, but that's what he did. Now it's time to get into that lane and force him into lane 2. That's what he did, but Barry, he said, fine, I'll go into lane 2 and I'll still pass off at the same time. And look at that second leg.
And these guys are definitely about to be battling it out.
Nothing about that is going to be easy. They got to be willing to take it out.
And that's Maxim Copeland, an amazing competitor. I've been watching him these past 3 days, and he's a fierce competitor for sure. But it's always a different type of feel when you're a coach. Like, actually, here's the 4x4.
I mean, he is doing a phenomenal job right now, making sure he is getting that job done as he brings it in to hand off to his teammate.
It is looking great for
48-1 split. Like I said, these times are supposed to be getting faster and faster, but look at that stride, Jasmine.
This stride is absolutely beautiful. This is Damian Sparrow running right now.
And you can see the strength in his face. He's determined, yes, sir. I don't know what y'all favorite was in the 4x4 was, but mine is personally third.
And from his bib number, that actually looks like it's Crane. Maybe a late add-on into the relay. You know how it is with Coach. Hey, get out those stands.
Look, if you guys saw us up here, we're like, wait a second, that actually the names aren't matching.
Get out the stands. Come run a relay.
I mean, and he did the job, so he is very deserved to be put on that relay.
You don't just rely on yourself. You get to rely on your athleticism and everyone else's as well. With the track club, we're trying to make sure nobody questions them as the winners of this heat.
And that's Hunter Howard running the anchor leg for the Winter Track Club. They're looking to break that 3:20, 1:40. That's the time to beat so far.
Impeccable, everybody. I think he is ready to come home and win this heat for his boys.
And he is bringing it in. Really working those arms, and let's look to see what that time is. What is the official time? They will run a 3:20:18, and he should celebrate. You
better go, Mr. Hunter Howard. Huge personal best by them.
And that will now be that new time to beat. 3:20:18.
Now, like I said before, these teams are going to, these heats are going to increasingly get faster as we continue to go. Not always going to be like that, but that's how it should be, because these have been seeded from slowest to fastest, with that final section 13, going to be the end-all, be-all. Now, for section 9 out of 13, once again, from our eyes, things seem to be pretty good and clean. We have Motor City 2, Westfield Track Club 3, Cleveland Heights Tigers 4, Menacing Track Club 5, and Empire Athletics 6.
And this heat, we are going to have Motor City Track
And on
Club,
paper,
Westfield Track Club, Cleveland Heights Tigers.
that's Cleveland Heights Tigers. They came with the fastest seed, and as you can see, they're running to make that a little bit faster. Obviously, you saw the time right before them with 3:20. They need a PR since that is the time to beat.
Whew, look, if they want a PR, now is the time to do it, and this is definitely the place to do it.
It is looking like a great race on this backstretch.
But he is getting some pressure. Of course. This is nationals. That's Menacing Track Club.
Applying that pressure.
Applying all that pressure that Samuel Anderson about to hand off in first. But he has some pressure on him from the Heights Tigers.
We have got the need for speed back there.
And then look at Motor City making his appearance.
And I wouldn't expect anything less from Motor City either, to be honest.
Absolutely would not.
Beautiful comeback by their second leg. All he got to do is hold on.
And he is extending that lead.
And he will try to hold on to it in this last 100.
And it looks like it's Dion Clary looking so smooth. About to hand off to his teammate.
Motor City has definitely got some competition on their heels.
50.8 from Clary.
Menacing Track Club is going to
And Menacing said that we are going to hang out right by you. We are not going to give this to you too easy.
At all. That's Philip Burney from Motor City Track Club.
These three guys
leading the way here.
Cannot afford to make a mistake. They look
So in the order right now, we've got Motor City, Menacing Track Club, and Westfield Track Club. Those are our top three out front right now.
Menacing is starting to tighten up a little bit. Burney looking very smooth.
I see some mamas.
Hand off to that anchor leg. The sigh of relief when you can finally just hand the baton
As
off.
soon as you hand it off, that's kind of like when a woman gets home and she just can't wait to take the undergarment off.
Yes, oh,
Take
for
it
sure,
off.
for sure. Take the heels off, just throw them off here. Here, I'm done.
Motor City.
Motor City still leading here. That's Gavin Rawls on that anchor leg. But they are gunning for Gavin.
And Menacing and Westfield both making a move. Westfield right on Motor City's shoulder coming into this last 50.
But who's going to go to their arm? Who's going to fight for it? I don't know.
And Motor City will take that win.
Motor City did that.
Man, I don't know. He just dropped that baton. If I was a coach, I'm sorry. I know you just want to put in some work, but you're going to have to give me some push-ups for dropping the baton like that. Hold on.
And that puts them in second in the standings with the 320.80.
He
said, get it out of my hand, I'm tired.
So I can't even hold the baton no more. I am too tired.
And there he is getting all that pressure from Westfield at the end there. But he dug deep. If you're trying to come up on me at the end there, there's going to be nothing left.
Look, we're going to go all out. If you side by side with me, I'm battling it out with you, okay?
Look at it. Look at the passion. 3:20.80. And they were just shy of that leading time that is still being held by Windsor Track Club with 3:28. We're going to keep on moving right along. Those are the Section 5 results. Motor City Track Club, 3:20.80. But this is now Section 10. Another Menacing Track Club.
Another.
Wallingford in 3. Deptford Track Club in 4. DC Cadets 5. And Livingston in 6. And this is a full field.
We are on Section 10 of 13 with Menacing Track Club.
Off to a very clean start.
Wallingford, Deptford
That's the
Track
DC
Club,
Cadets out there in
Cadets
5. You
and
cannot miss them with those bright red singlets.
Cannot miss them at all.
But to his inside, that's Deptford Track Club. But as I'm saying that, out there in 6, that's Livingston. He gets to the break first, and he gets to the curve first. But as you cannot fall asleep on the backstretch because they are gunning for him.
And now they are coming off this curve, about to hand off to their second leg.
Wallingford ends up taking that lead, but DC Cadets hand it off at the same exact time.
Wallingford coming through first, then following behind closely.
Now DC Cadets is fading at the moment.
All of them looking
It's all
amazing
Wallingford
and
right now.
Competing very, very well right now. With Wallingford
And DC
still
Cadets is
on
trying to make that move. And DC Cadets will make that move and take over that lead.
taking Wallingford down.
So I don't know if he was ready. He might have just said, you know what, I'm going to let you guys try to sprint this out. I know my race.
And he dug deep. I saw him in the 4x8 earlier for Keenan Frisbee.
The 4x8, and now you're running the 4x4? Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. He dug deep for this one for sure.
They better have some water over there for him now.
Whoever their third leg is not playing.
And that's Robinson from the Cadets.
Y'all know the second lap is all about strength and mentality. Who's got the strongest mental out here?
Well ahead of those pacing lights.
That is going to be all DC Cadets going into the final 100 meters. They just got to stay
And
strong.
he will be coming off that final curve. 50 meters to go.
Paul Robinson just looking too smooth. He's handing off.
We are working on our final leg.
Very smooth handoff. And we are into
I think DC
the
Cadets
anchor
let y'all
leg.
know something. Let them know something, DC Cadets.
Now we are entering that bell lap. I know that's a little relief and a little energizer booster once you hear that bell go.
Absolutely. 200 to go. At this point, Pueblo 150 to go from Zion Omotesa.
Last 100 meters. The only question I got is,
And he is out there by himself right now, running against those lights right on the outside of him.
It's going to be a fast one.
they're going to run a 3:20.84.
3.
Correcting to
3:21.15 will be that official time for the DC Cadets. Still, the fastest time of the day is Windsor Track Club with a 3:20.18. And that national lead actually is from Bullis High School with a 3:14.56.
And we're actually going to see Bullis run in the final section. Hopefully we'll see that go down.
Hopefully we'll see it go. I would like to see that go down.
Fingers crossed. And last I heard, Bullis has Quincy Wilson.
Look, I think it's going to be real hard to not see that thing go down because slated, if they're going based off this order, he will be their anchor leg.
And moving right along, section 11 out of 13. 252 Elite.
We've got
252 Elite in 2. Union Catholic in 3. Steel City in 4. Lions is a do not show, and Hoover Elite in 6.
Making up that stagger beautifully.
And right off the bat, that's Union Catholic getting to the money.
Union Catholic with those very unique uniforms. They're so easy to spot out there on that track.
They absolutely are. And he just looks too smooth. Maybe even a little bit too smooth because Hoover Elite is right on his heels. But here comes Steel City Track Club. He decided to make a late surge, and it was worth it as he hands off in first in front of Union Catholic.
Clean handoffs from everybody.
That's a 50.4. Comfortable too.
He absolutely did. Very smooth 50.4.
We have got our two teams out in front.
Steel City Track Club out front, battling it out with Union Catholic Track Club.
is hurting for Steel City right now. So Union Catholic is going to use that to their advantage.
It's once you start seeing the head go.
Look, once you start seeing the head go, everything else just...
Once I see the head start bobbing, I'm like, ooh, that's a gorilla.
Absolutely. And look at that speed from Union Catholics. That's Cooper.
Union Catholic Track Club and Steel City Track Club are going to be your two teams out in front. This is going to be an amazing
But wow, what a stride from Steel City's Elijah Morris.
A huge stride.
They were just going stride for stride, but now it's looking like we're about to...
And then he's able to surge going into this last curve coming off of it.
We got somebody coming up.
But look who it is. That's Gideon Newton. Another one of those athletes I've been watching all weekend. A fierce competitor. Put his team in contention for Hoover Elite. Now Hoover Elite is on Steel City Track Club's heel. That was a 48.5 from Gideon Newton. Hoover's Elite.
So we know these boys are about to be battling it out. They're going to be coming into that bell lap, and they are blazing.
Steel City still with the edge here. Hoover Elite
very strong going into the
sitting in second.
Who has the most heart?
Hoover Elite is fading now. Steel City is not. He's finishing strong. He's digging deep. Let's keep our eyes on the time there. 3:19.60 unofficially. Officially, that's 3:19.62. And just like that, they shoot to the top of the qualifying times. Well, they're all time finals, but the qualifying times as of right now. Look at Sylvester. Watching the clock too. 3:19.62 pushes Windsor Track Club down to second with 3:20.18, and there goes those final results.
That's also one of the fun parts about being able to see what's going on. So when you've got that clock off to your side, you're able to see what time am I running. And that allowed him to push a little bit more coming into that finish line.
Absolutely. And Jasmine, you actually went to the University of Oregon, and a little trick I would always do is use that Jumbotron to my advantage. How close are people to me? And you guys can't see it on your screen right now, but these athletes also have a Jumbotron on the south end of the track to look to see where they're at. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Sometimes
Absolutely.
even knowing doesn't even help.
Right. Sometimes knowing doesn't help, but we have seen quite a few of these athletes looking up at the Jumbotron and over at the clocks, either pacing themselves or just, again, seeing where the others are at, where their competitors are.
And this is like, it is a full field, section 12 out of 13, MBA in 2, Demetha Catholic in 3, Whippet Track Club in 4, St. Peter's in 5, Rams Track Club in 6. Oh, and it looks like we have someone down from MBA. But we're going to keep on moving right along. That now puts Demetha Catholic up there in first. Hoping that athlete is okay now as we're coming up that bank for the final turn.
I am hoping that he is okay. He's still sitting down in that corner over there.
These athletes are moving right along. It's going to be a pretty good split. It's Demetha Catholic High School in first with a 49.62. St. Peter's Prep, 49.90.
Gosh, these guys are moving, as to be expected.
Absolutely. And he looks strong. Does he know he still has one more lap?
Right. Like, you know, sometimes I always get confused. Like, do you guys know it's a whole nother lap that you got to get through?
But look, if you got it, own it.
If you got it, use it.
And as of right now, he is trying to give his teammate the best lead possible, and he is digging so deep. Like I said, a lot of these athletes have been sitting these past 3 days or racing too, but you have a certain type of adrenaline in the 4x4 as he's handing off to his teammate there.
It's the end of the day. It's just a certain pride that you hold yourself to when it's that 4x4. It doesn't matter what event you do. That adrenaline's going to come on to you if you're put on that 4x4.
Absolutely. Jamaica Catholic still out there leading.
The Mac ain't playing no games. That's what I'm talking about.
Rams in second.
DeMatha Catholic trying to put out the time.
Because this next heat could knock all of these guys down off of the podium. So you are racing against the time here.
It is all about the clock. You do have other competitors in that heat, but you're truly racing the clock. And we are now on that anchor lane.
We have got St. Peter's Prep High School looking to win this heat.
Still looking strong.
We've got
but St. Peter's Prep High School is gunning for Catholic here.
And we've entered that bell lap. Can St. Peter's Prep catch DeMartha, or what's going to happen?
I mean, it's looking like it because all he saw was red, and he takes over that lead.
Take it over.
Just like that. But keep your eyes on the time. He's ahead of those lights.
And he came in looking very strong and smooth.
Very fast run from them. 3:19.17 will be the official time for St. Peter's Prep High School, and they have now risen to the top.
Now they got that number one spot.
And he started to lift as DeMatha Catholic began to fade. He had that strength. He's a sitter, as we were talking about earlier.
And that is going to be St. Peter's and get half of these.
And those are the final results from Section 12 out of 13. St. Peter's Prep High School. Flawless race, 3:19.17. MVA unfortunately did not finish. Now these lights are going down
because it is time for heat number 13 in 2. We will have North Track Club.
Coming in with a seed time of 3:17.98 out of New Jersey. Number 2 in the nation.
Number 2 in the nation. And then in 3, we will have Willis's B team.
And that was the Mustangs that you just saw. And this is Bullish Track Club. Looks like they're doing it backwards.
So they're going backwards. Okay, yes. This makes, okay. I'm like, what's going on?
Let's go.
Then we've got South Dade Express Track Club.
Out of Miami, Florida. So let's read it back out for them, Jasmine.
All right, so in this heat, we will have North Track Club in 2, Bullis B Squad in 3, McNarma Mustangs in 4, Bullis's A team in 5. They are number 1 in the nation, so be on the lookout for them. And in 6, we will have South Dade Express Track Club.
Now Bullish Track Club A in lane 5 holds the 400-meter, what do I call him? Beast? I think so.
Beast.
And 45.7 earlier, only as a sophomore. He's only 16 years old. Quincy Wilson.
In high school. Would have finished, I think, 7th at NCAAs yesterday.
Right around there, absolutely.
So keep your eyes on the clock for this section.
And Quincy has had plenty of time to rest. He will be running anchor leg, of course. This is going to be a fast one. Now, not only, we're not even really keeping our eyes on the time, we're keeping our eyes on the record, the meet record. It's 3:18.76 set in 2022. We're going to see if it can be brought down.
And then we've got the national record, which is also held by Bullis from 2019. They ran a 3:12.53.
Now the national lead, yes, by Bullis, 3:14. A whole bunch of records.
Bullis got a whole bunch of stuff going on.
And we are off.
And we are off right now. And that is Bullis up front.
And we have got some amazing young men out here.
Already, that's Bullis.
Not their life, but, you know, they
In
might
lane 5, he is commanding that lead. That's Matthew Goings.
Yeah! I see all those Bullis fans out there.
There looks like some tripping there, but Bullis Track Club has commanded that lead.
They have put out a very early lead.
Y'all know this is the fastest heat of the day. I don't know what time we're going to see.
They are going for that record. They already have the national lead.
But I know they are going to do an excellent job. Make sure you're cheering and clapping for them.
Bullis Track Club gapping the field early on.
Early on, that was just the first leg for them. We are now on to our second leg.
That's a 48.6 for that first leg.
Oh my goodness.
Now look at that gap. I love this view because they are out there and they are comfortable. But this is the national championship where anything can happen. But they look so comfortable up there. I hear a whole lot of moves in the stand there.
This is absolutely insane because they are putting that mark out there early. They said, we are not going to give anybody a chance. We are going for a record. We're leaving here either running better than we have or the best
We're
that we
leaving here
have
with
seen.
something. They're leaving here with something. They're from around the way.
Okay.
They came straight out of Maryland. Keep your eye on that record. They already have the national lead, so the record is in view for them. The record is definitely possible. I don't want to jinx them, but it is definitely possible.
They are looking good right now.
Who wouldn't want to beat your own record?
Right.
They already have the national
broken.
Absolutely. They already have the national lead. They already have the national record. Who wouldn't want to just go ahead and lower it? That's such a flex.
Just keep it going. I mean, it speaks of the talent, and they have so much depth within their team.
North Track Club following behind McNamara. Bullis is coming
And here we go. They're coming off this final curve. Last 50, about to hand it off.
He sees his man. That is the Quincy Wilson, the phenom, the sophomore, 16 years old. He takes that baton and he is blazing around the track.
Quincy is gone.
Well ahead of those lights. He looks so calm and so collected because that's the type of athlete he is, and he's still young, but he looks so experienced.
Quincy has a goal, and he said, I am here to set this.
The time to beat is 3:19.17. It's pretty obvious that they're going to get that with a landslide, but they are chasing the clock here. They want another national record. They want another national lead.
And he is coming in off that last turn, the last 50 of this race. And let's take a look at that clock.
Quincy Wilson, 3:11.87.
3:11.87. That is a new high school record, a new meet record.
Go ahead and name it out. What else? A new national lead.
Like they just said, we're taking it all.
That final leg was 46.87 from Quincy Wilson. Just 16 years old. Everybody is on their feet. Look at Bullis Track Club. They are walking away with an amazing win, a meet record, 3:11.87.
And you know what? Coach came up to me because remember yesterday, I think you said they were in Michigan.
I kept saying Michigan.
And he said, so who said it? And I've been messing with him the whole time since they've been here. So it was like, it was you.
I will never forget ever again. They are straight out of Maryland. Look at Quincy
We gotta put respect on Bullis's team, okay?
Absolutely. Look at him. And I don't think he ever really strayed. Like, he has some running style, yes. However, he never looked stressed.
How
on his
relaxed his face is.
Absolutely. That's a 46.8. After he already ran 45 earlier today. Look at his face.
I know that.
Oh, I'm excited, but wait, actually, I already knew that this is how it was going to turn out.
Exactly. He said, we knew what we could do. They know what they're capable of, and they came out, showed out, and that was quite a show. And now we get to watch the girls get out here and give us a show.
as they're doing their victory lap there. I love that these kids do a victory lap.
Me too. Well deserved.
That was a team of 4 amazing young boys who did
Amazing athletes.
And as some of you guys saw, Bullis actually only had one of their teams. They pulled out their B team from that heat. So that was just their A team competing.
And look at the way they blew the field away. That's why I said forget the time. Let's look at the record. 3:11.87 from Bullish Track Club. And they're still just so young. These are high schoolers.
High school.
And we are moving on to these girls. 4x4 relay championship races. Section 1 out of 12 will have 3 teams. It will be Ramsey in 4, Carolina Cavaliers in 5, and Gilderland in 6. And there you go.
You see those boys up there. Still celebrating as they should.
We've got 12 sections.
And we are off for section 1 of 12 for the girls 4x400 championship. That's the Carolina Cavaliers coming out so strong already, making up the stagger. It's really all in that first 200 to really set up the remainder of your race.
Coming to the break.
You know what? These races have been so entertaining that I didn't even realize that we went through, 13 heats of the boys?
I didn't realize either. When I saw them
so fast.
Exactly. I saw them bringing them out on the track. I said, dang, already? Okay. I mean, don't you just love track and field?
I love track and field.
I love track and field. And these girls are rounding out. That's Gitterland Track Club. They came in with a 4:05.84 on paper. About to hand off to her teammate. She can finally see her. I know that's just a saving grace she needed.
And this is our second leg going.
These girls are moving already. That's a 49.7 on the first leg, 49.8 from the Cavaliers. First leg as well.
That is going to be Goldenland and the Carolina Cavaliers going 1-2 right now.
She's trying to figure out where to pass. Should it be inside? Should it be outside? Sometimes trying to contemplate those moves can be a little bit tiring because now she's trying to swing to the outside and use the bank to her advantage.
And sometimes swinging to that outside can cost you so much energy. So you really want to find that right sweet spot of, okay, now is the time to pass.
Absolutely.
If you can't hear, they're saying, go, Michaela.
But it'll be all Gooderland Track Club.
And now we are handing off.
Who hands off first to their
third leg. The Carolina Cavaliers, as I said,
the Carolina Cavaliers
first place position.
went ahead and took that lead.
You gotta have some guts, you gotta have some strength. And this is
Now they came in with the fastest time on the paper, 4:05.56. And look at the way she has gapped her from the very beginning.
And she is going into her second lap now. Coming off that final curve.
She is starting to swim there. They're looking for a personal best. You got to set the tone early on.
Absolutely.
Heat 1, if you still want to be relevant in Heat 12,
yes,
you got to run something fast.
You've got to leave it all on the track. Leave no crumbs.
No crumbs.
With the Carolina Cavaliers out in front. There is so much room between
The Cavaliers have gapped themselves. I don't even know when that happened.
Me either, because it happened so suddenly.
Dang, she is out there by herself. That's Marissa Watts.
And this is their bell lap now.
Make sure you give them some love. Last 100 meters for the Carolina Cavaliers.
The Carolina Cavaliers
Bringing it home.
looking to get a personal best, and they do. 4 minutes flat.
4 minutes.
4 flat 40. Wow.
It's going to be their time.
Now, because they're in the first section, that is now the leading time.
And I anticipate we will start seeing that time just drop more and more as these heats carry on.
Absolutely. This is another full section. This is section 2 out of 12. We have Kingston Way Track Club, Weston Monsters,
Moving on
and
to
OTC.
We also only got 3 teams in this heat. We've got Kingsway Track Club, Weston Monsters. Oh, that's definitely kind of fun. And then the OTC.
And right off the bat, that's Kingsway Track Club. Real smooth. Her stride is so long. While everyone else is taking 10, she's taking 5 steps.
Very long, very smooth.
Just gonna get to that break first. Her opening lap seemed to be around 29 to 30, but she is going to be getting some company pretty soon that she's going to feel. That's OTC. See, trying to figure out where I should pass. Because Kingsway Track Club, she was smart with her positioning, being on the outside of her lane, forcing her to be and go around.
That is the game that you have to play. I'm not going to give this to you easy. I'm going to go to the outside and inside, make you work a little bit more.
Somebody has dropped their bracelet on the track. Be careful, girls.
It looks like Weston had some confusion there. They are out of view right now. Their runner trying to make it up, but it is all OTC out there in the bright pink.
The pink uniforms, I love it. Fan of everything pink.
And they've got Kingsway Track Club following behind in the whites. Kingsway is going to be looking to make up that gap.
Now the head is going. She's starting to feel it.
OTC is going to give it.
Hill is taking a chance.
And
with
she
the
was able to
inside.
pass on the inside.
She was. She left it open for her. So you got to take it.
Easily passed. That was brilliant move.
And she didn't hesitate.
At all. That's one of the things. You cannot hesitate when you're trying to pass somebody. You have to just do it.
OTC will be following behind.
Weston Track Club is not catching any breaks when it comes to their handoffs. So they are still trying to make up a whole lot of room. That's Kingston.
That's the tricky part where you're so behind that you're trying to get out because you've got that anxiety, but you have to remember that your teammate is coming in. They're going to be very fatigued, so you cannot leave early.
Absolutely. That's K Wiscount.
Kingsway is going to
for
continue
Kingsway
to stay in
Track
first
Club.
place.
Pretty soon, she's going to be handing off to her teammate for the final leg.
Coming off this last curb.
And they will hand off first to their fourth and final.
Kingsway still sitting up there in the front. OTC second.
Kingsway lead is even more
Weston
comfortable
third.
than they were before.
The time to beat is 4 minutes flat.
4 flat, and Kingsway is up front in their heat pretty comfortably with a nice distance. And OTC trying to cover some ground, as well as Weston.
Look amazing flying behind them as they fight their way to a first place finish in this heat.
They have created this comfortable distance, which is good, which can sometimes be a little bit harmful because you might be chilling a little bit too much.
little
because
too
the time
much,
to beat
yeah.
is 4 flat and does not look like they are going to do it.
And Kingsway
4:03.72.
76.
And the official time of that is 4:03.76 for Kingsway Track Club. Carolina Cavaliers still holding the fastest time so far.
We're just going to keep on rolling right through them, Jasmine. We are on section 3 out of 12. Moving right on along.
This is how you do it. Keep it going. We've got a few no-shows popping up here in our end. So we've got Night Track Club in lane 3, lane 4, Hillsborough High School. You've got Madison Warhawks in lane 6, and then we've got 2 no-shows in this heat. So we will only see 3 groups of ladies run.
And this heat, we've got the
That's Hillsborough getting off to a great start as they're going to get to the break first.
Got to that break first and comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. Merging in real chill. I love that you can still see the Bullis boys just in the middle, celebrating their victory. Why would I rush off of the track when I just set a new national record?
Celebrating that victory, getting a good cool down in, which I really enjoy. The fact that they stayed down there, they made sure they got a proper cool down in after running such a fast time. And that is a part of success when it comes to track and field. It's not about just being fast, but it's how you take care of your body.
Absolutely. You know, they got 2 birds, 1 stone. Nice little cool down / victory lap. That's the way to do it. I was talking to Dan O'Brien earlier. He said you're actually more tired when you lose than you are when you win.
You know, I think that's pretty valid. That's a valid statement.
We've been seeing all these guys just having so much energy.
After you're done and you win and you do well, you're like, yes, I could keep going.
I could keep going. Absolutely. It looks like we got a change of leads here. That's now Hillsborough High School out there in first. And she is feeling it now. But as she sees her saving grace out there, she's trying to get to her.
Ooh, that's that let your hair down after a long day, girl. Pass the baton off.
Absolutely.
Night Track Club in Hillsborough.
The Nyack Track Club out in front. Hillsborough still following closely behind for this third lane, and they'll be coming into their final lap.
I used to run on a lot of 4x4s.
And now we've got a race happening again.
Okay.
Don't look
now
away too long, you guys.
Let's just hand off all at the same time.
They say, y'all gonna know about me.
I was about to tell a little story.
They said we got to keep you guys on your toes.
All right. That's Nyack Track Club out there now, snatching lead. And they're out of New York.
And that is the bell lap. These ladies are battling it out.
As long as they stay calm, this is anybody's race. Don't freak out just because you got some competitors behind you. You've trained all.
Now the time to beat is 4 minutes flat. Will they do it? It's looking a little too close for my comfort, but maybe since there was a battle, and they will just miss it. But
missing it.
That's a nice time, 4:02:09. They will now be sitting in the second compiled results spot.
4:02:10 with that official time. And we've got some no-shows going on in this heat as well. We've got the DC Cadets in lane 4, the Monroe Woodbury Track Club in 5, and the Roadrunners in 6.
We are now on section 4 out of 12.
We've got the
DC Cadets, Monroe, and Roadrunners.
Monroe Woodbury Track Club and the Roadrunners. I like that name. Oh, she wrestling in her sunglasses. She ain't playing with y'all. I believe she's in the DC Cadets.
And that was a very
If y'all know
chill
that,
break-in.
It sure
somebody
was.
wrestling in sunglasses, they gotta
Sometimes
be
you can see them fighting for that rail, but it's a little easier when it's, okay, I put myself in a good position so I can break in a little bit easier.
Can't see the name of this team, but both of them are going to be one team.
And that'll be the Roadrunners. Seaton out there in that pink with the lead. About to hand off first. Seaton is out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And this is when the lead is starting to open up.
It's when you start to see the gaps. But as we just learned in the last section, that we cannot look away too much.
No, absolutely
you
not.
never know if they might come back and battle it out.
And that's Jada Armstrong looking as smooth as
That's
ever.
the Roadrunners out in front. And that pink and white
So we've got the
uniform.
Roadrunners, DC Cadets, and then Monroe Woodbury Track Club. Roadrunners giving themselves a pretty nice gap going into this exchange.
With the DC Cadets in second. And then we'll have the Monroe Woodbury Track Club in third.
All of the girls look so
There's
strong.
still Roadrunners all out in front. Nobody knows to them. The DC Cadets and the Monroe Woodbury Track Club all running on their own islands.
Now, as you can see from this view, nobody else is threatening them. The cadets are too far behind to put up any form of threat right now, but the time to beat is still that 4 minutes flat time.
And that 4 flat was put out there in Heat 1.
We are now looking at our final leg, ladies and gentlemen.
And again, this is the Roadrunners out front. They are looking very comfortable.
And you know, Jasmine, I must say, this is day 4 of New Balance Nationals indoors. And the crowd has not wavered, not one bit.
The crowd has been around. The crowd has stayed. They have supported. It has been absolutely amazing.
It has.
All these faces out in the stands.
And thank you all so much for tuning into New Balance's YouTube
Here we are, everybody.
to stream all of these amazing events.
Yeah.
And you can go back and watch everything on demand like that 3:53:60. The first one that's under 4 minutes, just like that.
I mean, well deserved. Those girls were putting it out there. They were out there very comfortable. So we have that new time, the fastest time of the day so far. 3:53:60.
38.
Set by the Seaton Roadrunners. There you see it. 3:53:60. They did that all by themselves.
Alone. Man, they really made sure that they put a mark out there. And as we enter section 5, we've got Warburn Track Club, Lawrenceville School, Charlotte County Day, Raiders Track Club, and North Stars Elite. A little blind, so I had to lean into my screen just now, you guys.
The Lawrenceville School, just like the Ohio State. The.
And that is exactly what's going to happen. She's going to get this whole position.
That is lane 4, Charlotte Country Day.
She is out of front with nobody behind her in that black and pink uniform. And she is looking strong coming into her final 100 meters.
Charlotte Country Day out there looking very comfortable with their first leg, making sure they get a nice lead going into their second leg.
If y'all want to win, y'all going to have to come take it from us. Looking very strong heading out to their second leg.
And they are out of Charlotte, North Carolina. They traveled long and far for this competition.
Their first leg split a 58-68. Raiders Track Club, Philly North Stars.
But the time to beat is from the heat before, 3:53.60, and I'm sure that's on the top of their minds. You know, it's pretty hard to ignore when you're literally setting your blocks as they're running that.
Absolutely. Hard to ignore, but the advantage of these later heats is you know the time that you're aiming
The
for.
4x4 is a lot of laps, everybody. Everyone is responsible for 2 of them each. So you have to make sure you do your job. This leg from Charlotte Country Day is definitely.
And this is Charlotte Country Day out of the beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina.
You can see the fight in the dirt in her face. She is on her teammate.
They came in with a seed time of 4:02. They're going to need to PR big to get that top time.
And this is the place to do it. They're now on their third leg where they will have 2 laps.
But I believe that is also the Raiders Track Club following behind them. Charlotte Country Day is going to have to do a little bit more work if they don't want the Raiders to get to them.
And that's the Raiders Track Club coming up strong.
Trying to apply a little bit of pressure.
It don't matter how big that gap is, somebody can always take it from you.
But listen, Charlotte Country Day did not come here to give it to anybody easily.
She felt her on that shoulder and started opening up that stride, and she is coming in off this last curve to hand it off to their anchor leg.
Make sure y'all finish strong. Charlotte Country Day has been out in front this entire time.
And she would have to split something pretty fast to beat that 3:53 that was from the last heat. It'll be interesting to see if she's able to do it. They handed it off right at 3 minutes flat. Obviously, she has to split 53. So we might just see them right outside of it, maybe at least like a top 3 finishing time for them.
53 is
it's pretty steep. It's pretty steep. But anything's possible. And we will
anything is possible.
And we will see that in section 12 out of 12 later on.
Exactly.
If they want to come across this line first, it is going to be about strength and mentality.
The Raiders trying to make something happen here. They won't get that 3:53 mark, but they're going to leave here with something. But it won't be all Charlotte Country Day.
The Charlotte Country Day, 3:58.95.
Charlotte Country Day
Amazing race.
will run a 3:58.95, which puts them at the number 2 fastest time of the day.
Great time out of them. They stayed persistent that whole way around. And there goes Section 5's final results. Also got another under 4 minutes, Jasmine, with the Raiders Track Club, 3:59.28, and they will be third.
And we are starting to see that those times are going to start dropping and dropping. We'll start seeing more of these teams run under 4.
And we have a full field.
Got a nice full field here. We are halfway through with these heats. This is Heat 6. Remington Flyers, Lafayette Track Club, Golden Knights Track Club, Classical, and West Windsor, Plainsboro.
Golden Knights Track Club, Classical, and the W Windsor Plainsboro.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, everybody.
Okay.
It's close to this pole position.
That's Golden Knight. Just taking it.
Yeah, she took that lead. She said, you know what? I'll be the one to cut it. I'll do it.
Yeah, because it didn't actually seem to be moving a lot.
Yeah.
And that's the way you're supposed to do it. She knows how to run this indoor 400.
I like this top.
And here she goes.
I'm a fan. I mean, here at New Balance Nationals, I've been seeing a lot of really great uniforms.
Absolutely.
This wonderful purple uniform. You can see the determination in her face trying to get that beside her teammate.
And we...
A little mishap with those exchanges. Sometimes when someone doesn't move out the way fast enough, it interferes with the runner, the incoming runner. And so
it absolutely does. And I hope the runner was okay there. Some confusion.
But just because they have this
some collision as well.
A little bit of collision going on.
Nice on their heels.
But it is still the ladies in purple from Golden Knights Track Club.
There is a fight.
Getting some pressure. That's hip number 3. Lafayette Track Club out of Louisiana.
These young ladies look amazing.
And they will take that lead.
They're the fastest track partner on the planet. Yeah.
Going into the third exchange.
There is a lot of space.
That's a 58.6 from the last runner. As we are now
or someone will start closing some gaps
into that third leg.
I believe this is the third leg for these wonderful young women.
Now, third leg is not the sleeper leg.
Not the sleeper leg, and they are about to hand off to their anchor. And it's important because you still want your third leg to keep you in a good position or put you in a better position.
Absolutely.
If your name is Jaden Bryce and you from Upper Marlboro, Maryland, I got your ID in your wallet, sir. Again, if your name is Jaden Bryce and you are from Upper Marlboro, Maryland, I got your wallet in your ID.
And that's Windsor Plainsboro just getting the baton there after having that horrible fall with leg 1 and 2. But look at that gap.
We're almost
It is all
I know y'all heard that bell.
Lafayette Track Club, straight out of Louisiana.
I believe that is the
As we
Lafayette
keep
Track
an
Club.
eye on this
It's gonna be
clock.
all on their own.
As she rounds the last curve, about 100 more to go. The time to beat is 3:53. At least having to beat 3:58 to make it into that top 3 so far. And it looks like she will do it with 3:56.30 unofficially.
3:56.31.
3:56.31 officially for that Lafayetteville. Wow, that was Lafayette. What is going on with my words? I just mixed like 3 names together.
It's
and
day
that's
4.
fine. Day 4 5s.
That's what's going on. It's day 4.
But that actually bumped them into the number 2 overall time for the day. And we are on to section number 7.
It looks like there are only two teams here. I see Union Catholic out there in 5. Union Catholic, who's supposed to be in 2, is not
But
here.
just because it's 2 teams, don't mean that you don't compete.
And in 4, that's the Menacing Track Club. Having a lot of room to make up. They were so far apart. But that's Union Catholic out there in hip 5.
And this is truly a race against the clock because you don't even have a full heat.
No, you do not. We had 3 scratches in that heat.
We'll see what happens.
But Union Catholic comes in with a paper time of 3:59 as they're about to hand off to their second leg.
So we're going to have Union Catholic Track Club and the Menacing Track Club as the 2 teams out here.
And Union Catholic up there holding on to that lead.
I gotta say, Union Catholic, y'all ain't on the uniforms, okay? Y'all look good. It is just these young
Now, like I've been
ladies
saying
that
all
makes
day,
it
because
fly.
how can I not mention her? Sponsored by New Balance, Sydney McLaughlin Laroni is actually
Union Catholic is looking
a
for
Union Catholic alumni, I'll
So
say,
is the Menacing
up there in
Track Club.
Jersey.
I
It
mean,
must feel good having, to represent them, knowing that she came from your high school.
absolutely. I feel like that just puts that extra sense of pride on you. You're like, Sydney was here. Sydney was one of us, so we've seen our own make it out, and now we know that we can make it out.
Absolutely.
What better time to talk about her than during a 4x4? She's been
Absolutely.
notorious for being on Team USA's 4x4. She's been a tremendous help. Obviously, she runs the open 4. She does the 4 hurdles. World record holder, just an absolutely amazing and beautiful person.
Oh, y'all actually listen to me. I appreciate it.
Now it's them versus the clock. But if you're wondering what those lights are to her inside, those lime green lights are pacer lights. They were set to Union Catholic's 3:59.36 to help keep the athletes on track. We love the new technology. Very smooth handoff.
We are on our 4th and final leg, everybody.
And they just look so smooth commanding that lead.
Give it up for the Union Catholic Track Club. She has got some beautiful hair on her head. Tell your stylist come to me.
Now the time to beat is 3:53.60. This is Union Catholic out there in the front. Based in New Jersey.
You've got some amazing people cheering for you, Union Catholic. Bring it in for them, make them proud.
She's bringing it on home. Keep your eyes on the clock. She will not get that 3:53, but she will get 3:56. A beautiful personal best from Union Catholic. And we're going to keep on moving right along. Section 8 out of 12. We have a scratch out there in lane 6 from Sky's the Limit. But nonetheless, West Springfield Track Club in 2, Bullets in 3, Pin Press in 4, and Mount DeSalis in 5. Now, speaking of Bullets, they are based in Maryland. We saw their boys team run a new national record, a new national league not too long ago. They have brought 29 athletes. Now, I thought it was way more because their athletes have ranged in so many different events. Got some pushing and shoving there as they headed to the break.
This is an exciting competition.
And that's Pincrest Track Club. Out there in the lead. In the light, bright pink bottoms there.
It looks like the black over pink uniform.
And she's handing it off.
Is going to be first to hand off. They have got a large target.
3 more legs to go. The time to beat is still 3:53.60 from the Road Runners. That was in Heat 1. But that's all West Springfield Track Club. Opening up that lead.
We've got a team all the way out in front, ladies and gentlemen.
As they're now handing off.
I believe that is West Springfield Track Club all the way out in front with Mount LaSalle's on their tail.
West Springfield is a Massachusetts native. That's Chloe Miller. Looking cool, calm, and collected.
They're playing some Dua Lipa over the speakers. I know that's right.
And she now sees
Here we are.
her teammate.
The best part
They're going to
of
hand
this
off right at
race.
2:55, 2:56. Great place to be. That was a 59.3 for Miss Miller. Look at that stride. Held by Raquel Bush.
West Springfield has done an excellent job of staying in first place. As long as they keep doing what they're doing, I think they're going to be just fine.
She's into that bell lap now.
Everybody pay attention to who's going to be fighting for second place on that back stretch. The gap is slowly closing. Oh my goodness, everybody.
But here
Who's it
comes
gonna be?
Mount DeSalish Track Club.
Who's going to be first in the finish line?
She wants it bad, and she's going to get it with 3:56.18. And just like that, officially it's 3:56.23. They are now right under the Road Runners for the number 2 time.
Race ain't over till it's over. How many times I gotta say it?
And we are moving on to section 9 out of 12.
We are zooming through these.
We really are.
And it looks like we have that full field in section 9. So we will have the EO Panthers, RFH Dogs Track Club, Wachusett Track Club, Motor City Track Club, and Whippet Track Club.
So smooth right there.
Track Club. Motor City out there in lane 5, already commanding the lead. She's so tall.
She's bouncy.
First in the cutting. She will also be first
Now Motor
in the
City's
ball.
out of Michigan.
No, they're out of Michigan.
They're out of Michigan.
Like, you positive? Don't have me get attacked by no coaches.
This race is not going to be easy, though. The red over navy blue uniform has.
I would tell you guys to tweet me and correct us if we're wrong with anything, but I ain't got access to Twitter, so therefore, sorry, y'all.
As Wachusett Track Club, who just overtook Motor City and is going to hand off first. Even though the handoff was a tad rocky, now Motor City is coming up, yes, out of Detroit, Michigan. That was a 58.7 for Wachusett's last leg.
We've got the W Track Club and Motor City Track Club fighting for 1 and 2.
Wachusett Track Club now in second.
But I believe that is the
What you said? What do you rep?
So this is definitely
But what you rep, girl?
What do you rep?
Every time I see Whip It, I just think of like the Cool Whip commercial. Whip it real good.
And that's Carrie Benoit holding on,
looking good.
But Whip It Track Club, they hand off first. But Motor City still with the lead there.
Whip It handed off first, but I think their handoff was a little bit more shaky, where on the other side of Motor City, theirs was a little bit more efficient and clean. That allowed them to get that lead.
All three of these teams doing a great job.
And look who's moving up. Wachusett Track Club is not out of the mix at all. But Motor City still has the lead. She has people gunning for her.
That is still Motor City out in front.
And we're coming into that last 50. And a nice clean handoff for Motor City.
Motor City is putting a gap between them and Whipping for this fourth leg.
Motor City working to extend that lead that they have now. And we've got the bell lap.
It's Makai Thompson fighting. She is fighting. Keep your eyes on the time there. 3:58.64. Pretty great time from them.
That official time will round up to 3:58.63, or round down, I should say. Round down.
And that puts them at the number 8 fastest time so far today.
And again, the fastest time of the day is a 3:53.60 from the Road Runners out of Section 4.
Who is catching the Road Runners?
And we are in Section 10, where it seems like we have all of our competitors again level to make my job easy. We've got Burton Hills, Haverford Track Club, McNarma Mustangs, the DC Cadets, and the Impulse Track Club.
So far, it's the DC Cadets and the Mustangs. The Mustangs gets to the break first, and she cuts in first, but the DC Cadets is not letting her have it. Oh, she cut her off and may have out. She may have stepped out. But honestly, the officials was just talking, chopping it up. I don't even know if he saw it.
I don't think they've seen it, so we might not get a flag on that.
But the DC Cadets still have it.
DC Cadets is going to be out in front.
And moving into that second place position, that's Impulse. But the DC Cadets commanding that lead. That was a 58-7 from that first leg. But look at the Mustangs gunning for that lead, and she gets it. She did not come here to play around.
Wow, she is running so smooth too, and was able to cut in gracefully.
And it's going to be McNamara and the DC Cadets, both teams from the DMV. They're trying to show off who's better. Now DC Cadets is getting back in front.
DC Cadets not letting them have it.
DC Cadets now opening up on McNamara, but the way McNamara
Battling
racing,
back and
I would've
forth,
got her.
DC Cadets said, we're going to take this lead from here so that we can hand it
This is how
off.
pass is going to be extremely important for third leg. DC Cadets all the way out in front. McNamara looking to make up that gap. DC Cadets got their team cheering on the
And the Mustangs trying to get back in the mix here, but it's all the DC Cadets so far.
But McNamara is doing their thing right now. This is going to be all McNamara and DC Cadets, everybody.
And that's Nia Dunham trying to bring it in strong. But the Mustangs are slowly closing.
150 meters to go. Anything can happen as we hand off to our fourth and final leg.
And she is bringing it in from the last 100 to hand off to her anchor. DC Cadets out front. Mustangs trying to capture her.
DC Cadets is going to stay out in front. McNamara just needs to hold on for a little while longer.
It's still all the Cadets.
I don't know. Start making your predictions. Scream them out if you want
And
to.
here come the Mustangs.
From the Mustangs.
Hunting her down.
This is going to
Here's
be
the thing, can you hold on to this? Can you make this move and hold on to it?
Absolutely.
Because you still have one more lap to go.
DC Cadets.
That's Amber Wimbish. Look at her stride compared to the Cadets runner.
McNamara's not going to let this go easy.
And she is trying to go for
Just
it.
100 meters to go. DC Cadets.
But the DC Cadets just turned their jets on.
Absolutely. Keep your eye on that time. It's going to be a fast one. And we might see a new lead, and we are.
And we do. The time to beat was originally a 3:53.60. We now have a new time, which is a 3:50 flat.
A new leading time of 3:50 from the DC Cadets out of the DMV area. And then the Mustangs, shout out to them, 3:52.57. So they are now in second. They have now pushed the Road Runners, who held that top time for a while now, but they're now third.
And we are now entering Section 11. We are coming into our final two heats here. Section 11, we've got Freedom Track Club, Bullis, Track Life University, Motor City Track Club, and South Dade Express Track Club. We just heard the gun shoot off there twice, so they're going to be bringing these ladies back. Let's see what is going on. And we get a green flag. So let's try that again for these ladies. And as we kind of talk about these final two heats, because our Heat 12 will be the fastest heat, the fastest seeded heat, let's go ahead and kind of talk about the national record and the national lead, which is a 3:37.63 for Montverde Academy out
This
of
is Heat 11
Florida.
of 12.
The meet record, 3:45.69, which was set last year.
It's going to be your penultimate.
You think we're going to see this go down?
I think we just might.
I think we will see it
They're in
go
that
down.
final section. Mount Verde MVA is home of Adeja Hodge.
And Deja is set to run on this relay. Last year she split a 54.09.
Okay, Miss Girl. This is Track Life University rounding the curve in the lead here. And as you're going to see soon, that's that section 12 warming up already on the bank. And that's Motor City out of Detroit taking the lead.
Let's hand off these times.
Clean handoffs.
That's a 57-1 from Motor City's leg.
That is Motor City.
And again, I can anticipate these ladies, because they know that this 12th and final section is seeded to be the fastest section of the day. Section 11 is running to put those times out there and really leave it all on the track.
Absolutely. That's Nevaeh Burns from Motor City Track Club. Still with the lead. And it looks like
she got stumbling.
Yeah, it looks like maybe she hit her heel from Track Life University coming up now, and she's using that to her advantage to take the lead over.
They were running so far out. Why were they running in lane 2? I mean, I know they stumbled, but dang, that was a lot of work.
Yeah.
They took their lead back. Motor City ain't too far behind.
Now they're about to hand it off. It's a tight one.
Motor City looking amazing. To go ahead.
Motor City, I know
Motor City.
That's Morgan Roundtree. I've seen her run multiple times. She is a fierce competitor. And here she is. She said, I'm going to go ahead and take that lead. And she looks so cool, calm, and collected. She looks like a veteran out there.
Starting to extend her lead.
This is a fantastic leg from Motor City Track Club here. Like I said, based out of Detroit, Michigan. They didn't have to travel too far to come here. But she's going to hand off. Beautiful leg from Morgan. That was a 56-9 split.
56-9. Oh my gosh. We are now on that anchor leg for these ladies.
That's Kylie King. Kind of like Kyrie King.
I know. I'm like, y'all related?
Doing their best to close that gap. Track Life University is trying to get back into the mix up in the third place.
Kylie King trying to bring him home for Motor City.
Motor City is looking great on this back stretch. Last 100 meters.
And behind her is Freedom Track Club.
Trying to hunt them down a little bit. But this has been all Motor City the whole entire time. Keep your eyes on the clock. 3:47.81 from Motor City Track Club. And that is a new leading time, Jasmine.
That is now the time to beat.
And she's smiling because she just ran away nearly her personal best. Which puts them in great contention. Look at her, she was putting her head down, looking at the clock.
World Championship 4x4. This is going to be the fastest heat of all 12. I'm about to reach you.
And we are now about to get started with section 12, our final event of the day.
Now, like I was saying earlier, I spoke with the Bullis coach, and he was saying that they brought 29 athletes. And I was like, I don't know, it has to be more than that.
Seems like way more. They got so many relays.
Because saying that, we just saw Bullis in that last heat, and now we're about to see two Bullis teams. But for starters, for section 12, that's Run Fast Track Club out of Louisiana with the checkered uniforms. We saw Sade Gray already in the 200. Now, Union Catholic in lane 3.
Y'all see it across their chest.
They come in with a seed time of 3:47.44. And like we were just saying, Bullis, based out of Maryland, they came in 3:39.47, Jasmine.
We are going to have
And that is their B team. How? Now look at MBA, Mount Verde Academy. The reigning champs. They have Adeja Hodge. Looks like Adeja Hodge actually has the baton right now.
In her hand. She's gonna kick it off.
So she's gonna be leading off. We saw her get the 200 earlier with 22.9. Now look at Bullis Track Club.
Okay.
Repping and representing. They said crown us.
Crown us.
Respect
Period.
us.
This is a battle that I'm excited to see. This is a way to end the day.
It absolutely is.
Women's History Month, we are about to watch the girls compete in the 4x4 Girls Championship.
Love it. And there goes those lane assignments. Of course, this is a full heat. You can hear a pin drop in here.
It just got so quiet.
It got so quiet.
Like, can y'all hear me down there? Do I need to whisper?
Now, Run Fast is out of Louisiana, Union Catholic, New Jersey, Bullis, Maryland, MVA, Florida, Bullis, Maryland again.
Ooh, say Florida again.
Florida. Thank you. Yeah. Some ASMR for you.
If one of these teams wants to win, if you look up on their screen, they're going to have to run faster than 3:47.81.
Now, obviously, we know that the time to beat is 3:47, right? Mm-hmm. But we already have a 3:37 with MVA in this. We already have a 3:39 with Bullis. So, obviously, somebody's walking away with a pretty dominant win over Motor City in that last heat. But let's see if they can walk away with a record. How about that?
This is about to be intense. These ladies are about to get in their blocks.
Now, Adeja Hodge, like I said, she got second in the 60 earlier. She was the winner of the 200 earlier as well with 22.9. She's a Georgia commit, and she's going to be leading off this relay. And they are off a very clean start. Adeja Hodge, she is not afraid to go ahead and take that lead. She is a short sprinter, but she is not afraid of that 400 as well. She is out there in that white uniform, in the singlet, in lane 5. She gets to the break first. Let's see if she can hold it.
Let's see if she can hold on to this. And again, remember, last year she split a 54.09, so it should be no problem for her to be able to maintain and hold.
Absolutely, but it has been a long day for her, Jasmine. She's already running the 60. She's already running the 200, a 22.9 at that. So it's going to be a tough one. And it looks like Adeja Hodge is hurting right now as Bullis Track Club is starting to gain a little bit. But Adeja Hodge, she's a powerful runner. She represents the British Virgin Islands. She's used to competing to this level as she passes off in first.
Job done. She maintained that lead. She put them in a good position.
And that was a 55.9 from Adeja Hodge. She has plenty of races on her legs. But MVA looks to hold the lead that they gave her.
NBA and Bullis. They've got a pretty good lead out in front of the other ladies.
That's Michelle Smith from NBA. Bullis in second. Run Fast in third. Union in fourth. Bullis B in fifth. And Michelle Smith, I feel like she has just been getting faster and faster every time the camera has gone on her.
She's a fan of the camera.
She is. Michelle is not going to let up anytime soon. She's going to hand off in first. Easy peasy for her.
So we are now in the third leg, and the crowd is cheering right now.
And check that split.
Woo! A
52.9 from Michelle Smith as she passes off to Olivia Williams. Let's see what Olivia Williams is going to do. She's extending that lead, but listen, Bullis is not that far behind.
Bullis is not far behind at all, and that is still a team to look out for.
That's Sydney Sutton. She has the height, but will she gain? Because so far, that is all Williams.
And they are coming into this last 50 off the curb. MVA coming in first, Bullis in second.
Will we see a new meet record? It's 3:45. It's not the time to beat. It's the time to get a new meet record.
The third leg with a split of 54-2.
These girls are moving. Look at that stride. She is chilling up there.
That stride is beautiful. This is like, she looks so relaxed, but you can tell she's still moving.
Absolutely. That looks like that's De'Asia Reed.
And we are in that bell lap. So let's keep an eye on the clock as well.
Now the time to beat is 3:47. The meet record 3:45. Held by them.
To go.
And why not beat your own record?
Why not? 50 meters to go. We are coming into the finish line. It will be MVA all day. This is their title. Bullets will come in second.
And 3:38. They got the new meet record. She has beat their own record with 3:38.18 from MVA out of Florida.
3:38.18. MVA takes it. Bullets will come in second. Union Catholic in third. What an amazing week of track and field.
And look at her. She has all the confidence in the world.
And she's so strong. You couldn't even tell she's tired.
No, not at all. And the hands go up. Relief with the win. Relief with the record. She knows she killed it. Read all the way. Straight through the tape. That's nothing but straight focus. It's Mount Verde Academy out of Florida.
Hands are up, confident. These ladies deserve to celebrate.
And that is Michelle Smith with the fastest split of 52.9. Crowns them all.
Crown her. They went and stole that crown from Bullis.
They stole that crown from Bullis earlier. This has been such a great 4 days. And here goes these final results from MVA 3:38.18. They're running away with a new meet record. Bullis in second, 3:41.58. And then Union Catholic out of New Jersey with 3:47.59. What can you say?
Wow.
Wow.
That is the word for the weekend. These kids, these young ladies and gentlemen came out here and absolutely killed it.
They dominated. I mean, this is New Balance Nationals indoors. It was at the Reggie Lewis Center the first 3 days, and then we switched over to the track at New Balance. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Jasmine Todd. We are signing off a long 4 days, so many national records, so many national leads. It's been a great time, Jasmine.
It's been a great time. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you guys for outdoors.
Absolutely. And if you want to see any of your races, it's on New Balance's YouTube channel for free.